and then we're going to begin calling up panels. Thank you all for joining us today.
Good morning and welcome to the public portion of the fiscal 2024 executive budget hearing. I am Mike Toomey, counsel to the Finance Committee. We have nearly 300 persons signed on to speak today. To assure that everyone gets to be heard, we will be limiting spoken testimony to 2 minutes per person. For in-person testimony, the bell will sound notifying time has elapsed, and for remote testimony, the Sergeant-at-Arms will let you know when time has elapsed. We will begin with in-person testimony until 1 p.m., after which we will alternate between one panel of in-person testimony and one panel of remote testimony. For people testifying in person, please fill out a witness slip from the front for the record and hand to the sergeants. If anyone needs translation services, please inform the sergeants before speaking. We will also accept written testimony to enter into the record for up to 72 hours after the hearing has concluded. Written testimony may be submitted to council.nyc.gov and may be as long as you wish. We'll now begin the first panel of witnesses. First panel will be Henry Garrido, Pat Kane, Leroy Barr, Henry Rubio, James Davies, and Shirley Aldebal. You may begin when you're ready.
Good morning. I'm Henry Garrido. I'm the Executive Director of District Council 37, the largest municipal union in New York City, representing approximately 150,000 city workers and close to 100,000 retired workers. I wanted to come here today, in addition to what we submitted in written testimony, to ask for your help and to plead for your intervention. As of last week, we have 25,000 vacancies in the city of New York, many of which are in critical conditions in the same positions that we were touting workers to be essential. So today, for instance, on my way here, we got notified that the New York Police Department intends to eliminate 500 crossing guards from this budget out of 2,000 that exist now. That is not only one of the lowest paid positions in the city of New York, but also they provide an important service for your constituency. And I think part of the problem we have is the way the approach the administration has had to get to a reduction in the budget, i.e. a PEG program. We learned a second round of PEG was announced by the director of OMB, touting the collective bargaining agreement recently reached by DC 37 and also the influx of migrants here to the city of New York. And while we respect the position from OMB, I want to remind folks that it is our DC 37 members who are providing services to those migrants. And so we were surprised to hear of the many cuts. We're here to talk about libraries. We're here to talk about healthcare workers. We're here to talk about people who work in the hospitals, in the parks. We cannot continue with this level of shortness. And I want to conclude by talking about revenue-producing titles that we have in the Department of Finance and elsewhere. There was always an adage that you don't reduce those because it's the equivalent of cutting your nose to spike your face. Right now, we have approximately 15% vacancies on DOB, workers that could be generating permits. We have about 20% vacancies in finance for tax collectors, tax auditors, people who are generating revenue by doing the work. We have the same issue in the Sheriff's Department. This is not good practice because we're losing millions of dollars in revenue that the city could be using for other worthwhile projects. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and rest of the members of the committee for your attention today.
Good morning. My name is Pat Kane. I'm a registered nurse, and I'm the executive director of the New York State Nurses Association. NYSDA members who work in our city's 11 public hospitals and for our mayoral agencies are fighting for a fair union contract to stop the crisis of understaffing and high turnover that harms care for New York City's most vulnerable patients and care also for our first responders in the case of the mayoral agencies. Our public hospitals and clinics are the backbone of healthcare in New York City. They represent 1/5 of all inpatient beds, half of all level 1 trauma care, and almost half of all inpatient psychiatric beds. Our public sector nurses got this city through the pandemic, treating the largest share of COVID patients, providing 1.75 million COVID vaccines, and preventing thousands of hospitalizations and additional deaths. No private system was remotely capable or prepared to implement the public health infrastructure that saved New York when compared to New York City health and hospitals. Our public hospitals and clinics also lost the most nurses and healthcare workers to COVID. 1 out of every 2 health and hospitals nurses got sick at work. In the early months of the pandemic, the majority of NYSDA members who died of COVID-19 on the front lines were from the public sector. Although H&H and mayoral members represent 35% of New York City members, they accounted for 53% of the deaths that we experienced in our union. And we all got out there and banged pots and pans for our nurses and all the essential workers and called these people heroes, but New York City clearly is not treating them like heroes right now. Nurses in the public sector and by extension, the patients in the communities that they serve are under-resourced, understaffed, and underpaid. We call on the administration to fully fund H&H nurse staffing in this budget. We're hemorrhaging nurses. At least 40% quit before even making it 1 year on the job and go to the private sector where they can earn $19,000 a year more. Public sector nurses care for our most vulnerable patients who are mostly Black and brown and low income. And the high turnover and crisis in understaffing is making it harder for them to serve these communities and give these people the care that they deserve. We're just not doing enough to recruit and retain experienced nurses. There is a simple solution. That solution is pay equity for our public sector nurses. Pay equity is an issue of healthcare equity and racial justice. New York City's public sector nurses need pay equity to recruit and retain enough experienced caregivers to provide the best care for our patients and first responders. But instead of raising pay for these nurses, New York City is spending $1.2 million a day on temporary travel nurse contracts to fill these staffing gaps. Last year, the city spent over $549 million on agency contract nurses, 3 times what it would cost to bring our public sector nurse wages to parity with the private sector. We're spending more money on keeping these wages low on travel nurses than it would cost to do what it takes to take proper care of these nurses and the patients that they serve. We have over 2,000 vacancies in the public sector that we've just been unable to fill because of the low pay, much lower than the industry standard. This is the #1 way to ensure safe staffing. And instead of spending on temporary travel nurses who make up 25% right now of the nursing workforce, the city can raise pay of the staff nurses for a fraction of that cost, staff our hospitals safely with local New York-based nurses that care for their neighbors and protect our city's essential public health system and workers.
Pat, I just need you to wrap.
Sorry?
Just need you to wrap up.
Oh, sure. We can't have health equity for our public hospital patients without the pay equity that we need to keep nurses at the bedside. We do have a clause in our contract that's been inactive for a number of years. We need to activate that clause now. We've been saying that for many years and saw this impending crisis on the way, but we're in a crisis situation right now with the shortage and all the money that the city's spending on travel nurses. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Leroy Barr, and I have the privilege of serving as the Secretary for the United Federation of Teachers. Thank you, Finance Chair Justin Brannon, and thank you to the Finance Committee members First, let me thank you for your advocacy on behalf of the city's educators and for your determination to fund our public schools and protect them from any unnecessary and disruptive classroom budget cuts. As everyone in this room knows, we cannot have a repeat of this past September, when 3/4 of our schools saw their individual budgets cut. I was heartened to hear Chancellor Banks say earlier this week that this fall, schools will be held harmless for their initial budget allocations compared to this year, so that no school will get lower initial allocations. We are here today to call for that promise to be extended to the full 2023-24 school year and not have schools face mid-year adjustments that mean enrichment, the arts, and supports for newcomers get cut. We are here today to call for the hold harmless promise to be extended for the full school year so that schools are not forced mid-year to shed classroom teachers, collapse classes, and increase class sizes. Educators, parents, and advocates fought for decades for the class size reduction law that Albany recently passed. This September, the first 20% of New York City's classrooms are required by law to meet the new small class size thresholds. By DOE's own estimates, 39% of classrooms can today, this minute, meet those thresholds. We need to preserve and build on that. Albany has done the right thing and increased its funding for New York schools to pay for the law that they passed. We are here saying we stand with you as you work to make sure New York City does right by its public school students and educators and does not cut school funding at any time next year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm James Davis, President of the Professional Staff Congress, City University of New York. First, thank you, Chair Brannon, for the opportunity to speak, and thank you, council members, for your hard work during challenging budget negotiations. I'm here to ask you to invest in the City University and to oppose the budget cuts that have been proposed by the executive. We represent 30,000 faculty and staff at CUNY at 18 colleges and 6 graduate and professional schools. And right now, public higher education, a historic system in the city, is at serious risk. The recently finalized state budget includes $103 million in new operating dollars. Most of that will benefit the senior colleges. Budget cuts by the city would undermine the state support that CUNY received and hurt the community colleges the most. As you know, investment in CUNY yields immense dividends, not only in the tax base and the earning potential of the graduates, but also in the generations that follow in the families and the communities. The federal pandemic relief funds for CUNY are about to expire, so the cuts in the pegs are really excruciating. After multiple pegs, CUNY's cumulative budget reduction from the current and prior financial plans totals over $60 million. And that means the elimination of 363 civilian and pedagogical positions. Without operational support, vacancies for full-time faculty, advisors, mental health professionals, and others won't be filled. Students will receive severely diminished support towards their degree progress. Now, the CUNY administration has responded with a directive that each campus carve out 5 to 7% from its fiscal 2024 budget. That means hiring freezes, a central vacancy review board. So you have PSC's updated priorities in my written testimony. They highlight student supports and advising services. And this is one reason why we're really thrilled to see the council's support for $35.5 million in funding for academic advisors. Thank you for that. That's going to be essential to the success of the initiative that Speaker Adams began with CUNY Reconnect. We're gratified to see that the mayor has now also supported CUNY Reconnect. So we really are urging you to remain bold during the budget negotiations for historic investments in academic advising. I think I don't need to repeat the fact that only 8% of CUNY's buildings are in a state of good repair, so we also strongly support the university's capital budget request for $22.5 million. So in closing, over the next few months, tens of thousands of CUNY students are going to be graduating from our community colleges and all the way to graduate schools, and they're going to enter the workforce and enhance their communities. We are calling on you to honor their tenacity during these unprecedented times and invest in the next generation of CUNY students. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Brennan and members of the committee. My name is Shirley Aldebal, and I'm Executive Vice President of SEIU 32BJ. As you are aware, 32BJ is the largest property services union representing service workers across the East Coast, with over 85,000 members in New York City. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of 5,200 cleaners and handy persons employed by New York City School Support Services to call on City Council to fully fund our city schools, including funding for schools cleaning and maintenance. Since the outset of COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020, the importance of the vital services that these workers provide to our city has been more apparent than ever. These workers were on the front lines and put themselves at risk in order to keep students and staff healthy. While schools were closed during the pandemic, they became resource centers, childcare centers for children of first responders, food distribution hubs, COVID testing sites, and more. The school's facilities staff made sure that the schools could remain healthy and safe places for the community at large. As we continue to emerge from this global health emergency, schools cleaners continue to play a crucial role whenever school spaces might be utilized to help confront unforeseen challenges that we face, including sheltering migrants in their desperate time of need. And we think about the year ahead, spending to ensure that New York City's public school buildings are clean and safe must be a top priority. The administration commitment to reading and other education fundamentals can only be achieved in a clean and safe environment. While there are no proposed cuts in the mayor's budget for the next fiscal year, there remains a significant gap from the current funding levels to what a fully funded facility budget should be. If this gap is not closed now, it will continue to grow every year, and school facilities may face cuts in the future. Cuts in facilities maintenance budget would have a detrimental impact on student learning and would impact the ability of staff to provide a clean and safe environment for New York City school students and faculty. We believe that this year we have an opportunity to fix this problem and to make sure that New York City students continue to be educated in a clean, safe, and healthy environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Brennan and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you for conducting such an important hearing today. I am Henry Rubio, and I have the privilege of representing, serving as the president of the Council for School Supervisors and Administrators. And on behalf of the 17,000 school principals, assistant principals, education administrators, and early childhood directors, we thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Now, given the monumental needs of our city's schools, either due to the pandemic, learning loss, the need for greater mental health services, enrollment declines, and the critical needs of our asylum-seeking students, and the investments that we need to begin to make now in order to ensure compliance with the state's new class size legislation, we should be investing $1 billion into our school system and not entertaining cuts. We have several concerns. You can find them in detail in our written testimony. However, chief among our concerns is a foundational issue. It's a foundational issue regarding pay parity for our early childhood directors. As we all know, early childhood directors do a vital job in preparing our children for kindergarten. It lays the foundation for their entire education, and by extension, their entire career. And for every dollar we spend on early childhood education, we are getting gained so many more in the future. The success of the city's pre-K and 3K initiatives are dependent. They are dependent on the CBO directors who work tirelessly as the city faced COVID-19 pandemic. And since March of 2020, the New York City early childhood education programs have been the lifeline of our city's families. They served our communities as essential workers and often worked 10-hour days in person and provided the city's youngest and most vulnerable, with a much-needed sense of normalcy during a very difficult time. As it stands now, a city-funded salary for a professional is less than half. Yes, less than half of what the Department of Education pays their colleagues in the DOE. And 90% of these members, these professionals, are Black and brown women of color. This is egregious. It's an egregious disparity that exists in our system that we must end today, and now is the time, and now is the place to rid this problem once and for all. In the City Council's response to the mayor's preliminary budget, the council advocated for $46 million toward pay parity. We are deeply, deeply grateful for that, for the council calling for that, to right that wrong, just as you did last year. Unfortunately, the council was unable to secure the funding during the final budget negotiations last year. We ask you today, we implore you, that you ensure this funding is finally included in the budget to support these incredible CBO leaders who we at CSA and their communities believe they are heroes. Thank you for your time and attention. We look forward to working with you, and thank you very much.
Thank you all. We've also been joined by council members Moya, Ayala, Farias, and Joseph, as well as Nurse. And we have some questions from my colleagues as well. I just first want to ask Mr. Garrido, what in your opinion do you think the city could be doing better to fill some of those 20,000 plus vacancies?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, District Council 37 launched a partnership with the Department of Citywide Administrative Services and City Hall to promote hiring halls, and they've been extremely successful. We've had it in several of your colleagues' district, and we're averaging about 2,000 people coming to those hiring halls, and in many instances, we have to turn people away. So I don't think it's really an issue of people not wanting to work. We've seen that demonstrated in the lines that show up to all these. We've had 9 so far. As a matter of fact, this afternoon we'll be holding one in Flushing. I think that we got to look beyond the issue of whether, in fact, people can look in. I think we have negotiated a salary suppression. You've heard from my colleagues here how salaries is a big issue. We are currently negotiating a remote work policy that allows us for flexible work. Look, the world of work has completely changed. This 9 to 5, 40-hour work week doesn't work anymore. We have to figure out how do we implement flex schedules to allow people to have more time for their families. We started in this collective bargaining agreement a child care fund that was negotiated, but that's coming from negotiations. The city needs to do more in trying to recruit and retain folks by looking at child care as a main issue, especially when you have a lot of industries where you have single women and first responders. And then lastly, look, the issue between flexible work schedule, remote work, paying folks better, child care, I think there's also has to be a push from this council, the process by which the agency referred positions to OMB and then OMB rejects them back constantly, whether it's because of salary or requirement. That is not the way of moving forward in staffing those positions. You need to make sure that, you know, like a budget is a statement of values. If you appreciate education, you're going to make sure that education is funded. If healthcare is your concern, you're going to make sure that healthcare is funded. And I believe that we haven't followed that principle in this budget.
Pat, could you give us an update on Elmhurst Hospital?
Are you talking about the resident strike?
Yeah.
We've been out there with the residents. I don't have an update today from the CIR. We're very concerned, obviously, about the situation, and quite honestly, are a little bewildered. In other places they've been able to do that. I think everyone saw what we were able to do in the private sector, and then all of us kind of raising people up, especially at this time, that was really critical to keep people in the healthcare workforce. I mean, it's really sad to see, and from our perspective, when you see, and a lot of my colleagues here, and I'm a CUNY graduate, you see folks go to school in many cases, especially in the professions that we're dealing with, really raising up. It raises everyone up, right? Their family, their community. And then to see people face these kind of challenges, when it comes to being able to make a decent living and not being treated the same, I think we can't talk about an equitable recovery without really, addressing these issues. Because when we're undervaluing the workers that we're talking about, we're really undervaluing the communities that they serve, right? So we are very concerned about it, and just really hope that our siblings are able to go back to work. That's what we all want to do. It takes a lot for, especially healthcare workers, to be outside the building and withholding their labor. It really takes a lot.
What's the latest at Methodist?
Methodist, which is now, as you know, part of the Presbyterian system, we are having a problem bringing that to settlement. We have not served notice on the employer there. We actually have bargaining tomorrow. We're hoping that, we definitely see a path forward there. And like I said, it's kind of no mystery. I think from the beginning of the year, we've seen what has to happen to keep our healthcare workforce strong and retain these experienced nurses. And that's a facility, again, when it comes to psychiatric services. They've only reopened half of those beds. They haven't reopened the rest of them, for the inpatient psychiatric services. And I know some of my colleagues here I've worked with on hospital pricing. That's a situation where we see the same prices in the Manhattan Hospital there as in the Brooklyn Hospital, when you go to those resources and look up the pricing. So to think that, the prices are the same, but you're going to undercut the staff, not provide the same kind of staffing, not provide the same kind of wages, honestly, that doesn't seem fair, not just to the workers, but to the patients as well.
Henry, could you talk a little bit about, last year at the FY23 budget, the council fought for $46 million for increased wages for pre-K and daycare workers, special ed. You talk a little bit about the importance of pay parity for your early childhood work?
Thank you, Chair. It is extremely important. In our early childhood system, our CBOs are having difficulty retaining teachers and supervisors. At this point right now, our supervisors are actually earning less money than the teachers they supervise.
Wow.
To add insult to injury, the contract that we last negotiated for those supervisors allowed the city to pay them 6% above the teachers, and the city won't even do that. Our early childhood directors are holding on, waiting for this council and this mayor to make a move. Many of them could resign today and go teach in a classroom and make more money, but they don't want to do that. They're happy leading their communities, they're sponsoring boards, and their CBOs are happy with them, and it's very difficult for them to earn a living. And our CBO partners know that they're having a difficult time both recruiting and retaining folks. And often when there's a position open in the DOE, they leave and they go to the DOE to make twice as much money.
James, what's the cumulative amount of cuts to being threatened to CUNY?
Cumulative is 61.5 million between the rolled over pegs and the proposed pegs. Okay. Yeah. So as I said in my testimony, it's about 360 civilian and pedagogical positions in total that are being eliminated through the vacancies.
Okay, I want to turn to my colleagues for questions. We have a long day, starting with Councilmember Osei, followed by Schulman.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start with a question about the cuts to CUNY. So you, Dr. Davis, I know that the mayor is proposing millions of dollars of budget cuts to our community colleges. How do you see that affecting some of our students, most especially admissions to students, knowing that CUNY is one of our greatest systems to adding to the citywide workforce that we see here in New York?
Thanks for the question, Council Member. I'm so proud of the work that my members do, and as somebody who taught for 18 years before I came into this position, it's extraordinary what happens at CUNY every day. But it takes resources, and the community colleges are cut to the bone right now. Just for some examples, so your point, the investment in CUNY Reconnect has been really dramatic, right? It's brought some 16,000 students who have college credit back to the colleges, not only to the community colleges, but it's especially beneficial for community colleges. And the question really is, what kind of schools are they going to come back to, right? Are they going to be retained, or are they going to stop out? Are we going to support them to graduation? That takes additional investment. So just to put it concretely, it's very stark. Is the library going to stay open for the students who can only attend on the weekends or the evening? Will they have access to computing centers? Will they have academic advisors, mental health supports? I mean, just all of the supports that it actually takes outside of the classroom to move someone through. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Barr, what are you seeing in terms of the state's financial support compared to the city's support?
Thank you, Councilmember O. Here's what we know to be true. The state has increased its share of support for the city public schools. Unfortunately, the city of New York, its share has decreased. The city is not passing it all onto our schools citywide. So the state share of the budget, New York City's budget, went from 37% in fiscal year 2021 to 42% in fiscal year 2024 in the executive budget. The city's share dropped from 52% in fiscal year 2021 to 45% in 2024 in the executive budget. Just by those numbers alone, they're getting more funding from the state, but giving less funding to our schools.
And this has been happening under this new administration?
Yes, sir. So what we're asking is that at the very least, the extra money that we're getting from the state should be passed on to our schools for the people who are doing this work, for the children who need this to deal with the learning loss that has taken place for the last 2-3 years, and all of the things that we all know go into making sure that our schools work well, such as lower class size, right? The campaign for fiscal equity money is a fight that took place at the state for over 20 years. The state finally funded that, right? What we're asking is that for all those funds, all the funds that the state is now sending to the city, to be passed on to our schools as well.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Member Schulman, followed by Hudson.
I have a statement and a question. So first I want to thank all of you and your members for the excellent work that they do for our city. And I also want to tell you that in the last 2 weeks of budget hearings, of which I participated in all of them, the council's been relentless on the staffing levels. We've been relentless on the budget, the budget shortfalls, and we've been relentless in challenging the budget projections, because the city projects much less revenue than the council does. One of the questions I want to ask each of you is, what kind of participation in terms of a budget issue do the asylum seekers, the migrants coming in, present to all of you? Because that's been brought up to us on a consistent basis, so we want to put this on the record for you.
Well, I'm sure Leroy will want to talk about the schools, but I could tell you that we have gone beyond the proverbial taking Peter to pay Paul. Like that, we've taken staffers that are working in city shelters to staff some of the new migrant centers. Staffers are working at HRA, processing, New Yorkers were here prior to the migrants coming in. There's a huge waiting list on servicing, right? On social services, we have more than 25,000 cases, backlog. Everywhere from the healthcare facilities to the schools to even the libraries, right? We're stretched too thin. And this was, the vacancies that we were talking about was without that number increasing exponentially. We hurting, Councilwoman. I don't know how else to say it. I went to an agency 3 days ago where folks are sick and tired of being mandated to work overtime. And there was a young woman who said to me, I haven't seen my child in a week. Mandatory overtime is rampant, and there's a cap on how much you can do in your pension, so you're forcing people to do 2 and 3 jobs. This needs to stop. It's putting our New Yorkers at risk, and we need to do something to push back and get those agencies staffing back up.
That's okay. Just real quick, it's putting a strain on the public health system in a big way, as if it wasn't already strained enough, right? Obviously, this is the safety net for New York City, the system that takes care of everyone regardless. As it is putting a big strain on the system and on our staff as well. And as Henry talked about, between overtime, the short staffing, and just, trying to manage all this temporary staff, it's an additional strain on our workers and really puts a strain on the newer nurses that we want to support as well.
I want to start my comments by saying that we take great pride in the fact that this is a city where people are welcome from all over the world. We take pride in the fact that we sit in a city where in our harbor is a statue that's dedicated to the open arms. And we accept the responsibility of having new families and new children come into our city and into our schools. But with that comes along a responsibility of the city of New York to make sure that our dedicated teachers who, regardless of when children come into their classrooms and where they come from, they become their kids. And they want to do everything absolutely possible to make sure that they get all the teaching that they're supposed to have and give them what they need on a daily basis. When you have an influx of children coming into your schools, coming into your classroom mid-year, you have to then provide the resources that go along with those kids as well. You have to provide the resources to the families that go along with those kids, because if they're not stabilized at home, then they're not stabilized in school buildings. You can't just have a plan to put families into a gym and not really talk about how that's going to work in terms of the coordination with the school that's there. There's so much planning that needs to go into making sure that we do this right, for on behalf of those families who have a right to come to this country, and we celebrate all of that, but we have to do this in a collective way to make sure that we're meeting the needs of those families, and more specifically for us, the needs of those children and the people who serve them every day, and we're not doing that well.
I would just add a couple of brief things in relation to CUNY. I mean, immediately, I believe that CUNY has resources that can be helpful, and you should obviously hear from the CUNY administration about this, but I think in terms of space, I believe there's conversations with the city about CUNY helping to furnish some badly needed space for people to stay. We have, obviously, CUNY Citizenship Now program. We have immigrant student support services. But I also would take a step back, echoing what Leroy just mentioned. CUNY was started in 1847, and the number of immigrants of all kinds who have come through the doors of the City University is in the millions. Right now, over a third of the students at CUNY were born in other countries. So I know we're speaking here specifically about the challenge of asylum seekers, and that's a real challenge on the city's resources and infrastructure. In the long term, just would want to see those students, the young people who come, whatever their documentation status may be, whatever the outcome of their asylum cases may be. I know that just as the K-12 system wants to embrace them, we want to see them in the CUNY classrooms as well.
Leroy, in the hearing with DOE, they mentioned that the funds that the city got from the state, that there's limitations on what they can use that for. Could you speak to that?
I'm not really sure what they testified to, but I just gave figures clearly about how they're not sending all those funds that they're getting from the state into the classrooms. And they're earmarked for that. So I can't really speak about what they testified to. I can tell you what they've done compared to what they're currently doing.
So
And
if not going to the
percentage-
classroom, where is it going?
I don't have the budget in front of me. I can't tell you exactly what, because look, there's, as you well know, there's lots of ways that you can fund this thing, right? It can go into a general fund. It can be earmarked specifically for certain things. What we know for a fact are the percentages that I just gave you, right? And that is a shortfall in the funding that the state is clearly sending to our schools specifically. So if at the very least they would just match what the state's doing, then we would be better off. But that's a really good question that I think that we should ask them in terms of where are those funds going, because we want to know the same exact thing. Where are those funds going? If the state is saying we want to meet our responsibility and send increased funding to the city of New York on behalf of school buildings, why is that money not reaching the school system? So that is an excellent question, but I think that the people that you asked that question to may not be here at this point in time.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to give it to Hudson, followed by Farias for questions.
Chair, I just want to say that I just got a text from CIR. The contract is settled with Mount Sinai, and they're going back to work 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay. Hudson, followed by Farias. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Garrido, I'm concerned about the school crossing guards that you referenced in your testimony. I actually just had a student in my district that was hit with a car. Thank God she's okay, but it was certainly a harrowing incident. So what's the contracted salary you won for school crossing guards in this contract?
So we were, thank you for your question. We were fortunate to raise they were a minimum wage, right? $15.45. We created a supervisory title that didn't exist before that allowed to streamline the use and the deployment of guards across the city of New York, because we have deserts in which you have differences between the schools and the key crossings. The evidence is clear that in the absence of a guard in high volume intersections, that's where you have the most accidents, and DOT has clarified that. To cut 500 out of 2,000, that's 25%. Now, the memo for the patrol says 18%, but in reality, it's more. It's taking more. And so they say that they want to eliminate vacancies. And the truth is, vacancies because people don't want to apply, right? And then that hasn't been our experience. We had a hiring hole for crossing guards that we had over 900 people showed up in one single day. So much for people not wanting to apply. I think it's going to put kids at risk, period, and parents and families. And that is not, they cost so little, that is not the kind of budget exercise where you want to cut from.
Thank you. And Mr. Davis, you referenced this specifically, or at least in the talking points, a document that I have, maybe not in your oral testimony, but, and this is open also to anybody else who this might be relevant to, but I'm just curious to know about food insecurity. It's a big, big issue across the city, and so with some of the proposed cuts, how will that impact your students and members of some of your other unions in terms of accessing the food that they need for themselves and their families?
Yeah, thank you for the important question, Council Member. It's shocking to actually learn and to speak to students at CUNY about the degree and the extent of food insecurity that they experience. Obviously, there's stigma attached to that, but when surveys are done, the rates are shockingly high. And I give a lot of credit, again, to my colleagues on the campuses, especially during the pandemic, who managed to keep some of the food pantries running. But they're already running out of resources in order to keep the food pantries up and running. And so, you know, in the same vein as trying to assist with the housing insecurity, the mental health issues that the pandemic has exacerbated, I think it's a really important time now to look closely at, you know, where resources should be invested to actually make sure students can get through their education and reach their aspirations. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we've been joined by council members Brooks, Powers, and Juan. And now we have final question from council member Farias.
Thank you, Chair. Hi everyone, good morning. I've been talking about this the entire budget cycle, so I'm sure you're probably flagged already about what I want to ask regarding our DOE and DOH school nurses and the pay parity issue that we have. We know contract negotiations are a key critical point in this, you know, dismantling some of the pay parity issues we have. So can you talk a little bit about that? Talk about what we're doing for, or at least what, you know, we're attempting to do for the school nurses, and how we can solve that pay parity issue in lieu of the amount of students that we're receiving, along with what we know with summer school and the lack of school nurses we have around the city.
Yeah, thank you. So we are approximately 200 positions, or 200 vacancies in the school nurse program. DC 37 represents about half of the school nurses. The UFT represents the other half. There are substantial differences between the two in salary. We've made some progress. In the last round of negotiations, we were able to fix an equity issue of nurses in the Bronx, for instance. We were able to raise salaries at the rate of $10,000 because the vacancies were so high in the Bronx. We're having similar problems in pockets of the cities in Queens now. We're not able to recruit and retain because, you know, if you have the same credentials, you go work for the position represented by the UFT, you're going to make $18,000, $20,000 more. Plus your master's is going to mean more financially. Plus you can get longevity. And then adding to the problem is the fact that DOHMH has been also, during the pandemic, poach a lot of the nurses to send them to deal with COVID-related stuff. It was a crisis, we understand that. But that would put an additional strain on the nurses that we have. We are losing them. The good news is that the city did, in this round of negotiations with the union, we did negotiate an equity fund that allows the nurses to apply for an equitable distribution. This was in addition to the raises and the signing bonus that you probably heard about. So the school nurses are in that group that we would like to consider because of the huge recruitment problems that we're having in some parts of the city.
Okay, and then in terms of the contract negotiation with the admin, was this brought up, and were there any discussions around trying to bridge that gap for school nurses?
Yes, DOHMH was part of the negotiations, brought this issue. We have a series of ideas that we'd like to present, including the training and professional development to develop more nurses and tie them from CUNY to the school system. There's a pipeline in there that we believe would be very helpful, right? But I think the issue of pay parity and paid equity, even with this pay equity fund that we created, it's going to be hard to reach because the differences are so high.
Sure.
Especially in some of the private school nurses that we provide also services to.
Okay, thank you.
Leroy, something we should follow up on. $500 million that the city got from the state for smaller class sizes. We should make sure we know where that money's going.
Yeah, so
We're with you on that.
thank you. And just to reiterate the point, really, you know, it's a 5-year plan, right? It's a 5-year plan to reduce class sizes to a level that we all agreed upon. We know that the city of New York next year, this coming year, has over 39% class size spaces where they can actually reduce class sizes without doing much. Right? It's really a question of what happens in the outer years, in the second year, the third year, and the fourth year. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be making extensive plans right now and looking to still reduce class sizes, even though you'll meet the limits of the law. Because it's not really about what you can do right now, it's all those places where we know that class sizes are a lot higher than they need to be for our kids to actually maximize learning today, right? So why wait, right? So I think that we can use some of those funds, even though they can probably meet some of the needs in the first year without doing much. We should still be doing everything we can immediately because our children deserve better. That's the point that we really want to make about that.
Thank you all. On behalf of the hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers that you all represent, we appreciate your partnership in this budget, and we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Calling up the second panel. Joanne Yu, Lisa Rivera, Theo Moore, Alice Buffkin, Gregory Brender, Randy Levine, Nora Moran.
Time starts now.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for giving the Asian American Federation an opportunity to testify. I'm Joanne Yu, the Executive Director of the Asian American Federation, where we proudly represent the collective voice of more than 70 member nonprofits serving 1.5 Asian New Yorkers. As we look at the city's fiscal year 24 budget, the Pan-Asian community continues to face a number of challenges, from a slow recovering economy to continued anti-Asian hate. Yet our member organizations have led the way in numerous service sectors and program organized and led by Asian American Federation. And we are here to ask for your help. We will send a detailed budget request, but I want to share some numbers with you. In our partnership with our member organizations, our mental health programming resulted in 18,000 Asian New Yorkers gaining access to language accessible and culturally competent mental health services. Last year, we released the first ever online mental health provider database that prioritizes providers who speak Asian languages and understand Asian cultures. There are now over 200 providers, and we continue to update that directory. As all of you know, New York has the highest rate of anti-Asian violence in the country, and many of you have been our biggest allies and our champions. In the first year of our flagship Hope Against Hate, we have touched thousands and thousands of Asian New Yorkers. We have distributed over 10,000 in-language booklets, reached over 50,000 people with our safety videos and booklets, connected 36 clients to victim support services, and trained over 2,000 community members in de-escalation, safety awareness, and physical self-defense and virtual and in-language workshops, along with the development of safe zones. On the small business front, our small business is constantly being contacted by small business owners from every community who need help navigating a lack of information, hostile inspection practices, and inaccessible assistance programs. Our small business assistance program is buckling because of the sheer volume.
Time expired.
We are grateful for your allyship, and we ask that you continue to support the Asian American community. And like I said before, we will submit our detailed request, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Red light's on.
All right, let's try. Hello. All right, there we go. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Lisa Rivera, President and CEO of NYLAG, the New York Legal Assistance Group. NYLAG staff are amongst the many legal and social service providers that are doing the essential work to support our communities. Work that, as you know, in many instances only exists because of the inequities, disparities, and obstacles that exist throughout the systems that our clients encounter. We know that you have engaged in many executive budget hearings over the past month amid other challenges impacting the city's finances, such as a late state budget, city staffing shortages, and the continued influx of migrants from the southern border. Despite these challenges, we want to thank you for continuing to advocate for investment in legal services. Today, I'm asking the city to increase that investment and address policies that are designed to help our clients but are becoming increasingly difficult to access. Many times you've heard me and my colleagues speak about the systemic inequities and failures that leave our communities and our clients with disparate access to justice. We connect people to life-saving benefits such as housing, food, educational opportunities. We defend people against deportation, eviction, family separation, and we support families and clients leaving abusive partners and help individuals facing crushing debt from predatory loans. We are a lifeline to New Yorkers in need. The legal services and social services community has been really sounding the alarm this year because we are in a dire funding and contracting crisis. We need the city's help. A budget, as you all know, is a reflection of our values. As such, the city needs to invest more, not less, in initiatives that uplift and invest in communities that are in need it most. Now is not the time to pull back. Instead, a focus on meaningful access to programs that defend and sustains one's ability to access food, stable housing, safety, and ability to work and receive a proper education is needed to address rising inequality and poverty in New York. Investment in legal services and social services is an investment in New York City and addresses public safety. We are asking that you uplift communities and families that are bogged down in bureaucracy because agencies are woefully understaffed and they do not provide families what they need to survive. I'm calling on the city to invest in legal services. These asks include a 25% increase in the personal budgets on our baseline contracts so that our advocates can afford to live in the city that they work for every single day. Funding that includes our costs for benefits and OTPS that rise even though we have flat baseline contracts. Continuation of the Workforce Enhancement Initiative on our baseline contracts that should include workforce enhancement on city discretionary contracts, an increase to legal services for low-income New Yorkers initiative, $350 million for right to counsel, and lastly, but not least, further investment in immigration legal services that address both the short-term and long-term needs of asylum seekers in New York. Creation of programs that center community education, screening, and pro se applications are only the first step. We need a deep commitment for full representation for immigrants in New York. These programs can be funded through a variety of city-based programming that already exist, IOI, Action NYC, Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, or even new initiatives that really focus on the community. A robust response must also include legislation that allows full representation at all levels when someone's facing court without an attorney. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nora Moran. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at United Neighborhood Houses. We work with New York City settlement houses. Our written testimony has a lot of information and detail, but I'm just going to highlight a little bit in this portion. So we're deeply concerned about a lot of things in this budget. We have 4 main areas of concern. The first 3 are around cuts that the mayor is proposing. First, there's a $38 million cut to the Department of Youth and Community Development, which includes the Summer Youth Employment Program. In the Department for the Aging, there's a $12 million cut to senior meal programs. In the DOE's Early Childhood Division, there is the rollback of the 3K expansion, as well as a lack of salary parity for early childhood educators and directors. All of these pegs are being justified as underspending or underutilization, but the mayor's management report actually cites increasing utilization over the past few years across many of these programs. And we know from the providers that we work with that late payments, low wages to staff are really making it hard for providers to maximize their programs and maximize their budgets, and really, intentionally starving these programs to then take a savings is very short-sighted. And we really urge the council to look at community need, look at utilization, and really push back against these cuts to make sure that we're not prematurely taking resources out of communities. The last thing I'll say is that our last concern is around a COLA for the human services workforce. Echo the concerns of the Just Pay campaign calling for a 6.5% COLA for human service workers. Those low wages are exacerbating a lot of the challenges that we see around vacancies in programs. Organizations just cannot find the staff in order to keep classrooms open, run after school, run senior centers, and things like that. The last thing I'll say is that we really want to push back against the dynamic that this budget is about supporting asylum seekers or funding anything else. We are seeing that asylum seekers are utilizing early childhood programs, are coming to after-school programs. They need a lot more than just housing, and cutting other social service and safety net programs is only going to help, only going to keep these folks, from advancing and getting settled and, getting jobs and things like that. So, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Theo Moore. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Programs with the New York Immigration Coalition. So it seems that New York is at a crossroads in how and who it chooses to prioritize when budgets are concerned. Unfortunately, it appears that the administration is choosing to follow the path of many of the worst executives around the country, using fake scarcity to put austerity measures in budgets that harm the most vulnerable communities, particularly Black, brown, immigrant, and LGBTQI communities across the city. Not only does this budget target and punch down on those communities, it seems to want to one-up the worst policies coming out of places like Texas and Florida. It's like Florida bans books, so the mayor's like, I'll do you one better. I'm going to cut budgets to all of libraries. And these libraries are essential. They are pillars to our communities, and they are where many of our essential services like adult literacy, ESOL classes, digital literacy classes, and programs which were also severely cut in the budget are housed. We also partner with libraries for our own program called Key to the City, and quite frankly, we need libraries for those services because we won't have any other place to house them if they have to close their doors. Another example of doubling down on terrible policies with public education. We see across the country the fight, about critical race theory, and we know that the goal is really to render Black people invisible. And it seems like the mayor once again decided that he wouldn't just ban curriculums, but really cut education so severely that they can't even functionally properly, and our children would be left without viable options. So we need to fully invest in public schools in CUNY, restore previous cuts from last year, and invest in the expansion of L transfer schools that specifically support newcomer asylum seekers across the city. We also need to restore the cuts to 3K and pre-K programming while also funding programs like the Life Project, which help families navigate the overly complicated enrollment system. We found that 80% of families who used the Life Project said that without that, they would not have been able to enroll their children into 3K and pre-K, which means that when we talk about the amount of open slots, it's not because people don't need them, it's because they can't actually navigate the system to enroll their kids in 3K and pre-K. I also want to talk about, as children continue to readjust to in-person schooling, we must acknowledge the difficulty and the trauma that folks are feeling. We have to equip all schools with the proper needs, and that means putting social workers in all the schools so that they can better identify and address issues before the NYPD is needed. And we need preventative, human-centered, life-affirming programs instead of reactionary measures that are a lot cheaper, quite frankly, than cops in jails, and heal instead of causing additional harm. Unfortunately, none of these things can be accomplished by choosing budget austerity over meeting the needs of all New Yorkers. We understand the need to be responsible and prudent, but we have an opportunity to help New York fully recover from the pandemic in a way that not only provides a way forward, but also is a model for the rest of the country and how we move forward. In order to meet the overwhelming and unmet needs of New Yorkers, whether they've been here for 50 years or 50 days, we must act strategically and not in a reactionary manner. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for holding today's hearing and for the Council's support of so many important issues for children and families in the budget. My name is Alice Bufkin. I'm the Associate Executive Director of Policy at Citizens Committee for Children, a multi-issue children's advocacy organization. We'll be submitting written testimony, but in the time I have today, I want to emphasize a few urgent issues impacting children and families in New York. First, I want to reiterate what so many before me and so many after me will say, which is that the pegs from the November modification, those cuts proposed in the preliminary and the executive budget will cause serious and deep harm to the systems that serve the most marginalized New Yorkers. Already, understaffing at HRA has resulted in families unable to access food stamps, cash assistance, or housing assistance on time. On top of that, nonprofits across the city, particularly those in the early care and education space, are waiting multiple months to be paid for services already rendered. The city's focus should be on filling vacancies rather than eliminating them, on advancing a 6.5% COLA for the human services sector, and ensuring timely payment of nonprofit contracts so New York families can receive the essential services they need. In my remaining time, I want to highlight several other pressing issues. First, we strongly support desperately needed mental health supports for young people, including through baselining the mental health continuum, increasing funding for existing school-based mental health clinics, and supporting very important existing city council mental health initiatives. Additionally, I don't need to tell you that New York is facing a staggering housing crisis. At a minimum, our city must restore and baseline $118 million in rental assistance funding, eliminate the 90-day shelter stay rule, which I know this council has strongly supported, and create additional beds for runaway and homeless youth, among other investments. To address the needs of young children and working parents, the city must reverse the mayor's proposed cuts to 3K, focus on converting school day, school year ECE seats to extended day year-round options across age ranges, and baseline $20 million for Promise NYC to allow childcare access for undocumented families. And finally, our city must support all of the city students, including by baselining $5 million to guarantee bus services or comparable transportation for students in foster care. Thank you for your time today, and please see my written testimony for additional details and additional recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Randy Levine. I'm Policy Director of Advocates for Children of New York. At a time when there are significant unmet needs for students, we are deeply concerned that the executive budget would cut hundreds of millions of dollars from the New York City Public Schools budget, including through a peg of $305 million, described as a reestimate of fringe benefits, but which reflects a pot of funding the DOE has been using for a variety of purposes. We are particularly concerned that the following three programs included as priorities in the Council's response to the preliminary budget are on the chopping block, with funding that will expire in June unless extended in the FY24 adopted budget. $5 million for the mental health continuum, the first ever cross-agency partnership to help students get access to expedited mental health care in school. $4 million to help immigrant families get important information about their children's schools through phone calls, hard copy notices, and information campaigns. And $20 million for Promise NYC so children who are undocumented can access early learning programs. With the youth mental health crisis and the increase in newly arrived immigrant students, the need for these programs has only grown. The council played an instrumental role in securing funding for them last year, and we can't eliminate these programs now. Instead of cutting funding, the city should be investing to address pressing needs of students. $3 million to bolster the 6 new English language learner transfer school programs, ensuring they can support recently arrived immigrant youth. $85 million to expand school-wide restorative justice practices to reduce the use of suspensions, address students' underlying needs, and keep them in school. $5 million to guarantee appropriate transportation for students in foster care, so students are not forced to transfer schools when they are removed from their homes and families. And $50 million to provide preschoolers with disabilities with their legally mandated services, given that 10,000 preschoolers went the entire year without receiving at least one of their mandated services, such as speech therapy. Our written testimony has more information about each of these priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and for everything that the council members you've been doing to support early childhood education in New York City. My name is Gregory Brender. I'm here on behalf of the Daycare Council of New York. We are the membership organization of New York City's early childhood provider organizations, and we have over 200 sites throughout the city, in every neighborhood where organizations are providing high-quality early childhood education. We are deeply dismayed that this budget takes a big step backward for early childhood education in New York City, especially at a time when New York City has the capacity and the moral imperative to do the right thing for New York City's children. We strongly support the 7 proposals put out by the City Council's Black, Latino, and Asian Caucus in a February 28th letter signed by 31 of the City Council members to reform the system, and I wanted to highlight a few of the key aspects we believe need to be addressed in this budget. First, we need to pay providers on time. Early childhood providers are continually not being paid on time, and just this week, we've heard from several organizations who have missed payroll. Hardworking people who are coming in every day caring for New York City's children are simply not being paid for the jobs that they're doing. This can be addressed. We have in our written testimony several ways to improve this, including increasing the advance to 75%, which is the amount providers are allowed in their contracts, and improving the systems for invoicing, moving over to the city's HHS accelerator system. Second, it is time we move to salary parity for the early childhood workforce. Early childhood workers, directors, teachers, support staff, they are all paid significantly less than their counterparts in public schools, and their underpayment is a legacy of discrimination against work that has been historically performed by women and is still in New York City performed primarily by women and women of color. The collective bargaining agreements for teachers, directors, and support staff have all expired, and in this budget, the city must take action to fund collective bargaining agreements that bring the benefits and salaries of the workforce and early childhood programs to parity with the public schools, including longevity increases and other benefits that many early childhood staff miss. Finally, we need to make it easier for families to access childcare. Families trust community-based organizations who they work with, and they are unable to access the programs that they are eligible for just by going to a community-based organization. We need to make these reforms, including restoring Promise NYC so that undocumented children can access childcare, and making it going to the full extent of what the state will allow in order to allow families to access extended day, extended care. Thank you so much for all you've done for early childhood. We're really counting on the City Council's leadership to make this a better budget for New York City's children.
Thank you. Joined by Councilmember Brewer, and we have questions from Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you, and good morning to you all. Just two questions. Wanted to find out and let everyone else know, how important is it for the programs that are about to be sunset to be baseline in the budget?
It's extremely important. The need for these programs has only grown. At a time when there's a youth mental health crisis, we can't afford to eliminate a key program that is supporting students and helping them get access to expedited mental health care in 50 high-need schools. Staff has been hired, and baselining the program is essential to ensuring its long-term success and stability. And then I'll just say quickly, we also have seen an increase in the number of newly arrived immigrant students and families. We've had more than 15,000 immigrant students enroll in our city schools new this year. And so this is certainly not the time to be cutting funding for the DOE's Immigrant Family Communication and Outreach Program. If anything, we should be baselining and expanding it. And Promise NYC, for the first time, providing access to all of the city's early childhood education programs for children who are undocumented. We need $20 million just to maintain the current capacity, not to mention serving additional children.
Anyone else? No? And on the grounds for our students with disabilities, what are the issues they face with busing, especially our students in foster care?
We've heard from families, hundreds of families this year, about challenges with bus service. And that really spans a wide range of issues for all students, for students with disabilities, for students who are homeless, for students in foster care. We and our coalition partners are focused this year on pushing for an additional resource, an additional investment for transportation for students in foster care in particular, because that is an area where the city does not yet guarantee bus service or other door-to-door transportation. The law says that the city has a legal responsibility to provide transportation so that students in foster care don't have to change schools when they are placed in foster care or move foster homes. But right now, you can read it right on the DOE's website. It says we will either give students in foster care a bus or a Metro card. For a second grader who's been placed in foster care, a Metro card often is not sufficient to allow them to continue going to their school.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Brewer, followed by Lee.
Thank you. I've been listening, so I appreciate everybody's testimony. I have two questions. Number one, we're constantly hearing from the administration that, the pre-K is not populated, therefore we have to cut. So I want to get your comments on that because it doesn't compute for me. Of course, if you don't tell people, they don't know about it, and they're not going to enroll. So I want to hear about that. And then second, some of you talked about the housing. I know there'll be others, but I am concerned. I want to second what Christine Quinn has been stating over and over again. We need, of course, the 90-day rule, which the City Council has supported, to go away. But also, we need, I think, the vouchers to be increased. I think that would take care of a major housing challenge? Those are my two questions, the vouchers and the lack supposedly of persons participating in the early childhood. And what
I'll
your
start with
experience
the
is.
pre-K question, and I imagine a few of my colleagues will have comments on that as well. So the under-enrollment is really because the enrollment procedures and enrollment process are broken. The city has stopped its outreach, closed its outreach teams that were doing intensive outreach, and there really needs to be a multilingual, community-targeted approach so that families in every neighborhood of the city know what they're eligible for. We also need to make the process of enrolling easier. We can start doing that by allowing community-based organizations to directly enroll families, because there are families who have more trust for community-based organizations that they've had long relationships with, and they see a sign in a wonderful child care center or a family child care home, and they say, I want to put my kid there. And it's a lot easier than going through a process with the centralized enrollment system. So if we increase outreach, and if we make it easier for families to enroll and go through processes to be deemed eligible for extended day programs, I think you'll see a lot more of where that need is.
And just one piece to add on that, I fully agree with everything Gregory said about enrollment procedures. Part of the equation is also staffing. So we have providers in our network who cannot open classrooms because they do not have the staff in order to do it safely and to meet ratio. And so on paper, it looks like, oh, no one wants this 3K service, but in practice, people do, and the providers cannot operate. We see the same dynamic happening in youth programs. On paper, it looks like there's no demand for after school, but in practice, it's that the wages for after-school staff are often minimum wage. You can make a lot more working in jobs that are a lot less labor-intensive than taking care of children, and so it's very hard to hire competitively, and it looks like parents don't want or need after-school when we know that's not the case. It's simply that we need to open these programs safely with the right amount of staffing, and that's been very, very difficult to do lately.
Let me just add in, so for our community, it's especially hard navigating New York City system. There are language barriers, there are cultural barriers, and quite frankly, New York City is a whole lot for someone, especially when they just arrive into this country. So there is extra care and time needed to really helping families and individuals navigate the system, a system that, quite frankly, if you're a born and raised New Yorker, you start trying to figure out 3K and pre-K as soon as your child is born. And for folks who have just newly arrived, like they have not had that time, they have not really adjusted. So you need extra care, and then quite frankly, you need the involvement of the community-based organizations that are trusted in the neighborhoods to really be involved in helping to navigate and enroll that system. And that's why, programs like the LIFE Project and other programs are extremely effective and needed.
With respect to your question about City FEPS and other benefit programs, our clients are struggling to access benefits that they need, quite frankly, including one-shot deals, City FEPS, and cash assistance. We have seen with our clients, HRA is systematically failing to process applications, recertifications, failing to conduct eligibility interviews, either by failing to reach out to clients or maintaining a phone system that our clients can use to call them back, failing to index documents submitted by our clients and social service providers that result in delays, wrongful denials, and inadequate benefit levels. City FEPS needs to be increased. It has to be something that the city it prioritizes. Investing in systems and personnel to actually process applications, to meet with our clients, is needed in order to address the delays and failures. Expanding eligibility for programs like City FEPS is obviously very critical as the city grapples with increasing homelessness and lacking shelter capacity. Someone mentioned earlier about eradicating the 90-day rule. Obviously, that is something that seems like a common sense solution for folks that are looking for stability and have a pathway. They've already been found eligible for temporary housing in DHS. There's no need for them to wait 90 days for them to be able to look for permanent housing. To that same effect, that there are also rules within the shelter system that makes families have to recertify every 10 days. There was a COVID easement that allowed folks to make a very simple phone call, but now that COVID easements have ended, they now need to go back in person, which means that our clients now have to take off a day off work, keep their kids out of school, because they will be there all day and will not be able to pick up their children at the end of the day. And so they are common sense solutions for a lot of the issues that our clients are facing. But it does go back to the city agencies are not staffed enough. And they really need to be able to go through the backlog of cases and then address the dire need of folks that are now accessing benefits and never thought that they needed to before.
Would I be able to have one additional point, if that's okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just say that our organization recently did a study where we spoke directly with families about their early care and education needs, and speaking directly to them, it is clear the need is there, but as everyone has been saying, it's a desire for childcare that meets their specific needs, whether it's extended day full care, it's needing information about what's available, and it's simplifying the process for actually accessing these services, whether that's outreach or sort of the simplification of decentralized enrollment, all these other solutions that people are proposing. So I think it's very clear when you talk to families what their needs are. And I'll say one piece on the housing is that in addition to what was previously said, there are other ways, totally agree on increasing the eligibility criteria around federal poverty level, but we also have things like requirements around chronicity, requirements around having a housing court eviction proceeding before you can enter and get city FEPS. We have issues like you need to come in through DHS in order to get city FEPS, but we have lots of young people included, but also families who may be coming in through as domestic violence survivors, maybe entering HPD, and that pathway is not as accepted as coming through DHS. So there are some other things we can do to look at the pathways through which families and individuals can access city FEPS better.
Thank you very much. You're awesome.
Councilmember Lee, followed by Lewis.
Comment and then question. So I just first wanted to say, coming from the nonprofit side of things, working with you guys for many years, I just want to, for the room, for folks that already know, but we need to highlight again the important work you guys are doing to really serve our city, the most vulnerable populations in our city. And you guys are really doing such incredible work on the ground and doing more with less, which shouldn't be the case. And so we, it's our goal to help you guys as much as possible, and we understand a lot of the challenges that you face. And one of the challenges, and this leads into my question that I sort of know the answer, but I want you guys to state it for the record, and also to talk a little bit about your coalition and your organizations around the issues with the timing of the contracting piece, because I also think that's a huge issue for a lot of nonprofits, especially the smaller ones that serve very specific, culturally, linguistically sensitive communities that don't necessarily have funding to float. And so if you could speak to the average time length of how long some of these contracts get delayed in terms of registration as well as payout, and how many of these organizations struggle to pay staff in a world where we know already, like you guys are saying, staff are underpaid, and then for them not to get paid on time is an even bigger issue. If you could speak to that a little.
So, in terms of registration, contract registration and payment, it depends a lot on the agency. I will say in our experience, we've seen things get slightly better with registrations with agencies like DYCD, DFTA, or NYC Aging. Big challenge areas remain the Department of Education and DHS. And then in terms of payout, wide range. We, and I know Gregory alluded to this, we know providers in the early childhood space, as well as community school providers who contract with the DOE, who sometimes have been waiting for a year on payment, which is a very long time. And if you are a single issue organization, you're just doing ECE, that can really impact your payroll and ability to pay folks. So, we've certainly seen, I would say generally some improvements outside of the DOE. We still have a lot of challenges with the DOE, both in early childhood and other DOE contracted services, but I'll let colleagues speak to other agencies I'm less familiar with.
Councilmember Lee, I'd like to add, this is Joanne. I apologize that I couldn't be there in person. As you know, many of the nonprofit organizations that we work with are small, and so they don't have any reserves. So if they don't get paid, if they don't get the funding, they don't get to pay their staff, yet they continue to perform these services. So it really that is the one common feedback that we do get from our members, that we need to get the funding faster, the contract comes late. Oftentimes, even with our own experience, the contracts come as the year is ending. And so it's a real challenge for us to be able to stay on top of all the requests, the work. Many of our nonprofits are small. There is no way for them to continue the work, but yet, they're not equipped to be able to have fiscal staff who can constantly talk to the city. And so many people are wearing many different hats, and that's a huge challenge for our community. And I think that's something that I really appreciate you answering that question. And I did want to, my camera, I had a little sound problem, but I did want to address the question about baselining some of the services. For many communities, for instance, on mental health, this is all new issue for our communities. It's not the fact that the issue that hasn't existed, but we've been written out of the funding. We've been written out of having access to resources. And so for many of our communities, especially communities of color, getting even a small grants, even a small amount of funding from the council is a huge deal to us. And it really is a life-saving pipeline for us to do programming work. The city has our mental health database, our mental health work is funded out of private dollars, but it would be great to be able to have funding from the council to be able to and baseline it. Sure, that's a pipe dream for communities of color, but it'd be great for us to be able to get funding to even launch a program, because as one of my colleagues said, our communities will go to their trusted nonprofits to be able to access services. The language access is a real issue, and the reality is that our community members will always go to their nonprofits for the information. And so we need to figure out, how do we fund all the people who are actually providing the services, not just providing nonprofit services, but doing the service of the government. I think that's what we need to talk about.
I just want to provide just one example of how difficult it is, running a program and actually getting paid or reimbursed. Aside from all of the other work we do, we were the main organization that was funded for the Ukraine Response Initiative, URI, along with NILAG. This is a program that we started. We hear a lot about asylum seekers coming from the southern border. Depending on who you talk to, 75 to 90,000 individuals who have come to New York from the southern border since last year. We've gotten over 20,000 folks from the Ukraine in New York City since the invasion last year, and we've been servicing those communities as well. We started along with NILAG this program last April, and have yet to receive any funding for our work. So that is over a year since the program started, and that is indicative of, quite frankly, how funding rolls with pretty much any program, whether it's the mayor's side, the council side, DOE, DYCD, you can pick the agency, and quite frankly, the organizations are really debt funding. And as an executive in an organization, I have to make the decision whether I provide the services or what I do internally around, hiring, providing raises, promotions, like what we do for our own staff, as far as the trauma that we're dealing with, because we have to be out there in the community. And we have to make those decisions on a daily basis. And quite frankly, usually we decide to provide the services to the community. And it's really at the detriment of the internals of the organization themselves.
I just echo that specifically in early childhood, we really have reached crisis proportions with the late payments. This was part of what led to the closure of Sheltering Arms. And here we are almost at the end of fiscal year 23, and there are providers who are months and months behind. There are even some providers trying to get payments from fiscal year 2022. So it really has hit a level that it's affecting the quality of programs and their ability to stay open.
What we see sometimes is, quite frankly, some contracts that are registered timely, but then payment after that 25% allowance does not happen. And so then we are trying to then provide services for nearly over a year, or one fiscal year into another fiscal year, trying to still catch up, and then a new 25 shelter allowance. And so then what are we doing here? And so what the resulting factor is, as everybody else is speaking on this panel, is that we have to make really hard decisions. And for NILAG, we're taking out loans to make our payroll. We have to make these tough calls each and every time, trying to see whether or not we will get our invoices approved even after registration, and the back and forth that's necessary even to get that moving is quite onerous on our staff. We have to build our finance department just to keep on track of billing and invoicing, the hours that they have to spend going back and forth on documents that we've already submitted months ago, but now there are questions. It does feel like there are tactical delays within the city agencies to not pay us on time because of perhaps their cash flow issues as well. But us as providers are now faced with issues of, do we have to cut back services because we may not be able to keep taking out loans to keep fronting the city for the very programs that we are mission-centered and want to keep providing.
Thank you for sharing the very real examples that you guys struggle with every day, and that this, along with pay parity, are two of the biggest ones that we need to try to fight for, so thank you.
Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you, Chair. I actually had many of the same questions as Councilmember Lee and Brewer, so I'll yield my time.
Greg, I wanted to ask, the DOE stated that there are thousands of extended day and extended school year seats that are unfilled throughout the city, and because of that, they're scaling back seats. Do you think that's a wise move?
I don't think so, especially as there are opportunities with outreach to fill these seats, and there is increased state funding for extended day, extended year. We are at risk of turning money back to the state when there are families who are really desperate for care. So I think increased outreach, improving our ability to, improving the process to check families for eligibility and enroll them more quickly, allowing presumptive eligibility where a family can be in childcare while they're waiting for their eligibility check will all help to fill these seats. It would be a huge problem and a real step backward for the city not to have these longstanding organizations providing the childcare that we know so many families need.
Okay, thank you.
Alice wanted to respond to that too.
I'll just say again, I'll reiterate, when you talk to families and you ask them what they need, they say, we need slots that work for me. And so this disjoint between what the administration is saying, it doesn't match with what we hear directly from families, and I think many of us do. And echoing everything Gregory said in terms of increasing the ability to let families know about what's available and get them into services. Again, I just think that's out of sync with what we're seeing from families on the ground.
Thank you all very much for all your work. Thank you.
Calling up the third panel, Marion Parkins, Vermont Pierre, Sarah Down, Shaina Marston, Musu King.
Yeah, begin whenever you're ready. You can begin.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Musu King. I am a registered nurse at Lincoln Hospital in the Bronx. I am also the National Local Bargaining Vice President at Lincoln, representing my amazing and courageous nurses. We are fighting for a fair union contract that stops the crisis of understaffing and high turnover at our city public hospitals. H&H confirmed that they spent over $500 million on travel nurses in 2022. That's more than 3 times what it will cost to bring our wages to parity with the private sector. Each day that goes by, the city is losing money from keeping our pay so low. And every day, our patients are suffering the consequences. I work in the emergency department. A typical day is very hectic because there are never enough nurses to do all the work that needs to be done. In the critical care zone of the emergency department, we have 5 nurses, so we should have 5 nurses, so each nurse can safely care for 2 critically ill patients. But usually, each nurse has 6 or 7 patients instead. That's not safe. My number one concern is safety for our patients and safety for our nurses. When patients get frustrated with long wait times or delays in care, they take it out on us. We are trying to take care of everyone at the same time, and that's impossible. As the number 1 level trauma center in the Bronx, we have ambulances bringing people in all day and night. Nurses try to cover each other's patients and fill in all the holes, but it can feel impossible. I have seen very ill patients get fed up and walk out of the emergency room. Short staffing leads to a cycle of frustrated nurses who quit because they can't give patients the care they are trained to give. Every week we have nurses quit. It's not sustainable. Right now, we have more temporary agency nurses than regular staff nurses in the emergency department. More full-time staff nurses are leaving more than before. Since the pandemic, this is the worst I've seen it. During the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic, there were days that I was scared to come home after my shift because I was afraid to get my family sick, especially my youngest daughter, who was only 1.5 years old with multiple heart defects. After all that we have gone through, it's shameful that the city isn't paying us enough to keep qualified nurses on the job. I am tired and I am concerned. I care about my community in the Bronx and want to deliver the best care, but I feel like we are at a breaking point. Health and hospital needs to come to the table and deliver a fair contract that will retain and respect nurses. They need to pay us fairly. We work just as hard as the private hospital nurses, and we need to earn a respectable salary that helps support our families without having to work 2 or 3 jobs, which is not an option for me because I have a sick child at home. We need to earn enough that nurses don't leave after 6 months or a year. It's costing New York City too much to keep nurses' pay so low. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Marian Parkins. I am a registered nurse at Harlem Hospital and a proud member of the New York State Nurses Association. I want to thank the council for taking the time to hear from me today. I strongly encourage the city to direct more funding toward New York City H&H. We are in a staffing crisis. The worst of the COVID-19 pandemic has ended, but heavy patient loads continue. Staffing is the worst that I have ever seen in my time as a nurse. We have more agency nurses working in our hospital than staff nurses. We hire new nurses, but they leave quickly for higher salaries and less stressful work environments. At city hospitals, not enough staff means worse care for our patients. There are long waits, our emergency department is swamped. Sometimes patients choose to leave before receiving the care they need. On our med-surg floor, the nurses have to scan the patient, do all the blood works, and handle emergency. We are doing the work of nurses and ancillary staff. Medication orders must be confirmed before they come back to us incorrectly. During the height of COVID, travel nurses were brought in, but not trained to provide proper care. This doubled the workload on our staff nurses. There are times when staff nurses care for 30 patients at a time. There is no acknowledgement that we are working understaffed. Management is disrespectful when dealing with staff. To provide safe quality care to New York City, we need enough nurses at the bedside. We need permanently trained staff not expensive short-term travel nurses that cost the city too much. Just last year, New York City spent a shocking $500 million on temporary travel nurse contract. There's 3 times that what it would cost to raise our wages to be competitive with the private sector. New York City is bleeding money while our public hospital hemorrhage nurses. There is a simple solution to stop this crisis: pay parity now. It's not only the right thing to do for nurses and our patients, it's the fiscally responsible thing to do for New York City. Pay parity and fair working conditions are both vital for recruiting and retaining nurses from the communities we serve. Our patients can't afford for New York City to delay settling a fair contract for nurses. Thank you for your time today.
Hello, good morning. Thanks to the council and the chair for hearing from us today. My name is Shaina Marston, and I'm a registered nurse and a proud member of NYSNA. I work at Rikers Island Correctional Health for over 5 years. Today, I want to share my testimony about the challenging conditions that nurses currently face at Rikers Island due to the shortage of nursing staff. As we speak, the nursing shortage at Rikers Island is at an all-time high, and it is creating unbearable working conditions for us nurses. We are constantly overworked, overstressed, and undersupported. We are stretched to the limit, and it is affecting our mental and physical health. Working at Rikers Island is challenging, to say the least. The lack of nurses means that we have to work in extremely stressful and unsafe conditions. We are forced to take on more patients than we could handle, which meant that we have to rush through our work and cannot provide the care that our patients need in a timely manner. We are also constantly worried about making mistakes or missing something important, which put our patients' lives at risk. We are expected to provide care for an overwhelming number of inmates, some of whom have serious medical and mental health conditions that require constant attention. We have, at times, 1 nurse covering 2 mental health units totaling over 50 patients. We have 1 nurse working in our clinics at times, caring for medications, narcotics, responding to medical emergencies, performing wound cares, administering injections, performing lab work and vital signs, attending to admissions and discharge, supervising the non-licensed staff, expected to answer all phone calls, create patient medication call-down lists, expected to assist medical providers at every beck and call, and expected to complete all documentation in real time. We're expected to work 12-hour shifts without breaks at times, sometimes for several days in a row, which makes it challenging to provide quality care. Despite all these challenges, we continue to do our best to provide our care for our patients. We are committed to our work, and we want to make a difference in the lives of these inmates. But we cannot continue to work under these horrid conditions. The lack of nurses also means that we are often asked to work overtime, sometimes at several days in a row. This situation makes a work-life balance extremely challenging, as many of us suffers from burnout and exhaustion. It is time for the city to take action and address the nursing shortage at Rikers Island. We need more nurses, more resources, and better working conditions. We need to be supported and valued for the work that we do. We cannot continue to work under these inhumane conditions, and we deserve better. We deserve safe staffing ratios. We deserve pay parity between the public and private sector. We know that the city can afford pay parity for public sector nurses. They spent more than 3 times what our raises would cost on temporary travel nurses last year, over $500 million. It feels like the city is robbing from Peter to pay Paul. Nurses deserve better, and our patients deserve better. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Dowd. I'm a nurse practitioner at Kings County Hospital. I'm a member of the New York State Nurses Association. I've been working for Health and Hospitals since 2017, first as a bedside nurse and now as a nurse practitioner. The nurse understaffing crisis puts care for my patients at risk. If we have a patient that needs an immediate therapy requiring a 1-to-1 nurse-to-patient ratio, that care sometimes gets delayed because we don't have enough nurses. I've seen a patient in acute renal failure who emergently needed dialysis, but there weren't enough nurses, so that dialysis treatment had to be delayed. This is not a theoretical issue. That patient could have died from having their treatment delayed. You could take a minute and think about yourself in that situation as the patient, because that may one day very well be the case. And this is all because we don't have enough nurses. It creates a moral crisis when you have to choose which patient gets care because there aren't enough nurses to meet all of our patients' needs, when you never know if your patients are going to get all of the care that they need in any given day. It leads to burnout among nurses and an unending cycle of understaffing and high turnover. We need a fair contract now that includes pay parity with the private sector. New York City can afford to give us raises. They're spending more on temporary travel contracts to fill staffing gaps than it would cost to give us raises we need to retain staff nurses. Nurses are leaving our public hospitals in droves to work in the private sector where they can make $20,000 a year more in their first year and work in hospitals with better staffing and more resources. Why would anyone choose to stay in a higher stress job for less money when they have other options? That's why nurses don't stay with us. Over 40% leave before they even finish their first year. Last year, as my colleagues have said, the city spent over $500 million on temporary travel nurse contracts, and that's more than 3 times what it would cost to make our wages competitive with the private sector. So we could fill the staffing gaps ourselves with nurses who want to live and work in our communities for the long run. This is about funding health care by New Yorkers for New Yorkers. It should be a no-brainer that our system should be funded in a way that's self-sustaining, in a way that will enable New Yorkers to live and be healthy, where staff can work without getting burnt out and quitting after 6 months, where patients can heal without falling victim to the public health crisis that is short staffing. Frankly, it's disgraceful, after how many bodies we bagged during COVID, after how many lives we saved, that New York City doesn't treat its nurses better than this. We need pay parity now for nurses, for our patients, and for New York City. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Berman Pierre. I'm a member of the New York State Nurses Association and the registered nurse at Henry J. Carter Specialty Hospital, where I've worked for a year. It is a nursing home for patients that need highly specialized care. I'm here today to implore the city to direct more funding toward NYC H&H. We are in a serious staffing crisis, one that is made worse because we cannot retain nurses. I myself am trying to hold out as much as I can, but I love my job. I'm dedicated and care about my patients. I'm a nurse by choice. This was a calling. Working at a public facility in itself, it's calling, because we believe that everyone should have access to quality care no matter their ability to pay or who they are. Right after I accepted the job at Carter, I was offered a job at Montefiore. The salary was considerably more. I turned it down because I had already accepted the offer to work at Carter, where I knew that I had a real opportunity to make a difference. I took pride in the fact that the CNO that hired me said that they needed a nurse like me to be a charge nurse on the vent floor. I was told recently by my supervisor that they were proud of me that I've survived a whole year here. Let that sink in. What that means is that hardly anybody makes it a year. Many don't get that much further than their initial orientation. As soon as they see what the job really entails, they leave. It was chaos from day one. I was expected to cover 32 patients with one other nurse and 2 CNAs. Imagine a number of vents going off at the same time and needing immediate attention. Then on top of it, you're being called to float to other floors to handle admissions that take a lot of time and documentation. We also need to be there for the families of our patients who are advocating for their loved ones, whom they want to see get the best possible care. I know I would want the same. But what can you do in a situation where you have half of the workforce you need for things to run the way they should? It's really hard to have to apologize all the time to patients and family members. Even with foregoing my breaks, it's just impossible to get everything done by the end of the shift. There are wonderful nurses that have been berated and investigated because short staffing prevented them from being able to attend to an issue when they were dealing with 5 other ones at the same time. I believe in the mission of H&H, but it's getting harder and harder for me to sustain my physical and mental health. We are nurses who care a lot, but we don't want to be martyrs in a system that is broken. Our loyalty to H&H needs to be met with dignity and respect. Pay parity is essential to retain enough experienced nurses. We should be able to take care of our families while caring for yours. H&H nurses are mostly Black and brown like me. I love my community and want to serve it. I see myself in my patients. I don't care where they come from or what language they speak. This is an economic justice issue and a racial justice issue. If New York City truly cares about racial and economic justice, you will do the right thing and give public sector nurses pay parity now. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilmember Krishna.
We'll now call up the 4th panel: Chris Mann, Eric Lee, Joelle Balam-Schwan, Ruth Lowenkron, Terry Troya, and Dr. Jeannie D. Cosley. You may begin when you're ready.
Good morning to the Council, and specifically to Chair Holden and members for the Committee on Veterans. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dr. Janine Cosley. I'm the Senior Vice President for Transitional Services at the Institute for Community Living, better known as ICL. ICL helps New Yorkers with behavioral health challenges live healthy and fulfilling lives by providing comprehensive housing, healthcare, recovery services, and shelter services to some of the most vulnerable members of our community. First, thank you to Chair Holden for his support of ICL Borden Avenue Veterans Shelter. It's the only veterans residence dedicated to veterans experiencing homelessness. It's the largest in the Northeast. Chair Holden's leadership with the Department of Veterans Services has helped us secure upgrades to sleeping arrangements across the facility and has helped us to establish meaningful relationships with our community partners in Grubhub. ICL has moved over 100 veterans into permanent housing in fiscal year 2022, over 115 veterans in supportive and independent housing in fiscal year 2023 thus far, and our newest supportive housing development includes 20 units for veterans, but so much more needs to be done. According to DHS, the New York City shelter census is higher than it has been in decades. Many veterans are among them, and despite this great need, the mayor's executive budget proposed a 2.5 cut to DHS and DSS. The cuts would cause devastating impacts to critical services like mental health care, substance abuse care, job training, and this is unacceptable. Additionally, the human service workforce, particularly frontline workers in our shelters, are woefully underpaid. As a result, the turnover levels are astronomical, and we struggle to hire staff and we struggle to maintain staff. The mayor's executive budget did include flexibility for providers to adjust salaries, but it did not include a much-needed 6.5% COLA increase for human service workers. We urge the City Council to support shelter programs like ICL's Borden Avenue Veterans Residence, and to strongly oppose the cuts to DHS and DSS, and to invest in human service workforces to get our veterans off the street and homeless individuals into housing. We need the council and mayor's support to do the right thing by our veterans, and I just thank you for the opportunity today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Lee. I'm Director of Policy and Planning for Homeless Services United. Homeless Services United is a coalition of mission-driven homeless service providers in New York City. Thank you for the opportunity. HSU is extremely grateful to Speaker Adams, Deputy Speaker Ayala, and Chair Brannon, as well as members of the Council for being stalwart champions of homeless services, safety net, and defending the right to shelter for families and individuals. Thank you to Speaker Adams and Deputy Speaker Ayala for your statements at the May 8th General Welfare hearing. Faced with the crisis of rising homelessness and an influx of asylum seekers, the city must do more to strengthen, not cut, the homeless services safety net. The city rightly has a moral and legal obligation to shelter everyone in need, and the city must prioritize adequate resources to the shelter system to fulfill these obligations so that everyone has the choice to go to a safe place. I urge the council to not approve the DHS provider flexible funding peg in the mayor's budget, which would cut 2.5% from all DHS and HRA contracted shelters and programs. This cut would eliminate vacant positions, thereby reducing services within shelter, drive up higher caseloads for remaining staff, and just lower the level of services in general. My written testimony has more detail on how some of that would actually look within programs. I'm extremely grateful to be joined today by a number of staff from HSU member organizations like ICL and Chris from WIN, who will be speaking next. We need a minimum of 6.5% COLA for city contracted homeless service and human services providers within the FY24 budget, given that our programs are struggling with record high turnover and vacancy rates. And we would also like to see parity between city employees and city contracted DHS and HRA nonprofit staff. HSU also endorses the rental assistance package that's comprised of intros 229, 878, 893, and 894, which would, taken together, would help more households avoid shelter as well as quickly exit shelter into permanent housing, which could create more shelter capacity to assist asylum seekers. By preserving service-rich shelters, investing in the nonprofit workforce, and strengthening rental assistance program, the city can be positioned to better assist established as well as new New Yorkers in their time of need. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Brandon, and to the esteemed members of the City Council Committee on Finance for the opportunity to offer testimony today. And thanks to the entire council for your partnership. My name is Chris Mann. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at WIN, the nation's largest provider of shelter and services to families with children experiencing homelessness. WIN operates 14 shelters and nearly 500 supportive housing units across the 5 boroughs. Last night, 6,500 people called WIN home, including 3,600 children. WIN is working tirelessly to contend with the worst homelessness crisis since the Great Depression. However, the homeless shelter system in New York City is at its breaking point. In this year's budget, we're asking that you prioritize solving rather than just managing this crisis by including funding for mental health services in family shelters, increases in provider contracts and salaries, additional aid for asylum seekers, and expanded access to vouchers, and obviously protecting the right to shelter. This past year, WIN worked alongside Councilmember Eric Botcher to help draft and pass Local Law 35, mandating mental health clinicians in shelters for homeless families with children. Unfortunately, the executive budget only included $1 million, far less than the estimated $12 million WIN believes it'll take to actually implement the first phase of Local Law 35. We implore the city to allocate the full $12 million in this year's budget to ensure effective implementation. WIN provides wraparound services that are only made possible by a tireless crew of hundreds of essential human services workers. Their pay is grossly inadequate for the life-saving services they provide to the city. WIN's a proud member of the Just Pay campaign, and along with the folks here, we're demanding a 6.5% COLA at an estimated $200 million. I've submitted written testimony with far more, but I just want to conclude by saying we fully support the City FEP's bill package, look forward to seeing that passed. And I just want to say it's so critical that the FY24 budget invests in essential services, focusing on solving rather than just managing the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilmember Sanchez.
We'll now call up the fifth panel: Donald Nesbitt remotely, Dilcy Ben, Carmen De Leon, and Joe Paleo.
Time starts now.
Donald Nesbitt.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. I was actually trying to meet you, wasn't able to. Thank you for the opportunity, Council. I'm Donald Nesbitt, Executive Vice President for Local 372, New York Education Employees, District Council 37 Aspen. I'm here today to provide testimony on the mayor's proposed budget on behalf of approximately 24,000 members who represent our school children under the leadership of Sean D. Francois I. represents perform essential services to provide assistance and services for our public school children to make sure that they are learning ready. Our school crossing guards make sure that the children cross the street safely in the morning and afternoon commutes. Our school lunch employees unload and serve food every day, including the summers. They continue to feed both students and the community when emergencies arise. They did during the pandemic. Our school aides are with students all throughout the day, engage in numerous activities to support our educational development of our students and help the children get to their buses at the end of the day. Our community titles, parent coordinators, school neighborhood workers, and paraprofessionals work with parents to navigate the Department of Education and work with the Department of Homeless Services to make sure children get to school and have a place to sleep at night. Our substance abuse prevention and mental health and their mental health needs, and substance abuse, gun violence, and bullying, as well as gang prevention and mediation. Many members of Local 372 also are members of the community in which they work in. They are neighbors to our students and their families, and some are parents to school children themselves.
Time expired.
I want to first say thank you to the council and speak on BERS, retirement automatic enrollment. Currently, our members are not allowed to have an optional choice of joining a pension system. Our members are 55%. 55% of our members that actually join BERS. 71% are female. Average age is 36 years old, and average salary is $31,000 or less. New York City should offer automatic enrollment to the Board of Ed retirement system due to these. It's actually good for the city, as the city is when these same employees decide to retire. Financing for this can be paid by the actuary's report, which shows there's an $8 billion cliff that the city will not have to pay in the years to come. In the next 10 years, as investments have done well at the retirement system. Today, there was a report issued throughout the NYPD that there should be cuts to. I'm sorry if I'm breaking up, and I apologize. There was something that was circulated throughout the NYPD that there should be cuts of almost 500 school crossing guards. And we push back at that. There are already more vacancies that need to be filled for the safety of our children. School lunch employees, we're asking that there's an increase that there is 1,000 school lunch employees that are hired as school lunch employees.
Expired.
Already understaffed. I have submitted the written testimony. I'm sorry for my reception being shaky, but I've submitted the testimony, a written testimony for the council, and I thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Donald.
Good morning, Chairman Brannon and fellow council members. My name is Dilsey Ben. I'm the president of Local 1505 of DC 37, representing close to 1,000 city park workers, also known as CPWs, as well as seasonal workers who primarily work in the New York City Parks and Recreation Department in all 5 boroughs, performing cleanup and conducting maintenance in all city parks. I was here in March during a preliminary budget hearing, and I am back today requesting funding for the 100 CPW staff positions in the Parks Department. In my testimony at the preliminary budget hearing in March, I requested additional 1,000 junior entry-level positions to be added to the Parks Department. These positions could be a pipeline for many people to gain full-time employment for, working for the city. The City Council heard our request and included an additional 1,000 entry-level positions in parks, and in response to the mayor's fiscal year 24 preliminary budget. It was disappointing to see that the mayor did not include it in his fiscal 24 executive budget. Furthermore, we wouldn't have to come back every year requesting the CPW's positions in the Parks Department were funded at 1% of the city's total budget. If this were to happen, many of the budget requests would be fully funded and we would not have to engage in this budget dance every year. Now the weather is beautiful outside. The parks are being heavily utilized. It is critical to have city park workers and seasonal workers more than ever. There's plenty of work to be done to maintain and clean these parks day in and day out. On behalf of my members, I want to thank our partners in the Playfair Coalition for always standing with us and advocating alongside for us for more funding for parks and pushing for the 1% for parks. We will not stop until we get there. Lastly, I would like to thank the City Council for working with us to restore parks workers' positions and recognizing the hard work of my membership. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'll be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess I'll go next. Okay. Thank you, City Council people, for having us here. My name is Joe Pulio. I am the president of Local 983. We represent the Urban Park Rangers, the Parks Enforcement Officers, the Associate Park Service Workers, and all the city's seasonal aides. Okay, for the last 20 years, we've been advocating 1% for parks. You know, we're not there yet. We wish to be there sooner than later. This would probably alleviate a lot of the issues that we have here today. We have a lot of park usage in our parks for various reasons, and I think all of you know why. Our parks need workers. They need them now, okay? The salaries that are out there are not as competitive as they once were for our parks people. You can work at Chipotle's, you can work at Starbucks for the amount of money that our members make. And with the work that they perform, a lot of them, unfortunately, would rather prefer to be in an air-conditioned environment rather than be on the beach and deal with crowds and things as such. Last week alone, we lost 9 parks enforcement officers. Why did we lose them? Because the salary structure does not permit them to stay. They are pre-qualified for all sorts of other law enforcement positions. They go to state police, they go to NYPD, they go to Suffolk County, they go to Nassau County. They are the pick of the bunch when it comes to law enforcement. We need to keep them. We need our numbers to go up. We cannot have this skeletal crew in our parks. Our urban park rangers are always subjected till the final moment for them, whether they know they have a job or not for the next year. We need the funding. We need the funding now, and we appreciate all the efforts and help that you've done in the past, but we need more now. Thank you again. I appreciate your time.
Just turn your mic on.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, City Council, Chairman Brennan. Thank you. My name is Carmen De Leon. I am the president of Local 768 of the Professional and Healthcare Division. I am a respiratory therapist, and I am also a lifelong citizen of New York City. I am here today on behalf of the members of DC 37, my local as well, and I need to, I guess, state here that we need pay parity. And why do I say that? I say that not just for those in the healthcare profession, but all across. My local is an eclectic local. When you go to sit down and eat in a restaurant, my member has been there to inspect it to make sure that it is safe for you to eat. Your water supply is helped and maintained by members in my local. Rikers Island, we provide mental health services through licensed creative arts therapists, social services. And so I'm here to say that I am bleeding out members to the private sector. My members, I have dental assistants who received a pay increase, but it is way below where they should be. Their pay increase, I had looked it up. One of my members as a dental assistant went to $45,000 from about $37,000, $38,000. A single parent with 2 kids on that salary, they're below the poverty level. And how do we as a city say that these workers, my members, are valuable if they are living below the poverty line? I'm also concerned about the cuts to the city services because those things will impact my members. Members of mine during the pandemic had to choose whether they could stay and do mandated overtime or whether they had to go and pick up their child because the local libraries were not available to them. Because their kids after school will go there until they come out from work, or someone will come and pick them up, or an after-school program that holds their child until 5:30. So these things are important services, not just to the communities, but to the workers of the city. They provide these services that allow my members to be able to go to work. Open schools that open early in the morning at 7:30 allow my members that have to be at work at 8 o'clock in the morning to be able to drop their kids off and report on time. So these services across the board are important. When you talk about cuts to CUNY, those things will affect my members. There are only 2 respiratory care programs, and they are BMCC and Westchester Community Colleges. So when you talk about cuts to those programs, you talk about the impact. That then overflows into the care that one might receive at a hospital. Because when you put the burden on nurses to now become a respiratory therapist or to have to clean a patient, you increase their patient load and their time and the quality care that you or your loved ones may receive at the hospital. When you talk about social services and my social workers that work in all facets of the city, you're talking about mental health services that may not be able to be given promptly or properly because they are overworked. And when I say overworked, they're carrying caseloads of 100 or 40. That's unheard of. So I'm asking you here all today to please, as much as you can, fight for the city workers, fight for the restoration of the funding for these vital services. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilmember Barron. Joe, how many PEP officers do we have right now?
Probably 200 and something now because the numbers are drastically declining and we're not able to hire them in time. Like I said, the level of attrition has skyrocketed because of all the other opportunities that are out there and available for them. I mean, we're working on a contract. We're trying to, have some city matching funds, which I hope OLR will allow us to do. That'll help a little bit, but I don't think it'll solve the problem. We need more people in the parks itself. And I'll work on with City Council, with the OLR, to see if we can, at this next contract, get them some increments in the middle of their careers, because that's what they usually do. They come on, they basically at $50,000, but they don't see any dramatic increases till later on in their career. And at that juncture, they start to turn around at age where NYPD won't take them anymore, and these other police. So we want to make it more attractive to them. We'd appreciate any help that you could provide with us on that. But definitely, the beaches are going to be crazy, this summer. We have all the influx of the migrants in our parks, and we don't have the federal funding we had during COVID. So that means we're going to be down a couple thousand people that could have been available to us previously. And with the influx of these new people coming into our parks, it's going to be a real struggle, to say the least.
Thank you. Councilman Osei.
Thank you for your testimonies. The only question I was going to ask is, how is the DC 37 contract that I think was recently signed, how is that going to affect in the pay of some of these parks workers?
Okay, I was referring specifically to the Urban Park Rangers PEP officers. Okay. They're considered uniforms, so they have a separate and apart contract from DC 37. Okay. So we actually negotiate directly with them as opposed to collectively with all the other titles. So I'm hoping that OLR will be receptive and allow what they do with like the police officers and give us an extra percentile or so, to make it more attractive and maybe even use some matching funds in the percentages, so it would motivate them to stay rather than leave. They all love the job. It's just that they see what's outside and what their qualifications are, and the training that we provide them, makes them too attractive to other people, and they gobble them up because they're basically pre-screened, for other jobs, and they don't have to worry about, how they'll perform.
And contract benefited my members. My members, I have more members in parks than any other title, and we are the maintenance and operations. The CPWs are mostly out there doing most of the work alongside Joe members. But they started, my people started, got at $18 an hour with the contracts, and we appreciated that. But it can never be enough. I have over 1,000 members. I have members that are homeless. They work for the city of New York, which I think is a shame. Okay? I've been here over 34 years. I made $46,000 last year. Okay, they don't pay us enough to do what we do, but we do it. My members do it every day. Okay, and they do it and they come back and they do it over and over again. But the contract did raise the minimum wage to $18 an hour, which is still not enough. Okay, you got to remember one thing: if you got a family, if I got people that have families, I don't have. My kids are grown, but I have people that have families. How do you support your family on $46,000 a year? That's because I've been here so long. My members that haven't been here that long only make 30-something thousand. I think it's like 36, 37. It's sad that we work for the city of New York and that we are struggling like this, and we have to struggle to get to work. The child care services that was put into the contract, into the budget, I thank y'all for that because it really helps my members. But it can never be enough. $18 an hour. People at McDonald's got more than we got. And during COVID, everybody and their kids ran to the parks department. Everybody was out there. We had toilets overflowing. I had 6 of my members that died because we had no choice but to go to work. We can't work from home. We are maintenance and operations, but my people came out here and did it every day. And I got to thank the Play Fair Coalition because I can show you the garbage piled up, the urinals that were piled up. I can show you thousands of people in the parks. I can show you the garbage that wasn't picked up. This is what we do every day. Okay, I got people out here in 100-degree weather with lawnmowers, weed whackers. Like I said, this is what we do every day. And when the summer when it comes up, I got more people coming out into the parks. So we need to help. I got people 40, 50 years old shoveling snow. Okay, this is what we do, but we're not getting paid enough anyway you cut this. All right, but I do thank you for what y'all did for us in the budget. I thank you for that.
I'm sorry, I just want to say one more thing. When we're also talking about parity, we have to talk about parity with the private sector. And the reason why that is because we're losing a lot of city workers, workers that have been generational. Their grandparents, their parents themselves were told to come work for the city. You're gonna have a good job, okay? And I can tell you right now, when I came in, I'm a brand new president, I'm 2.5 years in, all right? And I looked at the salaries of the city workers and I couldn't believe it. My first priority, because I knew what I knew from my profession, was to get us as close as we could to the private sector. The minute I did that, the private sector got another raise. I am bleeding out social workers, I am bleeding out respiratory therapists, I'm bleeding out exterminators who go do rat and mosquito abatement for the city, okay? So when we don't have parity with the private sector, these hiring halls are great. But once people start to understand that they can go and make money somewhere else, they are out the door. I have social workers in the hospital who will stay a year, get that experience, fresh out of school, and then go to the private sector. I can't keep up. I have HR directors saying to me, please, can you look at hiring social workers, dental assistants, and respiratory therapists? As of today, there is an expected shortage of respiratory therapists until the year of 2025. If those programs in CUNY get cuts for funding, that is going to lead to even bigger shortages within my field, the nursing field, and so forth. So we want to run a good city. People come to this city. I have immigrants who come from other countries to get health care from our New York City hospitals. Okay? They will get the money together to fly to get health care in New York City. And that says a lot, but we're straining the system, and we're not even going to discuss the asylum seekers who need all types of health care. So I really am urging the council and the mayor's office to take a look at parity pay. You know, we had an equity panel. I'm thankful that we had that money come again to the city and to DC 37. But let me tell you, what that parity pay as a respiratory therapist gave me after I put my life on the line during the COVID pandemic, during the H1N1 pandemic, I've been a therapist for 21 years. They gave me $685. That was it. That's not parity for me. That doesn't even cover my groceries and some of my utilities now when you take a look at it based on the way prices. I blinked, I went to the supermarket one day, stuff that I bought was $35, is now $70. So we need to look at this, and I understand that we're basing it on inflation, and the inflation rate is going down, but it's not enough. There's no recovery, and please understand, historically, DC 37 members have taken zeros on our contracts in order to be able to stay employed and help run this city. And since that time, there has been no real catch-up. This is the first contract that we've gotten that has gotten some real catch-up, but it's not enough in today's given economy. Thank you for the time.
Absolutely, and thank you to the three of you for testifying. Not only do we need to look at parity pay, but New York City alone is a city of 112 billionaires, right? There needs to be a wealth tax on those who are using some of the public goods that you all, work within, whether it's our parks, our public spaces as a whole. The money exists here in the city, it exists here in the state. There's so much that we could do, but also our state partners can do in terms of providing you all, your members, and the federal, of course, the pay that you deserve. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
We're going to call up the next. We're going to call up the next panel: Daniel Clay, Robert Ramos, Olivia Duong, and Rafael Espinal.
I'm going to try to do this in 2 minutes, so just give me some leeway. Thank you to the City Council members for this opportunity to speak on an issue that is dear to my heart, education. My name is Robert Ramos. I am the president of DC 37 Local 205. I represent 3,000 daycare workers throughout the 5 boroughs. As a product of the New York City public school system, an educator for 21 years, and a father of 3 young men, I understand the impact equality, early childhood education, and K-12 education can make on people's lives, how it is an instrument for upward mobility, how it can transform families and communities for the better. With all the levels of education under attack throughout the country, with teachers and schools being censored, New York City must do better. We must increase early childhood education and K-12 funding so that our children can learn to think critically, fight for social justice, become our future leaders, and build a better society. Finally, I want to ask the mayor and the city council to honor early childhood education staff and educators who were deemed essential workers during COVID and worked tirelessly to keep New York City children safe while their parents helped to fight COVID and keep the city running. Early childhood teachers and staff, who are mainly women and people of color, are underpaid compared to their counterparts in the DOE while working longer hours all year round. We ask that the City Council allocate increased funding for early childhood education into the budget, which the mayor failed to do so. This will allow the city to negotiate in good faith a fair collective bargaining agreement that includes pay parity for teachers, wage increases for support staff, the reinstitution of longevity and vacation days, as well as other important items. It will also honor early childhood education teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and fellow council members. My name is Olivia Duong, and I am the president of Local 3778 of DC 37, representing 300 civilian NYPD professional titles, such as criminalists, city research scientists, architects, and engineers. I'm here to highlight a group that doesn't get a lot of spotlight, but has been providing essential public safety services in the background for a long time. The forensic scientists, or criminalists, working at the NYPD Police Laboratory. The criminalists of the police laboratory of the NYPD Detective Bureau are forensic scientists who analyze different types of evidence involved in an alleged crime, such as drugs, latent fingerprints, gunshot residue, firearms, etc., using accredited scientific methods. We provide investigative information to detectives and our scientific findings to the assistant district attorneys across all 5 boroughs, as well as the federal government. Criminalists also testify in court as expert witnesses to the results of our analyses. Our testimony educates juries to make informed and fair verdicts. Throughout the pandemic, criminalists were deemed essential workers for our role in public safety, and we answered the call. Council members, there is an urgent need for a new laboratory building. Currently, there are just under 400 employees, forensic chemistry, firearms analysis, crime scene departments that work out of a 5-story building in Queens built in 1930. Originally a department store, refitted as a college university, and most recently a chemical laboratory. The current facility is outdated and in a state of constant repair and disrepair. I believe testimony from our former Chief of Forensic Investigations Division, given a few years ago, mentioned how urgently we need a new home. Millions of dollars have been put in and continue to be put in just to ensure the roof does not leak. Our operations have long outgrown the space provided for our testing needs. For example, we have analysts analyzing bulk controlled substances in a small closet-sized room for weeks at a time. We have laboratory spaces where there are up to 20 people in a room and constant traffic flow around fume hoods where hazard chemicals are being used. Our lounges are overcrowded, not able to accommodate staff having lunch or breaks. No training and meeting spaces are difficult to coordinate. I asked the committee to consider my testimony for this item in the NYPD capital budget on behalf of the civil servants who are rarely seen or heard, but make a profound impact to public safety in New York City. In spite of the many facility challenges we face, my colleagues have strived to maintain the highest quality and integrity of their own forensic work for the citizens of New York City every day. Chair Brannon, I will submit a more detailed version of my written testimony for the record, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Brannon and members of the City Council, for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Rafael Espinal, and I'm a proud Brooklyn native and the former City Council member of the 37th District, which is now represented by the amazing Sandy Nurse. I feel incredibly fortunate to speak before you today as the President and Executive Director of the Freelancers Union. But before I begin, I just want to express our solidarity with DC 37 and all the public service workers who are advocating for pay equity and all of the necessary needs that they need to provide quality work for all New Yorkers. Freelancers Union is the largest and fastest growing independent worker organization in the country. In New York City, which is our home, we represent over 50,000 freelancers working in a diverse number of essential fields, such as service providers, accountants, healthcare workers, media workers, and artists. In 2019, in a survey conducted with the Mayor's Office of Media Entertainment, we found that 30% of New Yorkers were performing freelance work. offering valuable skills, efficiency, and on-demand labor to New Yorkers, small businesses, and larger companies. Currently, the number of independent workers is rapidly increasing as more individuals are seeing the benefits of the work. Let's not fail to mention the immigrants, like my parents, or the asylum seekers arriving here every day, who turn to freelance work to help them assimilate to our city financially. The street vendor, the domestic worker, the general contractor, the small business owners in Bay Ridge and in East New York. Independent work offers individuals higher wages, schedule flexibility, and the freedom of management. However, without the necessary support or representation, independent workers face a myriad of challenges when creating and maintaining a successful career. The Freelancers Union, with its nonprofit working today, helps bridge this vital gap in support and resources by providing insurance benefits, legal training, advocacy, and community to these workers. Freelancers Union has also fought for and won protections for freelance workers, like the nation's first Freelance Isn't Free Act, to protect folks from non-payment right here in the city. But we're not stopping there. Our goal is to create an independent workers financial services team that will be dedicated to providing free support for freelancers in filing taxes and other financial support needs. In addition, we intend to enhance the safeguarding measures for our members through the establishment of a legal services division dedicated to addressing concerns including contract matters, licensing, copyright, and non-payment issues. And we are kindly seeking the council's backing in facilitating the development of these initiatives. We also run a freelancers hub in partnership with MOM, which is a free co-working space in Brooklyn that provides freelancers the opportunity to book a free desk, be able to network, build community, have direct access to our workshops and legal and financial clinics. If the COVID-19 pandemic taught us anything, it's that now more than ever, independent workers need access to the support and resources that can foster successful solo careers. In order to meet growing needs of our community, we turn to the City Council to provide additional support for independent workers through the low-wage worker support, legal services for the working poor, and the job training and placement initiatives. We're extremely grateful for the leadership from the Council and the Speaker, and we respectfully urge for you all to support these programs in fiscal year 2024. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Freelancers Union and New York's 1.3 million freelancers. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next panel is Lucy Sexton, Lisa Gold, Charlotte Martin, Christopher Durasinmi, David Freudenthal, Sheila Lewandowski, and Rosalind Barber. After which we will call up a remote panel. The first remote panel will be Andy Minguez, Alice Bufkin, Susan Lerner, Chauncey T. Young, Tiddy Abreu, and Andre Ward.
You can begin when you're ready, whichever. Start left to right, whatever you want. Sure, go ahead.
Good morning. Not anymore. Good afternoon. My name is Sheila Lewandowski. I am co-founder, executive director of the Chocolate Factory Theater in Long Island City, Queens, in Councilmember Wan's district. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I just want to start with, I think austerity, for me, is code for oppression. And I would like us to stop using that term. I understand what it is to have to live on a budget. I live on a budget. I grew up in dirt poor where we had no water and heat in New York City, but austerity is a way to oppress people. I am here today with my colleagues to ask for, first time in history, adding $40 million to the baseline funding for the Department of Cultural Affairs, invest an additional $10 million to more equitably and fully fund the city's cultural ecosystem, to be split equally between CIGs and the CDF grantees. But I do want to come back to my words about thinking about austerity. The moment now is critical. The mayor and you are in positions of power to define a narrative of what New York City stands for. Should we further starve our economy and our people? Starving the beast and oppression and austerity all go together, and you guys know better than I do the history of starving the beast and what it means. Culture and its expression through the arts is a way to build greater equity and shared responsibility for the future of the city. We uplift each other's stories, beauty, songs, dances, gardens, and through that we keep transforming the city into one where all all trickles up and not down and throughout, as opposed to trickling down like what spills down. No need to get into more graphics on that. Culture in New York City is one of the major reasons hybrid and virtual workers will choose to continue to live in New York City and have their children be taught here in New York City, and why refugees and migrants come, many of whom we had at the chocolate factory on Mother's Day, who didn't want to leave because we were their living room that day. Culture is one of the major reasons they stay. We do not ban books here. We do not ban dances. We do not ban expressions, makeup. Anyway, please fund culture. It is for all of us, and it is why people live and stay here. It's our economy, too. You want to transform buildings into more housing? People aren't going to live there if we don't have an identity of the city. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Chair Brannon, members of the committee. I'm David Freudenthal. I'm from Carnegie Hall. I'm here today testifying on behalf of the Cultural Institutions Group and our chair, Coco Killingsworth. Well, I just want to start by saying Sheila said it, and there it is. That captures our case. I want to thank you for your past support for arts and culture across the city. And the CIG joins with our cultural colleagues to ask that your budget reflect the value that our institutions bring to our city. As you heard, it's all about the base. The $40 million that was added at adoption in 23, we urge that be restored and baselined, and the additional $10 million to be split evenly between the CIG and the program groups. This is key to create more stability and equity within our sector. We also urge the restoration of all the council initiatives. Please ensure that our organizations can develop and maintain their workforces sustainably. Culture, as Coco said, culture is the very heartbeat of our city. We're community anchors for employment, for commerce, for social connection. We're the lodestar of our city's economic revitalization, our continued growth. We are essential human service providers with our partners in government. Our ranks of the CIG include some of the most vital cultural, science, and artistic institutions in the world. We're the core of the cultural economy and we make New York the greatest city. The diversity of our offerings is our greatest strength, and we strive to create equitable cultural opportunities for New Yorkers in every borough. There's no part of our city's life that we don't impact. Parks, schools, businesses. The return on our institutions is outstanding. We hope to be able to continue that work with your support. I have to include how much our sector is struggling at this point. We're not back to where we were in 2019, and we face severe impacts to our programs and services if this essential funding is left out of our budget, out of your budget this year, and we're left behind. We stand ready to partner with you to meet the challenges that our city faces. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Brannon, Chair Osei. Thank you. My name is Lisa Gold, and I'm the Executive Director of the Asian American Arts Alliance. And we are a 40-year-old nonprofit service organization that works to ensure greater representation, equity, and opportunities for AAPI artists and arts organizations across all 5 boroughs of the city. I'm here because I want you to know that I'm counting on you to ensure that arts and culture funding is included in the budget priority list, and that you champion a baseline increase of $40 million for the Department of Cultural Affairs and allocate an additional $10 million to that baseline to stabilize our organizations. Ensuring equitable distribution of DCLA funding to ensure that BIPOC organizations like ours, disabled, LGBTQIA+, and older communities, historically underfunded organizations that comprise and service these populations, they need to receive the financial support administered by DCLA in an equitable fashion. We all know that culture is the envy of the world. Our culture is the envy of the world, and it's a major economic driver for generating thousands of jobs, and it is the engine that powers the tourism in New York City. And we know that the arts make a smart investment in our city as they lead to improved outcomes in health, mental health, physical health, education, and safety for all of us. an example, like our community, the API community is under attack. I mean, physically, literally. And through the power of the council's Cultural Immigrant Initiative, we were able to give 30 artists microgrants to present acts of creative care for their community, empowering both the artists and their communities. We reached more than 50,000 New Yorkers through this program. And it was traditional folk songs, in-language videos, dance workshops, working with senior communities. This is the power of the arts. And so I want to thank you for your continued support of A4 and the cultural community, and all of our cultural workers at API and not that contribute so much to our city. So please ensure that the New York cultural sector continues to be the envy of the world by funding DCLA at an appropriate level for a world leader in culture. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for holding today's hearing, Chair and Council members. My name is Charlotte Martin. I'm the Director of Access Initiatives at the Intrepid Museum. In this capacity, I have the privilege of overseeing the museum's Veterans Access Initiative that includes a range of programs and resources for current and former service members and their families. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the general financial support of the City Council Committee on Veterans over the years through the Veterans Community Development Initiative. I want to thank them for the ongoing effort to connect veterans with one another and with cultural resources like the Intrepid Museum. At the Intrepid Museum, our mission is to advance the understanding of the intersection of history and innovation in order to honor our heroes, educate the public, and inspire future generations. Centered on a former Navy aircraft carrier, we have long engaged veterans through Veterans Day and Memorial Day events, such as Fleet Week happening right now, a robust volunteer program, and free admission for veterans. In fall of 2015, we also launched free family programs that welcome active military families looking for an opportunity to explore the city, recently returned veterans looking a way to spend time and reconnect with family, and older veterans sharing their experience with family members for the first time. We started offering free tours for a PTS support group at the Bronx VA, and we now offer free in-person and virtual tours to any veterans organization. We soon expanded to offering Intrepid After Hours, which are evening programs exclusively for current and former service members with behind-the-scenes opportunities, veteran-led community workshops, catered dinner, and plenty of bonding across branches, service eras, and post-service experience. Thanks to City Council funding, we're able to schedule these more regularly and bring in high-quality veteran artists and performers and open up to a wider audience. We also began offering special Veterans Plus programs, including film screenings, performances, pride events, and others. We've benefited from special trainings from community partners and the advice and feedback of our Council of Veteran Advisors. We've also, other recipients of city funding, including Sage Vets, Josephine Herrick Projects, and others have been crucial partners and advocates for their constituents. And as part of Fleet Week, we actually have we're excited to offer a premiere performance of Exit 12 dance company Truths Colliding that'll bring together veterans, military family members, and refugees who've been shaped by experiences of war. And our goal is to foster community and connection, both in person and online among veterans, including those who frequently feel excluded from traditional veteran spaces, including exploring narratives that we have not previously been able to do, such as their upcoming program on the contributions and experiences of LGBTQ service members and military children. The Veterans Community Development Initiative has been crucial to the growth and impact of the museum's programs for veterans and their loved ones, and we respectfully ask that the council advocates for the continuation of funds for this initiative as it is more important than ever. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Brannon and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Chris Durasimi, Director for Government and Community Affairs for the Wildlife Conservation Society and a member of the Cultural Institutions Group. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. This budget season, we've seen the culmination of our increased activity and need for our services grow by leaps and bounds during and after the pandemic. I echo my colleagues' request that the $40 million adopted in FY23 be restored and baseline in FY24, and an additional $10 million to be split evenly between the CIG and our program group partners to create more stability and equity within the sector. Our 34 institutions alone employ over 11,000 full and part-time staff, including 5,000 union members. They live here, contributing to the communities where they live and work, Include our CDF partners, and you'll see that every neighborhood in New York City is impacted by the culture and art community that is asking for your leadership. Beyond the economy, our ability to pivot and meet emerging needs quickly and skillfully when called upon cannot be overstated, and that agility can only be maintained with consistent and sustained funding. We've partnered with the city time and time again during crises, during the pandemic, during the creation of ID.NYC, and currently we're exploring ways to help with asylum seekers that are meaningful and impactful. We provide an array of programs and services to specific communities and demographics through personalized, institution-specific work. One example, WCS led the effort to bring 8 science-based CIGs together, forming Side Network. The council has enabled us to support teen internships for youth with a focus on populations historically underrepresented in STEM-based careers. Collectively, we provide over 900 paid internships to NYC youth and looking to increase that number to 1,200 by next year. 74% of our interns are youth of color. We serve STEM career development centers, supporting young New Yorkers as they build their STEM skills, professional experience, and social capital. This workforce development initiative is the first of its kind in New York City, providing paid internships with wraparound services for thousands of youth throughout our city. Personally, I'm a man from Brownsville and aspire to become a public servant. But today, I serve in a different purpose of great need, to ensure those who look like me and you access the available resources of renowned institutions that we thought we did not belong in before. Now we are here, ensuring access, opportunity, and advocacy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and your leadership as the city rebounds from the pandemic and rises to higher heights.
Thanks. I'm Lucy Sexton. I'm with the city's largest cultural advocacy coalition, New Yorkers for Culture and Arts. Chair Brannan, Council, we know that you are all dealing with so many critical issues in this budget, and we are here today to say that culture is also a critical issue. We have heard about the mental health crisis among our children, right? I'm going to reference one program, Queens World Film Festival, in a public school in Queens, dealing with a 5th grader who was selectively mute. And he not only engaged in the film program, he got up when there was time to show it, and he talked on the microphone to his whole school. The principal burst into tears. She said, in 5 years, I have never heard him speak. So when we say that art helps with mental health, it is real. You talk about the migrant crisis. I ask you to look at organizations like the Clemente Center in the Lower East Side and many other organizations across the city who are not only providing clothing and other material goods for newly arrived migrants, but are also producing cultural programs by them and for them, because housing is super, super important, and culture is what makes a community, culture is what makes it home. This is critical work. I also will say that, we know you're facing a tough budget. We are revenue generators. Broadway brings in hundreds of millions of dollars, $54 billion in tourism income. Broadway is one of the leading attractors of that. No less than 9 of the shows on Broadway right now were generated from New York's nonprofit theaters. The city needs Broadway to bring in that money. Broadway needs the nonprofit theaters to bring them the work, and the nonprofit theaters need you to keep us going and to keep that pipeline going, not only generating money, but generating jobs for New York artists. I also want to say that we are helpful to keeping the tax base here. I lived through the 70s when the middle class was leaving. Why are people going to live here in New York City when they can work anywhere remotely? They're going to live here because their kids can take dance classes down the street, because they can go see shows at night, because they can visit fantastic museums and gardens and zoos on the weekends. So I ask you to invest in us to stabilize our cultural ecosystem, because we are critical to our neighborhoods, to our communities, to our cities, to our economies, to our emotional health. The baseline, I will add, has not been increased in a decade. We can no longer live in this, will we get it, will we not, we'll be able to have this job next year, we'll be able to fund this workforce next year, or will it go away? Will that program for kids who are street dancers, and they had a program at Gibney, across the street at Gibney Dance, to train them in how to do stagecraft and how to learn how to do lights and make their work for the stage, that program went away. Right? It was a great program. It is exactly what we need to take kids like Justin Neely and others dancing in the subways and build them into the infrastructure of our cultural economy. We need those programs, and we need them to be stable. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Lucy, for your words. And my name is Kate Madigan. I'm here on behalf of the Public Theater to encourage you to make the arts and cultural funding a significant priority in this budget. As Lucy said, the baselining has not been increased in over a decade. This is incredibly problematic as the cost to provide services has steadily increased, as we've said. These include audiences are not returning at the higher levels as they were before the pandemic. Production costs are higher due to extreme inflation and supply chain issues still. Lost revenue due to pandemic-related cancellations and postponements of engagements is high. Our commitment to free programming relies on donors who are impacted by the current economic environment as well. So the public and other CIGs and CDF recipients are part of this reality. What is at stake is the survival of our organizations and our programs. Such as the public, we produce Free Shakespeare in the Park, which has been in production for the past 60 years, served millions of people with hundreds of extraordinary productions featuring the greatest artists of our time, all for free. The public's downtown Astor Place offerings include an annual slate of new plays and musicals from dynamic artists as diverse as the city we live in that also go on to Broadway, and countless community engagement and emerging artist programs that serve seniors, youth, and everyone in between in dozens of neighborhoods scattered across every borough. These programs and other colleagues' programs generate thousands of jobs for cultural workers and serve almost 500,000 New Yorkers each year. There is not a part of New York life that CIGs do not impact, from our parks to our schools to our businesses. Every part of our city benefits from the work of the cultural sector. The return on your investment in our institutions is outstanding, and we hope to be able to continue our work with your support. As a representative of the CIG, I join with my colleagues and peers across the city and respectfully but firmly ask that the budget reflects the value our institutions and our partners at the Department of Cultural Affairs bring to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I know that the SIGs, or the cultural institutions, and the cultural institution group stepped up during the COVID crisis. How can culture continue to be a partner in the city's response to the migrant crisis that we're seeing right now?
I would say that as you heard in all of our testimony, it is in our DNA to be partnered with the city in serving New Yorkers, many of them in high-need situations, with free programs, with a whole host of services. We are eager to be in that role with the city. Your first mandate is, it's food and shelter. There's a crisis with, 600 people come in a day. The scale of this is massive. But there is a role for culture, for the, what do those parents do with their kids? To go to a garden on their free day, to go to one of Carnegie Hall's free family programs. It's about how we package that, how we give it to you to be communicating as part of your engagement with the asylum seekers. We think that there's lots of opportunity for us to be partners with you in this space, just as we did with COVID.
And I just want to add to that, while the immediate need right now is housing and food, we also must reckon with the fact that they will be here for a long period of time. And so their children will be going to our schools, their families will be coming to our institutions, their youth will be entering the workforce in a couple of years, right? And so our cultural institutions really serve at the precipice, at the forefront of providing these opportunities for these asylum seekers.
Can I just add one thing?
Sure.
Is we're using the term CIGs, and the entire cultural sector responded to the crises of the past few years, as well as currently. I mean, the Chocolate Factory is not a CIG. I think of Queensboro Dance Festival in Queens, Asian American Arts Alliance, and many of us who are not CIGs. We also distributed food, clothing. We have served, done programs with and for the different communities, including the migrant communities that are here now. So we are all working together. I just want, sometimes with language, we lose sight of everybody together.
And
I will just add that when you talk mental health, and my co-parent is with the city's Be Heard program, going out and dealing with mental health crises all the time, and she says she is seeing more and more mental health crises in the newly arrived migrants. These people have been traumatized. They have been through hell, excuse my language, and the things which connect you with joy, with community, going to a place which is playing music, which is allowing you to meet your community, meet people who already live here, that is a critical part of keeping people sane and safe and integrating them into our city.
And I know that the cultural sector also provides thousands of jobs and even good paying union jobs for the people of our city. I wanted to ask, what impact would an increased baseline have on your workforce?
I'm going to jump in and just back that up for 1 second. The sector right now is in crisis. I am talking to large organizations who are talking about cutting 25% of their workforce. I mean, cultural anchors. I am talking to large theaters that are talking about doing a third of the programming they were doing pre-pandemic. I'm talking to everyone in the sector who is facing deficits. You then have smaller groups which were already fragile and not funded enough, and they are really falling off the cliff. We had a crazy CDF cycle this time. People got defunded. People are ready to fall off that cliff. You know, we have always said that recovery is going to be this ramp, and relief has run out, and we are not up the ramp yet. So we are going to start falling off that cliff. And so, yes, stable funding will allow us to continue to build on what the funding you gave us last year and allow us to keep some jobs. But believe me, the sector is in crisis right now, and it's a problem.
Councilmember Barron, followed by Brewer.
Thank you very much. I'm a strong supporter of cultural institutions. I believe culture is a weapon, and I think it's a weapon for liberation and not just for sustaining ourselves in this place here. And I also want to say that, speaking truth to power, it's too much racism that permeates all of our institutions in New York City. So when we do fund, we want to make sure that black, not diversity, not minority, but black. Everybody say black. No, I'm just kidding. You're not supposed to speak out. That's a mistake. Sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I get carried away. But on the real side, you know, a lot of we had to start the theaters of color years ago because we were not included in all of this. And in the theaters of colors, it has grown from 800,000 to 5 million and 8 to 54. But we have to be very, very mindful in each one of our groups. You know, Carnegie Hall, BAM, and even if you put a black at the head of it, doesn't mean that all the stuff on the bottom is coming to the black communities. So we just got to make sure and be very sensitive to that. Having said that, this city is not in the economic crises it tells you it's in. They have a surplus in this budget, not a deficit, a surplus in this budget. And they had enough to pay the police 4% increase. They had enough money. Y'all behave because you're going to get me in trouble. And no, I'm just kidding. Do what you want to do. On the real serious side, this is a Republican austerity budget, and there is $106 billion in the budget. They have $4.4 billion unexpected revenue, and then they have $8.3 billion in a reserve account. Cultural institutions, we need to double what you're getting just to make up for what happened during the pandemic and what needs to happen further. So I'm going to fight hard for it. I know the council members up here, we're going to fight hard for more money, but put the pressure on your mayor. Put the pressure on the mayor so that the mayor can understand that culture is a weapon. It's a weapon for liberation. It's a weapon for economic liberation. It's a weapon for cultural identity so people can know who they are and where their place is in society. So I'm going to support you 1,000%, and I'm Let's just keep the struggle going. Let's keep fighting for what we deserve. And they're not doing you a favor. It's your money.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. I just want to say quickly, I lift up the work of Museum U. Museum U examined all of the cultural organizations of color across the city, determined that it would take actually $100 million to fund them accurately. We have been saying for long, we need 1% of the city's budget to go towards culture because it is a crime that we still have a lack of funding to the organizations of color, serving communities of color that need it most. So yes, please, let's stop talking about austerity and let's talk about 1% of the budget going to culture. Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. I just want to check on the 40, because that's what you got last year. You need another 50. I understand that. Just a couple of you, does that get you to where you were last year? We always want more money. I'm not going to deny that, but I'm also realistic. So I didn't know between some of the larger or smaller organizations if that is able to keep you at least where you were last year.
I think the critical point is that the 40 million be baselined, and I know that you have limited power to do that, but that's why we're fighting for it, so that we can
I understand.
start there.
When you're baseline, we don't make a decision as to who gets it. Do you know that?
No.
Okay. So when it's baseline, then the mayor makes a decision as to who gets it. Right now, when we don't baseline, the city council decides. Just so you know.
Thank you. And we have asked for 10 million on top of that.
I'm aware of
because
that.
we were quite clear that what the CDF granting this year showed was that we do not have enough to fund the whole sector. So that is a step in the right direction. It is not enough.
I understand that.
But we are stepping
I've been around a
towards
long time, so I understand that. But I'm just trying to so the 40 plus the 50 is baselined or not, is what you feel you could stay more or less what you were last year. Is that a correct statement? Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Just to jump on that, thank you for the clarity also. It will get us, based on public funding from the city, to where we were last year. It will not take care of all the private funding or other funding that is, right. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for your time.
We're going to begin the first remote panel. Annie Minguez, Alice Buffkin, then Susan Lerner, then Chauncey Young, then Tidy Abreu, then Andre Ward. After which we will call up the next in-person panel. Sophie Anderson, Janine Gazone, Michael Sisitsky, Darren Mack, Ali Finn, and Obi Afriyi. Remote panel will start with Annie Minguez. You can begin when you're ready.
Your time will begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the mayor's executive budget. My name is Annie Minguez, and I am the Vice President of Government and Community Relations at Good Shepherd Services. We operate 94 programs that support over 33,000 children and families across the Bronx, Manhattan, and Brooklyn. Good Shepherd provided testimony before the Contracts, Youth Services, General Welfare, and Education Committees during the preliminary budget process, and my written testimony will capture all of our priorities in those areas. We testified on procurement reform needs, restoring the $38 million cut to DYCD, ensuring youth experiencing homelessness and aging out of care have access to city FEPs, that runaway homeless youth programs are fully funded, that DOE is fully funded to address unmet needs such as transportation for children in the foster care system, and to ask the council to restore funding to 52 community schools in the amount of $9.16 million. Today, my testimony will focus on the needs for the adopted budget to include an investment in the human services sector to address the staffing crisis severely impacting our ability to support children, families, and communities across New York City. Child welfare agencies are experiencing a staffing crisis and reporting a turnover rate of 49% for frontline staff and 24% for caseworkers across the state. During the General Welfare Committee, I testified that the ACS had posted a position for Youth Development Specialist, that the starting salary was $47,000, and after 5 years, that increases up to $60,000, along with a $2,500 sign-on bonus. We cannot afford this. The Department of Education also posted a position where they were paying social workers $65,000, and after 5 years, that increased to over $99,000. We call on the council to negotiate a budget that includes the just pay priorities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Next is Susan Lerner.
Your time will begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for this hearing. I'm Susan Lerner. I'm the Executive Director of Common Cause New York, and I am testifying today, not in specific detail on particular budget numbers, but with a message that it would be a false saving and a disservice to the New York City residents to cut the budget of the agencies which provide oversight. It's an essential function to have oversight over the executive. And historically, we know that various administrations have tried different attempts to limit oversight functions, either by firing inspector generals, but also by trying to consolidate oversight agencies, and most specifically, continually trying to cut down on their budgets. So we have grave concerns over the proposed reductions in resources and personnel to the Conflicts of Interest Board, the Department of Investigation, the Office of the Inspector General for the NYPD, and the Civilian Complaint Review Board. Not only does weakening oversight really undercut the public's trust in government, it is a fiscally irresponsible effort, because cutting down on waste and on corruption in agencies saves the city money directly by ensuring the taxpayer money is not being wasted, and also in ensuring that there are fewer lawsuits that the city has to defend and then ultimately settle or pay out, as we see repeatedly in the lawsuits that are brought on the basis of really questionable conduct on the part of the police. So it's a false savings. It undercuts the public's confidence in the effectiveness of their government.
Your time has expired.
And we urge you to ensure that these oversight agencies are adequately funded. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Tidi Abreu.
Your time will begin.
Thank you, Chair Brennan, and all other committee members for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Tidy Abreu, and I am the Senior Director for Policy and Social Impact at Hispanic Federation, a nonprofit organization seeking to empower and advance Hispanic communities through programs and legislative advocacy. As New York responds to the influx of asylees from the southern border, we must ensure that the budget includes culturally and linguistically responsive supports to receive those newly arrived with open arms. First, it is urgent for the city to invest in hiring more staff for trauma-informed mental health workers in schools. We ask that the budget includes $14.1 million for schools to hire additional social workers and guidance counselors. We ask for additional funding to ensure that these social workers and guidance counselors are trained in culturally relevant and linguistically diverse practices. Secondly, we ask that the budget includes baselines of at least $3.3 million for shelter-based community coordinators at New York City Public Schools. At a time when the number of students living in shelter has grown, especially with the surge of asylum seekers, the city should increase its efforts to ensure students in shelter can access high-quality education. And lastly, we advocate for the allocation of $4 million to support outreach for immigrant families in ways that are culturally and linguistically sustaining, as well as the allocation of $10 million for the support of early childhood education and care for incoming migrant students. Since August 2022, nearly 32,000 asylees have come to New York from Central and South America. And so, we're really hoping that the city can provide additional materials, services, and faculty that English language learners need for academic success. We really think that these investments will help all of our city students, including asylum seekers enrolled in city schools. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Andre Ward.
Your time will begin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Brannon and members of the Committee on Finance for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Andre Ward. I'm the Associate Vice President of the David Rothenberg Center for Public Policy at the Fortune Society. I've been around for about 55 years, offering reentry services and doing advocacy work for people that are impacted by the criminal legal system. In FY 2022, we served about 10,000 people across our programs, including 2,700 people held in our city jails. And every day, nearly 1,700 people across 200 housing units and 7 jail facilities engage in our group session, ranging from hard skills, training, etc. And we also offer a range of skills to support them with their successful reentry. Our staff are uniquely qualified to build trusting, transformative relationships based not only on their individual lived experience and training, but also because they are employed by mission-driven, community-based organizations built on an ethos of compassion and care. Fortune analyzed all individuals discharged from our city jails in 2022 and are eligible for transitional services, and discovered that those that we work with in the jails were 5 times more likely to enroll in our services after being released than those who did not. And yet, when we think about this, in the DOC executive budget hearing on May 19th, DOC is looking to interrupt those programs by obviously cutting those programs out. And so we know how very important it is to make sure that the very people that are servicing people on Rikers Island are supported in the way that they need to by competent people. We have people who have graduated from our program successfully, who went through our programs on Rikers Island. They're now working, they're employed, they've graduated from colleges, et cetera. And as we move toward the mandated closure of Rikers Island in 2027, we must invest in the kind of programs and services that would safely reduce our city jail populations, that includes investing in the workforce that performs those vital functions that are on Rikers Island.
Your time has expired.
So thank you for this time to testify, and you can have a more extensive understanding of what I've discussed in my written testimony. Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer.
For Fortune Society, as you know, the mayor cut the 17 million for, I think you referenced just now. And then we were told that, it's not a problem because the persons who work for correction can handle it. So I know we're short on time here today, but I don't feel that that's going to be a workable solution. So I just want to know if you could say quickly, really specifically, how your services are slightly different than correction. Obviously lived experience, and I could come up with some others, but the obviously hope is that people don't return to Rikers, and the goal may be much better achieved with your workers, I think, despite the good deeds of correction workers. Could you be specific?
Yeah, council member, I think, Brewer, thank you for that question. I mentioned the example of one of the people who have come through our program, in fact, 2 of them, one of whom now who is employed, who is working, who has housing, who is doing really well and living a life of contribution. And then the second person who actually came through our jail-based programs, who is now staff, who just recently graduated from NYU. Those 2 examples taken together demonstrates the effectiveness and impact that our staff who work in DOCS has on the people that we serve. And at the root of all of it, I think, Councilmember Brewer, it's about building this level of trust. And we feel that DOC staff won't have that kind of capacity to build the level of trust needed to get people to be able to transform their lives to go back into the world.
Thank you.
Oh, Councilmember Nurse, sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. With these cuts, is Fortune Society now will not be contracted to provide any service on Rikers Island?
That's exactly right, Councilmember Nurse. It's rather unfortunate, and we strongly believe that cutting those programs will have a negative impact on the people that we serve. And obviously, the staff there don't have the kind of capacity to engage them. But that's exactly right, Councilmember Cruz.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you all very much.
Now call up the next in-person panel. Sophie Anderson, Janine Gazone, Michael Sisitsky, Darren Mack, Ali Finn, and Obi Afriye.
May begin. Want to start from left to right, whatever you'd like. Go ahead.
Is this on? Sorry, first timer. Dear Chairperson Brannon and council members of the Finance Committee, my name is Obi Afriye. I'm an organizer with the Legal Defense Fund. On behalf of the Legal Defense Fund, we thank the committee for this opportunity to provide testimony regarding New York City's public safety budget. We submit this testimony to urge City Council to eliminate funding for strategic response groups and invest increased funding into communities that have been most negatively impacted by policing practices in New York. We are deeply concerned by SRG Group's presence in New York City as a specialized unit that notoriously uses force, arrests, and dangerous tactical strategies, such as kettling demonstrators as they exercise their First Amendment rights. In New York and elsewhere, specialized units like SRGs have a history of discrimination, abuse of power, and a lack of accountability. The human toll of this unit, measured by the trauma and physical injury inflicted on demonstrators, has been astronomical. As for the financial costs, it is unacceptable that New Yorkers pay hundreds of millions of dollars through the budget, as well as lawsuits, to fund policing practices that curtail and suppress their constitutional rights. The NYPD estimates that it allocates $68 million of its budget towards SRG groups. That number is strongly disputed by community advocates who assert that SRGs consumes an additional $65 million of centrally allocated expenses for a total cost of around $133 million. In the interest of justice and equity, SRG should be disbanded, and this funding should be directed towards community-driven initiatives that actually promote safety, health, and well-being for our people. The City Council should prioritize funding our youth, replacing the $215 million that was taken away from schools in the FY23 budget. This should include $75 million to city schools to hire 500 community members into supportive positions, including youth advocates, parent coordinators, parent professionals, and community outreach coordinators. Y'all can read the rest of our advocacy through our written testimony because we have a lot more to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Ali Finn. I'm an organizer and a researcher with the Surveillance Resistance Lab, a New York City nonprofit that fights against corporate and state surveillance systems as one of the greatest threats to democracy, racial justice, economic, and migrant justice. As the mayor's budget cuts essential services, as we have heard all day, the budget also represents an unacceptable increase in the NYPD's budget and continuation of policies of criminalization, including some of the units like the SRG most responsible for day-to-day violent and discriminatory policing, surveillance, and suppression of public protest. The city currently spends at least $29 million on the NYPD a day, according to NYCLU, and this budget will only increase that. What does that reflect about our city and who we are? I want to focus on some of the money that could be redirected. There is a massive bloat within the NYPD's budget, and the 2024 budget massively undercounts the NYPD's total funding for the year. The CBC estimates that it undercounts the budget by $1.6 billion for overtime and raises that were agreed to by the city. This also does not include federal counterterrorism grants from the Department of Homeland Security, including something called the Urban Area Security Initiative. Our joint research last year exposed how these funds expand militarized policing and fuel a massive influx of surveillance equipment under a banner of emergency response and counterterrorism into our city with little public scrutiny. These numbers are not in the adopted and preliminary budgets, hiding another potentially over $100 million in funding for the NYPD budget. In the past, these funds have gone towards the domain awareness system, a 24/7 live feed of surveillance data on New Yorkers across the city. You can read more about the impacts of these technologies in our testimony, but I just want to call on the city to redirect this budget bloat to true community safety solutions, reinvesting in critical services, and to strengthen its policies to protect New Yorkers from ICE, including passing improved detainer laws that restrict cooperation between city agencies and ICE, and restrict the mass extraction of New Yorkers' data that fuels both NYPD and ICE's surveillance, targeting, and detention of our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Zizitsky, Assistant Policy Director with the New York Civil Liberties Union. The NYCLU has repeatedly testified before this council as to the need to reduce our over-reliance on and over-resourcing of the NYPD, and we're here to do that again today. But rather than committing the resources needed for more robust investments in homelessness, housing services, mental health, education and youth services, our city's library system, the mayor's executive budget asked these agencies to make do with less while largely preserving the NYPD's bloated budget. As we heard, the FY24 budget projects $10.8 billion in spending on the NYPD, which is an undercount, as we heard, for the failure to account for overtime, as well as the recent CBA. So that translates to more than $29 million a day in that $10.8 billion figure that we're spending on the NYPD. This budget funds involvement in areas that run completely counter to achieving true community safety, including the Strategic Response Group, the Vice Enforcement Division, the continued policing of New York City students, young people, unhoused New Yorkers, and it's just not the right approach to actually deliver real community safety that New Yorkers need. So over the past few weeks, the NYCLU did something a little different. We launched a Museum of Broken Windows, a pop-up exhibit and art space that asked New Yorkers to engage with the toll that $29 million a day actually takes on our ability to deliver the services that would lead to a safe and thriving city that we dream of. And we encourage visitors to our museum to write out their dreams for how to actually achieve that. What are the services, what are the supports they wanted to see that would actually make them feel safe in their communities? And we'll scan all of these in and include them in our testimony. But these are the more than 560 cards that New Yorkers filled out, telling us how to better spend that $29 million a day. What would make them safe? They told us it would be more funding for education, for youth services, for support to actually keep people in their homes and get New Yorkers stable, permanent, and affordable housing. They told us they wanted to see increased investments in parks, in community spaces that would actually make their communities more livable, more sustainable. What they told us, by and large, though, was what does not keep them safe is our increased investment in and reliance on policing. So we'll send these in. We encourage the council to take a look at the dreams that are contained in these postcards and really take them seriously in negotiating this budget with the mayor. We don't need to keep increasing our investment in and reliance on policing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. My name is Darren Mack. I'm a co-director at Freedom Agenda, one of the organizations leading the campaign to close Rikers. I want to thank Speaker Adams and other council members who have named the undeniable truth about Rikers. It is not serving our city, and it undermines public safety. Between 1979 and 1980, incarcerated men at Greenhaven Correctional Facility conducted research that came to be known as the 7 Neighborhood Study. It revealed that over 75% of New York State's prison population came from 7 New York City neighborhoods: the South Bronx, Harlem, Lower East Side, Bronzeville, Bedford-Stuyvesant, East New York, and South Jamaica. That reality remained the same in the 90s, when I spent 19 months on Rikers Island as a teenager, and it is still the same today. Today, over 6,000 people are languishing on Rikers Island, mostly from these same communities. These communities have been historically deprived of resources and then criminalized for trying to survive. A recent report from the Data Collaborative for Justice showed that Black New Yorkers are jailed in New York City at 11.6 times the rate of white New Yorkers. And the number of people in city jails with a serious mental illness has increased 38% since December 2021. Our members who have loved ones at Rikers are often faced with the pain of watching their physical and mental health deteriorate, while their cases drag on for years without resolution. It is past time to do something different. But instead, the mayor is trying to take us backward. New York City spends 350% more per incarcerated person than the jail systems in Los Angeles or Cook County, Illinois, mostly because of unusually high staffing ratios. And yet, people in DOC custody are subjected to some of the worst jail conditions in the nation. Still, the mayor has resisted any vacancy reductions among DOC's uniformed staff, while agencies that provide housing, healthcare, youth services, and education are all facing massive cuts. The administration has also proposed ending their contracts with outside program providers to save a measly $17 million, less than they spent on overtime just last month, according to the independent budget. And I conclude, there's no staff shortage at Rikers, but there is an accountability shortage. New York City has the only jail system in the country with more officers than people in custody, but DOC leadership has enabled officers to abuse sick leave and refuse to work in the posts most necessary to provide services to people in their custody. And lastly, I'll say, the city council should make sure that in this year's budget, we actually do what the mayor says he wants to do, which is invest upstream to address root causes. By doing that, we will make our city safer, we will reduce the jail population, and we will stay on track to close Rikers. Thank you, and I'll submit my testimony, my full testimony at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and esteemed council members. My name is Sophie Anderson, and I'm here today representing the Center for Justice Innovation, formerly the Center for Court Innovation. Over the past months, my colleagues have testified at appropriate hearings to discuss necessary investments to improve the justice system and the many sectors it intersects with, from public safety to mental health to housing security. I've submitted my written testimony detailing the full scope of our budget request, but I want to use the brief time we have today to focus on the most urgent issues. Looking ahead to 2027, just 4 years from now, we've committed to safely closing Rikers Island Jail by reaching a daily population of 3,300. But currently, we've only been able to reach mid-5,000s, and in fiscal year 24, that population is projected to increase to 7,000. The center has identified several modest investments to build trust with New Yorkers around programs that reduce incarceration when adequately resourced. Supervised release permits appropriate defendants a chance to await trial in community while maintaining jobs and stability, rather than in jail simply because they cannot afford bail. Compared to fiscal year 22, we're seeing fiscal year 23 contracts reduced by 10%, while caseloads for the most intensive group and category of cases are already double the contracted amount. We ask for restoration to those prior levels at a minimum. We're also seeing increased referrals for defendants who plea into alternatives to incarceration programs across all 5 boroughs. ATIs can provide accountability and supervision, in contrast to time on Rikers Island, the more expensive option where we know that criminogenic risk factors grow. We request expanded resources to sustain our success at these prior rates and to deal with the incoming increase in case volume as we try to lower the jail population. Finally, many of these initiatives are supported in their pilot stage by a $500,000 Innovative Criminal Justice Programs Council Award that allows us to rapidly incubate and measure these approaches for expansion or handle lengthy contract delays that we experience with the city. This year, we ask Council to expand this funding, an amount not raised in over a decade, despite the center more than doubling in size. Thank you for the space to give a global view of the center's priorities.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Brennan and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Janine Gazone, and I work for the Crime Victims Treatment Center. I appreciate this opportunity to speak today on behalf of the New York City Sexual Assault Initiative, a vital collaboration between 5 diverse victim services programs across New York City, including the Crime Victims Treatment Center. CVTC has provided healing services to victims of interpersonal violence completely free of charge since 1977 and remains at the forefront of this work. Partnering with the organizations in the Sexual Assault Initiative enables us to reach survivors across New York City who face barriers to support, regardless of which borough they reside in. In fiscal year 24, we are humbly requesting funding in the amount of $2.5 million to be distributed equally between our 5 programs. The Sexual Assault Initiative was first funded in 2005 by the Speaker, and at CVTC established much-needed programming for male survivors of sexual assault, childhood sexual abuse, and intimate partner violence. Before council funding, CVTC treated about a dozen men per year. Now, male-identifying survivors make up over 20% of our client population, which is far higher than the national average for programs like ours. We offer individual, trauma-focused psychotherapy and 4 different groups specifically tailored to male survivors, including those who are incarcerated. Council funding allowed us to create outreach materials designed to lessen the shame that so often surrounds male survivors, and our outreach efforts have been so successful that the demand for our services continues to increase. We recently took on statewide coordination of New York's PREA program and continue to build partnerships with correctional facilities, including NYC Docks and Rising Grounds youth facilities in Brooklyn and the Bronx. We will continue our efforts to build out infrastructure, and council funding will support ongoing efforts to break down existing barriers and provide these life-changing services to individuals incarcerated in city facilities. Funding from this initiative has also allowed us to expand services to new hospital emergency departments in Brooklyn and Queens, 2 areas that are extremely underserved when it comes to sexual assault intervention. We aim to use council funding to bring equity to the boroughs and ensure that where you are assaulted does not dictate your path to healing. Support through this initiative does not only make a profound impact on the nearly 6,000 people who come to our offices each year, it makes a profound impact on their families, friends, and communities. It shifts policy, it shifts system. This is how change happens, and funding the Sexual Assault Initiative at $2.5 million in FY24 is how the city has a direct opportunity to be part of it. Thank you for your time.
Councilmember Osei.
Thank you, Chair. The first question I have is in regards to the SRG. I forgot your name, but I'd love to ask this question to you. Last week, we had a public safety hearing, and the commissioner was here, and she stated that the strategic response group was a well-trained group used to combat terrorism. In your experience and the experiences of NYCLU legal observers, at what gatherings do you typically see the NYPD dispatch the SRG?
I'll also allow the awesome people sitting up here with me to hop in as well, but well-trained is laughable. Let's just get that out of the way right now. When you think about the civilian CCRB complaints, SRG officers receive CCRB complaints at 6 times the higher rate than normal officers. And of those complaints, I think it was the NYCLU data that pointed out from like 2015 to 2021, 66% of the people who submitted those complaints were Black. And if you think about the areas that they're going into, it's not even that they're just being used in protesting spaces. They're being used to curb gun violence, which does not make any sense. That does not make any sense. They're being deployed in areas designated as high crime areas. These are lower socioeconomic Black and brown communities. And oftentimes the things that they are actually arresting people for are misdemeanors. This is broken windows policing. So no, the idea that these are well-trained groups that are just being used to sporadically break up harmful protest is just a fallacy.
And I'll just add, I mean, we've seen some of their training documents. They're trained in violent, aggressive crowd control tactics, and their training is biased at its core. Their training talks about the types of violent versus nonviolent protesters. In all of the violent examples, it's racial justice protesters, BLM protesters. They don't at any point mention white supremacists, Proud Boys, any of that. It's all, their focus is on suppressing First Amendment rights, and in particularly targeting Black and brown people, as evidenced in the misconduct data that we've seen, the higher rates of complaints, the higher rates of substantiated misconduct, and the higher rates of substantiated use of force misconduct in particular.
And what actions have you seen on the ground that triggers the dispatch of the SRG?
Yeah, the SRG is deployed to, what the NYPD will say, any kind of large-scale gathering, but we've seen them deployed to small-scale gatherings too, and we've seen deployments that are, from our perspective, in part motivated by the actual content of the speech of the folks that are there to protest. So we've seen them show up at large-scale rallies. We've seen them show up to smaller clinic defense protests. We've seen them show up to actually be deployed to enforce encampment sweeps of unhoused New Yorkers and actually arrest unhoused New Yorkers who are being targeted by the NYPD during those encounters. So they're deployed really whenever the NYPD wants to really step up, escalate a response to the protesters that they're there to police.
And if any legal observers or any of you could speak to this, have you seen the SRG use any de-escalation tactics, or do they usually go straight to kettling?
The SRG are escalators in chief. Whenever they show up at a protest, we expect to see them make the situation worse, not better.
And the last thing that I'll say is that we are seeing cuts across many of our agencies, the Department of Education, our libraries are seeing a $36 million cut. In this public safety hearing last week, the NYPD were asking for, I believe, $32 million for 2 helicopters in capital funding. After 2020, I feel like there's been a backlash. It stems from the right, and then also, moderate Dems obviously picked up these talking points that fighting for any type of budget equity meant defunding the police, and because of that, I feel like a lot of people have turned a blind eye on doing the right thing and fighting against cuts and continuing to allow money to be thrown at the NYPD. So I please urge you all to continue to engage and pay attention to this budget that's coming up. This is a $106 billion budget, bigger than 47 states in this country. And we need folks to be as civically engaged and involved and aware of what the powers of our government are doing. Thank you.
We actually have testimony from one more person for this panel, Jorge Muniz-Reyes.
Háblame despacito. Lo que quiero hacer es decirlo en todo en español primero y luego. ¿Puedo empezar? Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Jorge Muñiz Reyes y mi familia ha vivido aquí más de 30 años, aquí libremente en este terreno que se llama Puebla, York. Ustedes creo que le llaman Sunset Park, Brooklyn. Y también he trabajado más de 10 años como un vocero en su mal gobierno criminal. He trabajado para la alcaldía y también para la portavoz de este consejo municipal y vine hoy para hablar la verdad. Hoy estamos rodeados por amigos, paisanos y sí, hay que decirlo muy claro, también entre enemigos. Unos criminales racistas que controlan este mal gobierno y que ustedes como legisladores que se llaman demócratas están protegiendo cada año en el presupuesto municipal. Ustedes nos quitan pan, libro, educación y más para proteger un presupuesto sin límites a una policía violenta, para proteger una pandilla vestida de azul que protege a los ricos y roba de los pobres, que ataca a los vendedores ambulantes, que ataca a los que venden para sobrevivir. Ustedes como demócratas protegen a la policía violenta que ataca a vidas negras como la de Jordan Neely, jóvenes que están bailando en los trenes para juntar lo que se necesita para comer y para pagar las cuentas al fin del mes. Cada día usamos más de $29 millones de nuestro dinero público para criminalizar comunidades pobres, personas como los que viven en mi barrio Sunset Park. Y en esta pandilla se usan diferentes nombres. En inglés usan los siglos NYPD, ICE, ATF, MTA, DHS, DSNY y CSRG. Pero todos son los mismos hombres racistas que por siglos han querido secuestrar y encarcelar a nuestra gente. Los que antes usaban máscaras blancas, ahora lo hacen hasta con caras negras y con pistolas de este mal gobierno para mantener este ejército corrupto. Este último Pascua nos atacaron en mi parque y estoy aquí para recordarles a ustedes que ustedes están aquí para proteger a nosotros, no a la policía. Y por favor, para de proteger esta policía corrupta que se llama SRG, Strategic Response Group. Ese es un nombre que queremos abolir sus fondos porque lo necesitamos para en realidad proteger a mi comunidad y a comunidades como Sunset Park. Muchísimas gracias, es mi testimonio y ahora se lo voy a dejar decir en inglés a la traductora.
My name is Jorge Muñiz Reyes, and my family has lived here for more than 30 years, working free in this land called Puebla, York, which you call Sunset Park, Brooklyn. I have also worked for more than 10 years as a speaker in your bad criminal government. I have worked for City Hall and also as a speaker of this municipal council, and today I came to speak the pure truth. Today, we are surrounded by friends, fellows, and yes, we have to speak clearly, between enemies. Some racist criminals that control this bad government, and which you as legislators call Democrats, you're protecting every year in this municipal funding. You take away our bread, our books, our education, and more to protect a budget without limits for the violent police. To protect a gang dressed in blue that protects rich, takes from the poor, and attacks the street vendors that attacks those who sell to survive. As Democrats, you protect the violent police that attacks Black lives like Jordan Neely. Young people who dance in the trains to gather whatever they can in order to eat and pay their bills at the end of the month. Every day, we use more than $29 million of our public funding to criminalize the poor communities, to criminalize communities of immigrants like that of Sunset Park. This gang uses different names. In English, it can be NYPD, ICE, ATF, MTA, DHS, DSNY, SRG. But all of them is the same racist men that for centuries have wanted to kidnap and imprison our people. What used to be of those wearing white masks, now they do it even with black faces and with guns from this government to maintain this corrupt army. Last Easter, your bad government brought an army of police that attacked us in Central Park on the 9th of April, Sunset Park, on April 9th, and they endangered mothers and children because they wanted to say that a group together in the park eating without permits from the government are criminals. What we need to protect Sunset Park is not additional police. It's freedom and a land to live and make our homes. In order to protect that corrupt police, the SRG Strategic Response Group, or any name that you want to use, please stop protecting that corrupt police called the SRG or Strategic Response Group, or any name that you want to use, and please protect our communities like that of Sunset Park within your budget.
Questions from Councilmember Barron, followed by Nurse.
I want to thank all of you for your testimony. I couldn't agree with you more. But I want to ask your opinion of our bill. I have a bill out, the Community Power Act, that's calling for the replacing of the Civilian Complaint Review Board with an elected review board coming from the people, What you feel about that? Also, we need an independent prosecutor to prosecute police, not a special prosecutor in Letitia James' office, the Attorney General, who prosecutes no one. So we need to make sure that we fight for an independent prosecutor and not a special prosecutor. Language is important because when you say special, it gets into this unspecial neighborhood called the Attorney General's office, and no one gets indicted. The other piece is on Rikers Island. We got to make sure that when we're talking about shutting it down, that it's not transferred to $6 billion worth of inner city prison jails. Because in the last budget before last, I think it was $6 billion to build 4 jails in the inner cities. The problem on Rikers Island is not space. We don't have speedy trials. If we had speedy trials, ROR, release on your own recognizance, no bail, no cash bail for minor offenses, peaceful people who are pretrial detainees are not guilty. They haven't committed any crime, they're pretrial detainees. So we gotta transfer the folk on Rikers Island to their homes. They need to be out if they're pretrial detainees and they haven't committed a crime, and Bail is not supposed to be used as a punishment to keep you in jail and make sure you don't commit another crime when you may not have committed the crime in the first place. So, I mean, these are some very, very important issues, and yes, we need to, the strategic response group has got to go. It has got to go. It's violent. It's more violent than the people on Rikers Island, and it has to go because that is a group that is terrorizing our neighborhoods, and also the renamed Giuliani Street Crime Unit, that has to go too. The same unit, different name, same game. So we have to make sure that these things are taken care of, and I couldn't agree with you more on your positions on social justice.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panelists. One, I just want to congratulate NYCLU on the museum. That was really great, and I wish it was able to stay open longer. As in this role, what I've seen is that we often are relying on organizations like you who are doing that research to help us fill in the transparency gaps. When PD comes here, we ask questions, particularly about the surveillance piece. We can never seem to get full dollar amounts, activities, and even within our council's budgeting process, it's very opaque. So I have two questions, but the first one is, can you kind of expand on how much resources it takes your organizations to help fill in these gaps for us?
I can start, and maybe Ali, you want to jump in as well. It takes a lot. I mean, you know, we do a lot of work with FOIL requests that often get denied by the NYPD, which leads to appeals, which leads to litigation, which is a lot of expense and can take years to actually force the disclosure of some really basic information. And there was an entire effort in the City Council to make this easier. The Council passed the Post Act back in 2020 to require the NYPD to actually disclose its full surveillance arsenal, what tools it has, how much they cost, what information is being collected. And their compliance thus far has been laughable. They've really defied the core language and spirit of the Post Act and are still withholding a lot of that information. So it's still back to us to continue to try to force the issue and come back to the council and hopefully see if there are ways that we can complete some of those data gaps and actually hold the NYPD accountable to the laws that this body has passed.
Yeah, thank you so much, council members, also for your continued work to support these efforts. I think, Michael, you put it so generously and diplomatically. It feels like all the resources in the world are not going to force the NYPD to be truly transparent or even to approach an iota of accountability. And I would rather see, you know, our city resources devoted to the services that hundreds of people have been speaking today that they need. I also just want to highlight that so much of this happens within the budget, but so much of it also happens outside of the budget, especially with the acquisition of surveillance technologies. And as we push for transparency within the budget, I encourage us to also push for legislation and other policies that will prohibit the use of these technologies regardless of how they are acquired. We see corporate partners to the NYPD, like Clearview AI, like Amazon's Ring, providing free access to our most intimate information. The New York Police Foundation, a private entity, we don't know the scope of how much money they have given to the NYPD for surveillance technologies. So just as we push for this transparency that will never come from the NYPD within the budget process, we need to actively, proactively legislate for policies that prevent this use and prevent the mass extraction of New Yorkers' data by entities outside the NYPD, the corporations that work in partnership with the NYPD, but also other city programs and private vendors that are part of the surveillance web, even though we might not see them to be. Thank you.
I apologize. I just wanted to briefly answer Councilmember Barron, your question that you had proposed about the CCRB, just really quickly. And just wanted to highlight that while a civilian elected CCRB would be a powerful statement, it means nothing if the NYPD has the ability to ignore those recommendations like it does for 90% of CCRB recommendations.
I agree. I agree.
Well,
And
let
I
me
think that.
Sorry, just real quickly, that's not in our bill. If you read our bill, it doesn't go back to NYPD. They have the prosecutory power, investigatory and prosecutory power. It's not like the Civilian Complaint Review Bill where it goes back to the commissioner.
I understand, and thank you for that. And I just wanted to highlight, because a lot of the city agencies that have been used to do that kind of accountability, like the DOI's, OIG, who recently released a report on gangs policing, highlighted overwhelming racial disparities and then pointed as a recommendation that they did not find any of these to be harmful to these communities.
Yeah, I understand that, but don't confuse it with our bill. That's what they do. The bill that we're talking about is independent from that. It has an independent prosecutory office, and it has an elected Civilian Complaint Review Board with all the power in that board to prosecute and investigate, and an independent officer board when it's higher than the lower crime. So it's different than anything that exists.
Well, hopefully we can have a hearing on it. I would just like to finish my line of questioning. But yes, we agree. It's embarrassing that the council has no ability to call into question and get the transparency it needs on how our public dollars are being spent to surveil us. And then at the same time, we have to fund these organizations to do the research to fill in the transparency gaps. So we have this really bad circle. Based on your research, can you share if you know or have any idea what percentage of the entire surveillance network and apparatus that is here is looking at or focused on white supremacists, white Christian nationalists, fascists, or other hate groups? Because again, it seems like we're relying on you all to be tracking these groups and their prevalence and growth here in the city. So if you have any information you could share on that.
I don't have an exact answer to that, but that is not the trend that we see. Looking at both NYPD and other agencies, as well as, again, their corporate surveillance tech and big tech partners, they focus on who they perceive to be a threat, right? And that has changed over time. The founding of the Department of Homeland Security after 9/11 funneled billions of dollars into the surveillance and policing of particularly Muslim, Arab, and South Asian communities. That was particularly and continues to be particularly harmful in New York City. Black and brown neighborhoods across the city, low-income neighborhoods, queer and trans people, racial justice protesters. These are whom are being targeted. I don't know the exact numbers. That's not something we've looked into exactly in terms of white nationalists and white supremacists, but my educated guess is that it is very, very little, again, because who is perceived to be a threat and who is not.
Thank you.
Councilman Osei.
Sorry, I just have one more question. Last week, again, at our hearing with the commissioner was proudly boasting about how the NYPD is making some headways on investing in new technology for surveillance. So the robo-dogs, the rocket ship type things. In your research, I know there was some talk about some potential violations of surveillance law with these new technologies. Can you speak to any of that if there's any research on your end?
Sure. So the POST Act has been mentioned. That requires disclosure and impact and use policies of surveillance technology used by the NYPD. They have routinely violated the spirit and the letter of the POST Act for these quote unquote newer technologies like the robot dog. This has not been issued. But overall, I would say we have a extreme lack of regulation across the board at the local, state, and federal levels around the use of surveillance tech. It's not only about transparency. We need to actually limit and prohibit the use of these technologies. And the POST Act does not, it was an incredibly important step, but it does not go that far. So there is very little structure to hold the NYPD and other agencies and private actors to account for deploying these technologies. The last thing I'll say is a lot of these technologies are actually procured or tested through measures that bypass public oversight. ShotSpotter, the so-called gunshot detection technology, which increases over-policing in Black and brown communities, was brought to the city through a demonstration project rather than a more traditional procurement process that would have allowed for public and city council oversight, and that's just one example.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
And I'll just add, on the post-act piece, I mean, the rollout of the DigiDog, the new K5 robot, that is something that the NYPD, what they should have done under the law was actually give a substantial amount of public notice before those actually get rolled out and put draft policies up on their website that, we can review, we can comment on, they're supposed to respond to. Doesn't prevent them from actually rolling forward with it. But even that minimal step of basic notice and transparency is something that the department just turned their noses up at. So it is, I just want to echo the call that Ali made earlier, the transparency piece, it is important. They should be following those laws, but we do need to shift the conversation more towards taking away these tools entirely, putting in place bans, banning technology like face recognition, which we know the department has operated for years, that is biased, it's flawed, it has no business being used by law enforcement or any other government agency. These are the actions that we actually need to start taking to take away the actual power itself from these agencies.
Councilmember Caban. Okay, thank you all so much.
We're going to begin with our next remote panel. Tanisha Grant, Ursula Young, Leonie Hameson, Michael Rance, Wagaye Masele, Betty Garger, and Terry West.
Hello, my name is Tanisha Grant. I thank the Finance Committee for having this very important hearing. Again, my name is Tanisha Grant, and I am the Executive Director of Parent Support and Parents New York. PSPNY is a social and racial justice grassroots organization. Most of our funding comes from the community we serve. I am here to speak on behalf of the community that, again, my organization serves. When we talk about the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024, we have more cons than pros. We are concerned about the cuts of funding to public education, CUNY, pre-K, adult literacy services, libraries, social services, healthcare services, mental health care services, and housing services. I'm sure that I missed a couple of ones, but you get the gist of what I'm saying. For years, we have heard that New York City does not have the money. Every year is a new word. This year is pegs and fiscal cliff. We know for a fact that New York City is one of the richest cities in the world, not in the country, in the world. It is a staple of the whole world, all right? A financial base for a lot of things. So it is very confusing to the community that I serve that we don't have the resources to fund everything that I just said and more. Instead, we have an administration that is adamant of cutting services that people vitally need. If the pandemic has taught us anything, if anything good has come out of the pandemic, it has taught us how underserved our community truly is. We ask that you really fund community-based organizations, because a lot of people call themselves community-based organizations, but are not community-based organizations. We ask that you stop Mayor Adams for cutting all of these vital services to our community, and we ask that you hold them accountable for all the mismanagement of funds that is happening every day. And lastly, I will say that we are 100% behind Councilman Charles Barron bill for Community Power Act. We need that now. We need the power to be put back into the hands of the community when it comes to the police, and we need them defunded and resources straight to our community. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next is Ursula Young.
Time starts now.
Ursula Young. Okay, we will come back. Next is Leonie Hameson.
Time starts now.
Thank you for holding these hearings today. We have concerns about the proposed budget cuts and those already made, though we're relieved that there's supposed to be no cuts to schools' initial budgets next year, according to the DOE. Mid-year adjustments, i.e. funding givebacks, may be required. Some of those funding streams may prevent schools from hiring the teachers they need to lower class size or keep class sizes low. For example, not a penny of the additional $500 million in contracts for excellence funds will be dedicated specifically towards class size reduction, but instead is supposed to provide teacher training and expand the number of ICT classes. There's also a proposed $24.5 million cut for vacancy reduction that will likely lead to a further loss of K-12 teachers. Already we've lost over 4,000 teaching positions, full-time K-12 teaching positions over the last 4 years. And we don't want this trend to continue, especially given the new mandate to lower class sizes. After the council voted to approve the budget last June, many members realized the severity of the cuts and their devastating impacts on schools. But now the council has an opportunity to make things right by restoring the cuts made to schools in next year's budget. We also are especially concerned to the huge cuts to the capital plan. According to the city's class size reduction plan, it'll cost $30 to $35 billion in new capital funding to provide sufficient space for smaller classes. We believe this estimate is vastly inflated for reasons that I go into detail in my written testimony, but there's no doubt that more space will be needed to lower class size, especially in the most overcrowded neighborhoods and districts like yours, Chair Justin Brannan. And yet, rather than increasing the funding for new schools, the School Construction Authority has proposed cutting about $2.3 billion and over 22,000 seats out of the plan compared to the plan approved just in June 2021. Nowhere in the nearly 900 pages of the capital plan is the new law ever mentioned. Thank you for your time today. I hope you will work hard to make sure that this capital plan is expanded. Otherwise, we may be forced to put in trailers, which I think is the last thing that anyone wants at this point.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Michael Rance.
Time starts now.
Great. Thank you all so much. And I'm also with Class Size Matters. To piggyback off of what Lainey was saying, the cost of meeting the class size caps in the new law would be considerably less and the speed greater if the DOE accelerated the rezoning of the elementary schools and revamped the admissions process in middle and high schools to more equitably allocate enrollment across all schools. This would also likely create more diversity across schools and enable currently under-enrolled schools to have more sustainable budgets. Yet apparently, the DOE is not considering this option. Again, we urge the City Council to reject any capital plan that fails to include expanded funding for new capacity so that schools in the most overcrowded communities can exceed the new caps within the time frame mandated by the law. Finally, so that no one is again misled or confused about the potential level and future impact of DOE overall budgets and school level funding, we urge the Council to require more transparency from now on in budgeting and reporting, including 2 new units of appropriation that reflect school level funding as a subset of the existing general education and special education U of A's. Otherwise, it will continue to be impossible to know in advance how much the proposed cuts will affect school budgets, staffing, and programs. Now, again, thank you all so much for the ability to testify today. One pager follows with our budget priorities on the written testimony sent to you, signed onto as well by New York City Kids PAC, the Alliance for Quality Education, and the Chancellor's Parent Advisory Council, which represents all the PTAs in New York City. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Wagai Masele.
Time starts now.
I'm just here with some of our youth food advocates who will be testifying virtually a little bit later, so I will not be testifying today. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we'll hear from Betty Garger.
Hi, everyone. I'm with Junior Achievement of New York, and we are the largest nonprofit organization in the greater New York area, dedicated to creating pathways to economic empowerment for young people from kindergarten through 12th grade. Our mission to educate and inspire young people helps them understand the economic world around them, plan for their financial futures, and make the most of their potential. We provide tens of thousands of student learning experiences each year, and most importantly, at no cost to students or schools. And we are seeking to expand our impact to ensure that our program is accessible to more students, primarily in low and moderate income school communities throughout the 5 boroughs. When we had the pandemic, we acted swiftly to redesign our options, which included virtual delivery. We've now returned to in-person activities, but we use what we learned, and we continue to offer virtual program options such as JA Inspire Virtual, which is a career fair, and we can reach more students than ever. We also just this 2 months ago opened a permanent site-based location in Brooklyn for our JA Finance Park, which helps really students understand budgeting, credit scores, everything that they need to really gain their own economic empowerment. We really thank the City Council for their support, and we ask for you to continue supporting us so that we can offer more programs like these to students throughout the city. Financial literacy, entrepreneurship, workforce readiness are not part of the required curriculum in New York State schools, and especially for students in underserved and high-need communities, this lack of exposure to basic sound financial information can compound existing barriers to success. At Junior Achievement, we work to empower these students by helping them develop responsible.
Time expired.
All right, and I just want to thank you all for your support and actually urge the council respectfully to continue to expand these allocations for fiscal year 24 on behalf of the more than 50,000 students we serve every year. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Terry West.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Terry West. I'm the Director of Government Contracts and School Partnerships at New York Edge. I'm here today to ask that you prioritize New York Edge's fiscal 24 citywide funding requests. We are seeking for the first time $250,000 under the Council's Social and Emotional Supports for Students initiative. We are also seeking $1.2 million under the Council's After School Enrichment Initiative, an increase of $200,000 over last year. This would be our first increase in 15 years. New York Edge is the largest provider of school-based after-school and summer programming in New York City, serving 30,000 students in over 100 schools throughout the 5 boroughs, and employing 1,500 educators, artists, sports specialists, and more. The overwhelming majority of our employees reside in the communities they serve. Social emotional learning is integrated into every element of what we do, and we have been recognized as the largest after-school provider in the nation offering social emotional learning supports. Council citywide funding enables us to enrich and expand our school year and summer programs and has allowed us to develop and implement new, unique, and engaging programs for our students. In the past, sustained council funding enabled us to become one of the city's largest providers of college access programs. New York Edge, its students, its families are extremely grateful for the council's 30+ years of support. The time has come, however, where increased funding is vitally needed. Unlike our contracts with DYCD and other agencies, our council discretionary contracts are not and have never been eligible for COLA increases. This is making it increasingly difficult to attract and maintain quality staff and to continue to offer the wide array of STEM, SEL, visual and performing
Time
arts,
expired.
sports, health and wellness, and college and career readiness programs that we are known for to students in underinvested communities across the city. Your support, advocacy on behalf of our FY24 citywide funding requests is needed and greatly appreciated. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Final call for Ursula Young.
Time starts now.
Okay, we're going to call up our next in-person panel. Adam Ganser, Kieran Elaine, Sarah Williams, Emily Walker, Francine Rogers, Adriana Vink, Alia Sumru, and Ryan Mahoney. Sir, you may begin when you're ready.
Hi there. Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Adam Ganser, and I'm the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Parks. We co-founded the Playfair Coalition with the League of Conservation Voters and DC 37, which now stands at more than 400 organizations across the city, all focusing on advocating for our city's parks. We're also behind the 1% for Parks campaign. You heard from DC 37 about the on-the-ground reality of their work conditions and how our parks are faring. I'm going to put it a little bit more bluntly with some larger context. The city's support of our parks has been abysmal for 40 years. We're talking about a 40-year austerity plan. Some quick data points. New York City spends less on our parks as a percentage of the budget, per capita, and per acre than all other major cities. This is the densest city in the United States. What's more, the Parks Agency over the last 40 years has continued to see its share of the city budget within the own city compared to other city agencies. While NYPD, the Department of Corrections, Sanitation, and the Department of Ed have all seen budget increases of 130% or more since 1980, Parks has seen an increase of just 70%. More to the point, this year alone, the city is spending more on NYPD overtime at $670 million than it spends on our park system. What has this resulted in? An inequitable park system. Parks that rely on inferior maintenance and safety strategies because the agency simply doesn't have enough staff. The lack of funding has a disproportionate and inequitable impact on the millions of New Yorkers, voters, who can't afford to live near parks that get private investment. It's time to invest in forward-looking policy with our parks that will make the city and its residents healthier and safer. Rather than the annual budget crumbs at the edge of the table, we're calling for a meaningful investment. First and foremost, we're calling for 1% of the city budget for parks. More specifically, we're looking for 1,000 baseline new junior level maintenance positions, more park rangers and PEP officers, investment in natural areas and our forests. Also, we're calling on the council to reinvest in the Playfair positions that it used to fund. This is 280 positions across lines that are so critical when we're seeing PEG cuts year after year. Just as an example, in the last year and a half, we've seen 500 positions eliminated in the Parks Department. We are very appreciative of the council's support of our platform, and we hope to see the same from the mayor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alia Sumro, and I'm the Deputy Director for New York City Policy at the New York League of Conservation Voters. Thank you, Chair Brannon and members of the Committee on Finance for the opportunity to testify today. NYLCV believes it is imperative that the city's final FY24 budget prioritizes efforts to move us towards park equity, zero waste, environmental justice, reliable and affordable transportation, and more. Allocating sufficient funds toward these initiatives, as well as prioritizing and streamlining agency staffing and hiring, can help us to create a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for the city and its residents. We have submitted longer comments, but I'm going to outline a few of our high-level priorities. As Adam and members of DC 37 already outlined, we're co-founders of the Playfair for Parks Coalition, and we stand with the rest of the coalition to demand the city allocate at least 1% of the city budget for parks for the protection and maintenance, expansion, and promotion of the city's urban forest. Increasing our parks budget is an issue that intersects with many issues: equity, workers' rights, climate, environmental justice, public health, and more. Additionally, as members of the Forest for All NYC Coalition, we urge the city to fully fund the urban forest for both capital and operational expenses in this year's budget. Next, for sanitation, the city has been behind schedule on meeting our zero waste goal of reducing the amount of waste we send to landfills by 2030, so it is imperative that the city take bold action. The city must allocate robust funding and staffing for programs such as citywide curbside organics, commercial waste zone law implementation, citywide waste containerization, and recycling programs. For housing and buildings, Local Law 97, the city must fully fund the implementation and DOB staffing and hiring. We are also a member of the New York City Coalition to End Lead Poisoning, and we stand with advocates calling for more funding for agencies such as HPD and DOB to conduct inspections. Next, we also just want to quickly highlight that for transportation, New York City must fund the New York City Streets Plan. And then for NYCHA, the city must prioritize finally bringing up NYCHA to the 21st century and prioritizing sustainability and resiliency initiatives. Thank you, and we look forward to working with y'all.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Walker, and I am the Senior Manager of External Affairs of the Natural Areas Conservancy. Thank you to Chair Brannon and the members of the Committee on Finance for the opportunity to comment on the proposed FY24 budget for NYC Parks. Our natural forests and wetlands comprise 12,000 acres, fully 1/3 of the city's park system, and are the only places where over 50% of New Yorkers go to experience nature. Our forested natural areas make up 24% of our city parkland, totaling 7,300 acres. But in a report released this spring, we found that only 0.7% of the expense budget for NYC Parks has gone toward the maintenance of these lands. To put it another way, imagine that all of Central Park was forested. With this level of staffing, there would only be 4 people working there. Today, we reiterate our support for dedicating 1% of the city budget for parks and ask that the City Council and the Mayor commit full funding for the Playfair budget platform. We are grateful to the City Council for calling on the administration to baseline the $2.5 million allocated in the FY23 budget, but we want to recognize that to properly maintain and care for our natural forested areas and wetlands, we believe an investment of $3.5 million is needed in the FY24 budget. We were thrilled with the Mayor's recent $2.4 million addition to the FY24 executive budget toward connecting and formalizing over 300 miles of trails in our parks. However, we know that this allocation is a small proportion of the funding needed to properly maintain, restore, and activate our natural areas. Despite this new allocation, we want to note that if the FY23 funding is not restored, the 44 seasonal staff that are currently funded to engage in forest restoration, maintenance, and plantings will be terminated at the end of June, and the work of NYC Parks to manage forests across more than 35 parks will come to a halt. The allocation of $3.5 million in FY24 would support the retention of these 44 seasonal staff, as well as the addition of 5 seasonal staff to support public access improvements and wetlands resilience. We view this funding as a critical complement to support the executive budget trails funding allocation. It is imperative that the FY24 budget includes $3.5 million to continue care of our natural areas, and we stand with our colleagues today in strong support of Playfair, calling for the full reinstatement of funds that were cut from the parks budget last year. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah McCollum Williams, Executive Director of Green Gorillas, a nonprofit that supports community gardens and activates youth engaged in food and environmental justice across the city. Special thanks to Chair Brennan and all of the committee members here today. In a 2018 study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, researchers found that for people living near green spaces, feeling depressed significantly decreased by 41%, and self-reported poor mental health showed a reduction of 62%. They included that neighborhood physical conditions have been associated with mental illness and may partially explain persistent socioeconomic disparities in the prevalence of poor mental health. Green spaces provided by community gardens don't just beautify neighborhoods, they have the radical potential to create health, wealth, and resilience within them. Community gardens provide some of the same benefits as parks, but beyond that, they provide strong additional benefits in the form of neighborhood food sovereignty and education around healthy eating. Despite these powerful benefits, community gardens and the essential work undertaken within them are underfunded, and their potential as centers for powerful systems transformation are often overlooked. On behalf of community gardeners across the city, I urge you to increase funding for Green Thumb by investing $4.8 million to support a variety of asks that I'll include in my written testimony. We understand that the city is facing uncertain economic times, but we urge the City Council to prioritize impactful programs and restructure operations to preserve services. The long-term health of New Yorkers will be severely compromised if the city balances its budget by reducing critical services unnecessarily. A recent report from Comptroller Brad Lander shows that one area for possible savings is reducing overtime worked by the city's uniformed employees. His report showed that the city spent $1.5 billion on such overtime last year, including 43% of that overtime which went to the police department. Organizations like the Citizens Budget Commission and the city's independent budget office have additional practical ideas that could be implemented without stripping core services from New Yorkers. We stand with our colleagues in the Playfair Coalition to urge Mayor Adams and the city to make good on the commitment that Mayor Adams made to fund NYC parks with 1% of the city budget. Our health depends on it. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Ryan Mahoney. I'm the president and principal biologist at Gotham Bat Conservancy, a wildlife conservation organization located here in New York. And I'm here to speak on behalf of our organization and as a member of the Forest for All NYC Coalition. The Forest for All Coalition is dedicated to justly and equitably protecting, maintaining, expanding, and promoting the urban forest within New York City. And we at Gotham Bat Conservancy champion the conservation and restoration of habitats in the wake of environmental challenges. With a deep commitment to the natural world and a passion for preserving biodiversity, it was just the other day, International Biological Diversity Day, celebrated at the UN. But we strive to create a brighter future for specifically bats and the ecosystems that they inhabit here in New York. First and foremost, I would like to urge the council to fully fund the urban forest in this year's budget, both for capital and operational expenses. The urban forest is a vital piece of public infrastructure that plays a significant role in enhancing the well-being of all New Yorkers. However, it has been long overlooked and under-resourced, perhaps for the entirety of most people's here's lifetimes, hindering its ability to equitably serve our communities. The National Forest Service estimates that New York City's urban forest is made up of about 7 million trees of various heights, health statuses, and life stages. The forest removes approximately 1,100 tons of pollution from the air annually in New York, stores 1.2 million tons of carbon, and removes 51,000 tons of carbon from the atmosphere here in New York annually. Our forest has an estimated compensatory value of $5.7 billion. In addition to all of these services that the forest provides to us all, it also serves as an invaluable habitat to wildlife, including one of New York City's most iconic animals, bats. As the Gotham Bat Conservancy, we are particularly concerned about the preservation of bat habitat within the urban forest, bats playing a crucial role in our ecosystem as natural pest controllers and the unsung heroes of nocturnal pollination. They contribute to the overall health and balance of our environment, and unfortunately, the challenges that they face within our region and within the urban forest are significant. They've been severely impacted by a fungal disease first identified in the state of New York, causing massive population declines across the entirety of North America since 2007. New York State has experienced specifically some of the highest mortality rates, and the urban forest that we have here in New York serves as a critical refuge for these bats affected by the disease. Furthermore, habitat loss and degradation poses an additional threat to bat populations. As urbanization continues to expand, natural habitats are being fragmented and destroyed, leaving bats with limited spaces to roost, forage, and raise their young. Our urban forest provides vital sanctuary for bats in our region, offering diverse opportunities to roost, insect-rich foraging grounds, and important breeding habitats. It's worth noting that New York City's urban forest is not only a refuge for bats in general, but specifically for endangered species of bats, including the northern long-eared bat, which we recently identified last week as being present in the Bronx. Given the challenges that the critical role that bats play in our ecosystem, it's imperative that the City Council commits sustained funding to the urban forest. Adequate resources will enable comprehensive conservation efforts, including habitat restoration, public education opportunities, community engagement, as well as pathways to environmental and scientific employment opportunities that the city lacks. By investing in the urban forest, we can support the recovery and long-term survival of bat populations, while also preserving the ecological integrity of our city and enhancing the valuable environmental services that we are provided with every day. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adriana Vink. I'm a climate organizer with Sunrise Movement NYC and a 17-year-old public high school student. Education, policing, and the environment. Last year, this city cut funding for 2 out of those 3 things, and I'm sure we can all guess which 2. Mayor Adams and politicians like him who proselytize about austerity argue that there simply isn't enough money, but that is a lie. The DOE will receive an extra $493 million next year from the CFE lawsuit, and in addition, the IBO has estimated that New York City will end fiscal year 2023 with a $4.9 billion surplus. And as of early February, the city's cash balance was at $14.6 billion, including reserves. Last year, this governing body cut funding for public education by $215 million. My high school lost $194,856, despite increased enrollment. I was in the room with my principal when she explained that we had to pinch pennies and cut down on student-run clubs, one of the few things that bring us joy in the midst of an acute student mental health crisis. The Parks Department budget last year was below 1% of the total budget commitment that the mayor had made on the campaign trail, and in fact, last year's budget enacted 3% cuts across the board to almost every city agency except, of course, the NYPD. I am here today to ask, why is there always money for violence and terror, but never for our communities? Never for our schools? Why does this city fund unlawful units like the Strategic Response Group, which counter peaceful protest with deadly force? Why does this city actively empower the police force to abuse and assault Black and brown New Yorkers? And why does this city use our tax dollars to dole out overbloated overtime pay, a projected $740 million this year, and spend unbelievable sums, $121 million last year, in lawsuits resulting from officers who simply couldn't keep their hands to themselves? This city has the money to restore the cuts made to essential services last year, and this body has the power to do so. Budgets are documents of morals and values, and I am here today to ask, where are yours?
Thank you. Councilmember Krishna.
Well, thank you all so much as advocates for your testimony today. That was both powerful and highlighting the clear needs that we have here in our city, too. I would like to also call special attention to the parks groups that are here, both for your work every single day to take care of our green spaces across our city and to advocate for more funding. And I just wanted to be clear before asking my question, too. You know, as we stated in our executive budget hearings and preliminary budget hearings this year, last year, the call for 1% for our budget for city parks not only is something that is not novel or radical, but it's catching us up to other cities across our country. But on top of that, that is something that this mayor explicitly campaigned on and stated the importance of parks and taking care of our parks. And so it is shocking that we still are fighting to make sure that we are getting there. We had the highest budget for parks last year, but it's nowhere near what it needs to be. And we expect to see a stronger commitment from this administration when it comes to taking care of our green spaces. A commitment that has so far not materialized despite the stated promises and commitments for several years now. On that note, one question I have is our council budget response called for 1,000 city parks workers, which would be an investment, as you all have testified to, in our parks workers and the staff who are the beating heart of our park system. And I just open it to any of you all on the panel to just give some testimony as to what would having 1,000 city parks workers for our parks department do to address some of the disparities that we're talking about here and to address the maintenance issues that we see in our parks.
Hi, Adam Ganzer from New Yorkers for Parks. I mean, there's a couple things that really this starts to address. First is just a general shortage of staffing. I think we heard earlier testimony on the number of PEP officers, which is now down close to 200. That's 200 PEP officers to monitor 30,000 acres of parkland across the city. The other thing is that over the last 40 years, the Parks Department has gone from a model where you had parks workers stationed in each park to mobile crews, which means that groups of 4 or 5 park workers are driving around the city to multiple parks during their shifts, getting there, and then not coming back for 3, 4 days or 5 days. We're looking for more parks workers to be stationed in parks, which increases certainly their eyes on the park for cleanliness, but also more engaged with the communities that are surrounding those parks to be responsive to the community needs and public safety needs. And those are just 2 examples. I mean, you're talking about levels of staffing now that are thousands fewer than what they used to be in the 70s and the 80s, and we're playing catch up both with the numbers and with the models that they're using.
Thank you, Adam. And I just wanted to also acknowledge that the Play Fair Coalition and New Yorkers for Parks have put out an excellent report highlighting these disparities between parks investments by other cities and how we in New York City have some of the least amount of dollars spent in our park system just in comparison to other cities across the country. Adam, isn't it correct, too, that over the last 40 years, last year's budget aside, that there's been a steady decline in public dollars and public spending for our city's parks?
Yes, that is true. We, in the 70s, we were funding parks at close to 1.5% of the city budget. After the fiscal crisis and into the 80s, it went down to 0.5%, which is where it's hovered ever since. And actually, it got worse 2-3 years ago during the pandemic when Parks Department was cut by $85 million, and our parks were in the worst situation that they'd ever been in since the Parks Department was recording that. I think the issue here is that we're continuing to negotiate based on last year's situation rather than zooming out and saying, what does the Parks Department need? What do New Yorkers need? The 1% for Parks campaign is exactly that, looking at other cities' models, maintenance models, and just general common sense, looking at how inequitable the city's park system is, where if you live around a park that gets private funding, you live in a beautiful park, and that may be your experience. You might think the rest of the city's parks looks like that. But for the millions and millions of other New Yorkers that don't have that luxury, that's not what they're experiencing.
And so isn't it a fact in your testimony, too, that 1% for cities' parks is not only catching up New York City to other cities across our country, but it's actually returning New York City to what it invested in our parks 50 years ago at this point?
That's exactly right, and I mentioned in my earlier testimony that the Parks Department we've not just fallen behind other cities, we've fallen behind other agencies. Most of the other agencies in the city have seen growth in the last 40 years of above 130%, whereas the parks has just grown, the budget has just grown by 70%. Parks Department is essentially a boots on the ground agency. You need people to be in the places where they're working, and we don't have that right now. Despite what the commissioner and the mayor say, we just need more people.
Absolutely, and it's shocking to think about how we're looking at returning to the 1970 standard. And again, highlighting how this is not anything novel or radical, but frankly, bringing back parks investments to what they have been. And wouldn't you also agree that as this public spending has gone down over the last 7 decades or so, the importance of parks as essential spaces for New Yorkers has only gone up, especially in the last several years given this pandemic?
Absolutely. First of all, you've seen the population of New York City grow by many, 1 million people over that same 40 years. We haven't had a significant increase in the number of parks over that same period of time. So just generally, there's more people in our parks. During COVID, you saw exponential increases, and that hasn't petered off. We did a survey about 6 months ago of park stewards who are saying they're seeing 10 to 20% more people in their parks during busy season. But what is maybe surprising is that's extending throughout the year. the city, it's a warmer place. People are outside more during the year than they used to be. And frankly, we're healthier people now than we were in 1970. We're not out smoking cigarettes on the corner. We're in our parks jogging. And so I think there's a real need that is not being met by this city. And it goes directly, obviously, to the inequity that we've talked about, but it's just also quality of life. What are we here for? We're here to be spending time in culture, as we've heard from other advocates, but also being able to live and survive in a city where green space is abundant and well maintained with our children and families and communities.
And my final question for the rest of the panel too, whether it's League of Conservation Voters or Forest for All Coalition, is we've talked about the importance, and this council has talked about the importance of a 30% tree canopy cover by 2035, and how crucial that is, not only for making sure we have trees and shade across our city, but for our climate, to combat the urban heat island effect, and to address huge disparities where many low-income communities of color don't have the tree canopy or shade they need, and it results in much, much hotter climates than other wealthier parts of the city that have far more as far as shade goes and cooler temperatures. Wouldn't you say that if we had 1% of our budget for city parks, that would go a long way in helping to ensure that we had a 30% tree canopy cover by 2035, and that we could maintain the trees critically, not instead of just planting them, also maintaining them? Wouldn't having that budget help with that too?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. My name is Emily Walker. I'm the Senior Manager of External Affairs at the Natural Areas Conservancy. One thing I'd like to highlight for the Natural Areas Conservancy, we have obviously a very large interest in our natural forested areas, which, as I mentioned in my testimony, are 24% of the entire parks portfolio. While they're a relatively small amount of maybe city land relative to the rest of the built environment, we've done research that has found that 69% of the carbon stored in New York City is stored through our natural forested areas. And yet the level of investment that we see in the care of these lands is incredibly paltry. As Adam has mentioned, the budget for parks overall is so paltry to begin with. So to have such an increasingly small amount going to the care of what is a really crucial asset in an era of increasing climate change, and we're seeing that year over year, these impacts in our neighborhoods, to not invest in protecting our forests and our wetlands, which we're losing 6 acres of each year, is really shocking. And the amount that we're asking for is pennies on the dollar relative to the entire city budget to care for, at the very least, our natural forested assets. I'm not going to speak so much to street trees. That's not our area of expertise, but as a member of the Forest for All Coalition, with many of my colleagues here today, I know that reaching that 30% goal will obviously include the public realm and our public parks, but it will also require private land, and I think that's the challenge that the coalition is eager to work with the city council on, and I'll turn it over to any of my other colleagues who might want to add to that. Yeah.
Thank you. Ali Asumro from the New York League of Conservation Voters. I agree with everything they said, and I just want to emphasize that it is so important to increase the tree canopy coverage throughout the city because so much research has shown the correlation of neighborhoods that were previously redlined and the tree canopy coverage. So this is Forest for All, really tries to emphasize that this is an equity and environmental justice issue, and we want to try to advocate that the city prioritize tree canopy and environmental justice areas in neighborhoods that don't have tree canopy coverage.
Mm-hmm. And isn't it fair to say that the tree canopy for New York City, a substantial part of that also is within NYCHA and the trees and tree canopy of NYCHA?
Yeah, definitely, and part of it is preserving and maintaining that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Just close by saying that as we're hearing today, the importance of our green spaces, the importance of the funding for our parks and our tree canopy, the importance of NYCHA and our housing and how it's connected to our parks. If this administration, besides words, cares about these issues, cares about our green spaces, cares about NYCHA, and states its goal to fund parks at 1% or more, then it's time that we see that money backing up those words. So thank you all so much for your work.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
We're going to begin our next remote panel. Jen Gabori, Nancy Cardwell, Benjamin Watson, and Keila Velez.
Time starts now.
Then which will be followed by our next in-person panel, Christopher Hanway, Jamel Henderson, Brianna Pedden-Williams, Linda Hoffman, Eileen Mayer, Lauren Schuster, Lisa Daglian, Nyla Amaru, and Anna Krill. We begin with Jen Gabori. I'm sorry. The next in-person panel will be Christopher Hanway, Jamel Henderson, Brianna Padden-Williams, Linda Hoffman, Eileen Mayer, Lauren Schuster, Lisa Daglian, Nyla Amaru, and Anna Krill. Remote panel can begin with Jen Gabori.
Time starts now.
Hello there. Good afternoon, Chair Brannon, BNT members, and council members. Thank you so much for your endurance today. Really appreciate you being here listening. My name is Jen Gabori. I teach courses in gender and politics at Hunter College, where I also serve as PSC CUNY chapter chair here. We've heard today across the session about the need to resist the PEG cuts, and James Davis talked about the $60 million in cuts that CUNY might receive. But of course, it's not enough just to think about the restoration of those cuts. We really need money beyond that, and are encouraging you to stand strong and push against austerity budgeting, as we've heard across the day. It's not just going to be enough for us to resist those cuts. We have existing vacancies, and what we know is that we can hire workers at CUNY right now. The vacancies we need are things like financial aid advisors, lab techs to set up STEM courses, writing center staff, support for English language learners, admin workers to keep the program going, including people in DC 37. I have a DC 37 worker about 8 feet away from me right now. And there are positions that are not filled. And I'm really concerned about the positions that are not filled right now and what it would mean for us to sustain more cuts. One of the really sad things about what happens at college is people come into college and then leave college without a degree. And it's a real tragedy of institutions that is preventable on our end. And it is, in fact, the cost of austerity. There is nothing intuitive about enrolling in a course of study or sorting through financial aid work. People need advising to do that. And so we are here to encourage you to invest in advising, going beyond the things that you were going to do, going beyond resisting the pegs. We encourage you to invest in advisors to help us. We know that when you invest in—
Time expired.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Nancy Cardwell.
Time starts now.
Nancy Cardwell. Next we go to Benjamin Watson.
Time starts now.
Benjamin Watson. Next we go to Keila Velez.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council team. My name is Keila Otero. I am going to speak on behalf of all CUNY students, but especially CUNY veterans and military members as a peer mentor under the COVA program, which is the Central Office of Veteran Affairs. I want to go back to a lot of the discussion that was mentioned this morning about homelessness and food deficiency and shelter and protection, about their mental and emotional health. As a peer mentor, that is our job, and that is why we are here asking for assistance. You will see more in depth on the testimony that I sent via mail. But we want to serve our students as diligently as we can. And in New York City and worldwide, we always say we defend our veterans, we protect our veterans, we want to serve our veterans. But yet there's not much we're doing for our veterans, especially those that are coming back into civilianhood. So we do ask for assistance for transportation, for housing, for, again, health services, financial literacy, to help them, because New York City is a high-priced city, and many of our veterans need the help, not just financially, but mentally, emotionally, and with the community. So again, to wrap it up quickly for the next speakers, please help CUNY, please help COVA continue to grow, because we're not doing it for us, we're doing it for the next generations. And I'm speaking as a Chapter 35 recipient and daughter of a Germany served veteran and a Korean War vet granddaughter. So thank you for your time. And again, more in-depth information, help us help CUNY. You want to say that you're military friendly, help us be military friendly and supportive. Thank you for your time.
Last call for Nancy Cardwell or Benjamin Watson.
Time starts now.
Councilmember Rosé?
Yeah, just a comment about veterans, and I see a couple of veterans that are here today. Your chair did not have a preliminary budget hearing, which was completely disrespectful to veterans of this city. I have Black veterans for social justice within my district, and I just want to make sure that you all know that your chair of your committee should be fighting for you to have both preliminary budget hearings and executive budget hearings. So glad to see you all here today. We will definitely advocate for all of you. I will continue advocating for my Black veterans within my district, but just to let that stay on the record.
Okay, we'll now call up the next in-person panel. Christopher Hanway, Jamel Henderson, Brianna Padden-Williams, Linda Hoffman, Eileen Mayer, Lauren Schuster, Lisa Daglian, Nyla Amaru, Anna Krill. As a reminder to all people testifying, we are accepting written testimony in full if your remarks are going over 2 minutes. It can be submitted up to 72 hours after the hearing is concluded at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you. You can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Krill. I am a two-time breast cancer survivor and the founder and president of Astoria Queens Sharing and Caring. Thank you, Chair Brannan, Health Chair Schulman, my council member Caban, and all the members. I am here today to ask that you support our request of $250,000 under the Cancer Services Initiative, an increase of approximately $100,000 over our FY23 allocation. This would be our first increase since the creation of the initiative. Sharing and Caring was founded 29 years ago to address the needs of Queens women living with breast and ovarian cancer. It was our position then, and remains so today, that Queens cancer residents should not have to leave the borough for quality cancer treatment, care, and support. Through the years, our reach has expanded, and now we serve women and men with all types of cancers. We are a one-stop, grassroots, community-based organization which provides free bilingual supportive services to Queens cancer survivors, their families, caregivers, and community members. We strive to reduce fear and eliminate cultural barriers in order to promote early detection and treatment, as well as to improve access to life-saving services. With council funding, we assist approximately 4,000 individuals a year. Over the course of the past 2 years, we have provided programming in 11 of the 14 Queens Council districts. While the majority of those we serve reside in Queens, we have also assisted cancer survivors from all other boroughs. No one is ever turned away. Please help us to continue to assist cancer survivors, their families, and to try very hard to detect cancer at its most earliest stages so people can survive and live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and the members of the New York City Council. It is an absolute honor and privilege to be here before you in true service as I serve as the New York City Council Regional Board Chair for Citizen Action of New York. I'm here to stand and on behalf of the members to really call out and encourage you as the members of this council and this committee to stand with the people in supporting, investing, and increased investments in the everyday city agencies that help the everyday New Yorkers move forward. We have a mayor right now whose narrative is to force out born and bred New Yorkers who are literally trying to navigate our city's changing environment. We have a narrative that while he is of CUNY, he is cutting CUNY. We have a narrative that while he says he stands for hunger and mental health and homelessness and other things that are affecting the daily lives of New Yorkers, he is telling us and letting you all know that the city agency that needs to be 100% immune from all of these things is the NYPD. And we were here to encourage you all to let you know that the funding that is needed for people like myself who live in NYCHA, a proud resident of Kingsborough Houses in Brooklyn, those who are in foster care, those who are looking to seek an opportunity to excel in public education, those who are looking at opportunity to have true affordable housing instead of misinterpreting that word where there's construction being built all around and it's not for the everyday born and bred New Yorkers. The New York Times issued an article saying that 200,000 Black New Yorkers left, not because they wanted to, but because they could not afford the cost of living here. And yet, we are still being faced back here with these same situations where a $11 billion budget for the NYPD is being pushed and promoted, where the common funding that is needed for the everyday people are being silenced. So I'm here on behalf of the members of Citizen Action of New York, the people of NYCHA, and the everyday hardworking, unionized, organized, educated, and galvanized people of the city of New York. We are encouraging you all to stand with the people as we continue to fight and push for our city. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eileen Marr. I'm a civil rights union leader from Bogle, New York, a social worker, and a survivor of domestic violence for which I was criminalized and incarcerated for, rather than helped. I am here to urge you to, rather than overfund the NYPD, including the absurd SRG unit, which are nothing more than a glorified, overpaid group of racist thugs, rather use that money to fund education, domestic violence services, mental health, library, alternatives to incarceration, re-entry, and violence interrupter programs. These programs have been scientifically proven to improve lives, communities, families, and decarcerate. The continued investment in the SRG, as well as other absurd NYPD programs, is nothing but a money pit. They stand around playing on their phones, then when an opportunity arises for them to kidnap a person of color, a mentally ill person, or someone of a lower income bracket, and use abusive and racist and inciting remarks to try and create a false violent situation. And when that doesn't work, they resort to physical violence, especially the so-called banned or unused kettling. It is beyond deplorable. I've been kettled by the NYPD SRG in 4 situations, so I call bull that when they say they don't use it. When I was experiencing the domestic violence that led to my incarceration, I pleaded with the NYPD and was laughed at. One officer said, "That's what you get for being in an interracial relationship." Only he used a different word. That officer is a lieutenant with the SRG now. And toy dogs, I'm an animal trainer. I know the importance of real canine in many first response fields, including police work and firemen. But seriously, if they want a toy dog, Fisher-Price has a few in their selection. And finally, just stop it with Rikers. That's another money pit. Just put the money back into decarcerating. And finally, it was really difficult to get in here today. They said that there were no spaces, but when I came in, there were like 40 open chairs. So I'm just curious why that happened. But thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Brannon and members of the New York City Council Finance Committee. I am Nayela Amaru, Director of Policy and Campaigns at the Human Services Council, a membership organization representing over 170 human services providers across the city. HSC takes on this work so our members can focus on running their organizations and providing direct support to New Yorkers. We thank the City Council for the $60 million workforce investment in the previous budget. However, the workforce investment is not a true COLA. We ask that you pay us what we are worth. Provide a 6.5% COLA, estimated at $200 million, for all contracted human services workers in the FY24 budget, and announce a multi-year agreement that matches that of DC 37 that just achieved a 5-year deal. I must also emphasize that a COLA included in the budget needs to be a percentage, because only a pot of funding means providers cannot rely on what percentage they will actually get for their workers. We need a full 6.5% COLA included in the final budget. The human services sector is a critical workforce essential to the social and economic fabric of the city. Yet the city continues to disappoint by voicing that it is committed to equity while paying poverty-level wages for human services workers who are 70% women and 75% people of color, with roughly 2/3 of full-time workers earning below the 2019 near poverty threshold. While the sector has grown, funding has not. Government calls on nonprofits to be like businesses and partners in helping to solve our most pressing social issues, all while not treating nonprofits like a business or partner. When Silicon Valley Bank failed, the government response was immediate, as its closing put millions of taxpayer dollars at risk. However, in response to the closure of a human services nonprofit Sheltering Arms, the administration stated that they are working hard to clear the backlog. Then the city announced substantial investments in the NYPD officers with nothing for human services workers in the preliminary budget. This lack of action and divestment is dangerous, and the sector cannot continue to participate in an unjust system. The city must act now to show its commitment and receive the just pay they deserve, and so we ask that you pay us what we are worth. Provide a 6.5% cost of living adjustment. This sector is at a breaking point. Without government investment, providers will have to make a difficult decision about how and if they will be able to work with government to serve their communities, because this system is too flawed to continue. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to continuing our work with the City Council to support the Just Pay campaign.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Hoffman, President of New York Foundation for Senior Citizens, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and the members of the Finance Committee for the support that you have provided for New York Foundation for Senior Citizens' citywide home sharing and respite care program. On behalf of our Board of Directors, we would deeply appreciate your ensuring the continuation of our program by supporting the provision of $200,000 from the Speaker's citywide budget, an allocation from your individual and borough delegations' discretionary budgets within the next city budget. Our respite care services provide affordable short-term in-home care at the low cost of $17 an hour, paid directly to the home care workers by frail elderly who are above the Medicaid level and are attempting to manage at home with the help of others, caregivers, and thereby prevent their need for nursing home care. Although the cost of private agency home care is $30 an hour, our respite care services provide the lowest cost and highest quality home care at $17 per hour and free of charge in emergency situations. During the past 42 years, we have provided over 12,000 older adults citywide and many more thousands of their caregivers with respite care services, plus jobs for hundreds of certified home health aides. Our free home sharing services match adult hosts with extra space in their apartments or houses to share with responsible, compatible adult guests in need of affordable housing. One of the matchmates must be over the age of 60. During the past 42 years, we have successfully matched over 2,500 persons in 1,250 shared living arrangements. I am meeting with the Commissioner of Aging, Lorraine Cortez Vasquez, this Tuesday for guidance on how we might obtain additional program funding. Plus, extend our home sharing services to asylum seekers through HRA. This program is a win-win. It prevents institutionalization and thereby saves the city significant Medicaid dollars. And I really hope and pray that it will be possible for you to assist us ensuring that we can continue this program citywide, hopefully by having speakers funding at $200,000, which was $150 last year, because we really need this funding this year, especially this year, and allocations from your individual and borough delegations within the city's next budget. And thank you in advance for hopefully providing these desperately needed funds.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Brianna Payton-Williams. I'm the Communications and Policy Associate at Live On New York. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Live On New York's members include more than 110 community-based organizations that provide core services which allow all New Yorkers to thrive in our community as we age. When I last testified on this budget, we were ringing the bell on a divestment from older adult services throughout the city, with inflation costs crippling organizations and a growing wait list for home care and case management. Now, the crisis has only worsened with additional cuts to key services, including the home delivered meals program and older adult centers, with the proposed $12 million cut from the mayor. Yet we know the aging population in our city is growing and the need for services will continue to rise. And so this budget must be a turning point in our city's ageist tendencies to cut aging services. Instead, we need to actively invest in creating a better place to age for all of us. And therefore, Live On New York recommends the following investments, many of which were championed in the city's preliminary budget response. And we join HSC and other organizations today calling on the city to just pay all human service workers a livable and equitable wage. Poverty-level government contracts have left human service workers severely underpaid for years. And so we call on the city to establish, fund, and enforce a 6.5% COLA for all human services contracts. We also encourage the city to invest an additional $29.4 million to address the unmet needs for older adults through the DFTA services. And this includes investments in technology, as well as investments in the case management and home care wait list, as well as additional investments in technology and communications and marketing. We also encourage the city to allocate funding to develop 1,000 units of affordable senior housing per year, as well as increase the reimbursement rates for the SARA program. And lastly, we encourage the city to invest an additional $2.6 million for the Support Our Seniors discretionary initiative, as well as continue to fully fund all discretionary initiatives as well. And so to truly make New York a better place to age, where we can all thrive in community, we must build a true caring economy that supports all New Yorkers as we age, regardless of our background. More information can be found in my written testimony, but thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
And on Zoom, Lauren Schuster.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Finance Chair Brannon and members of the Finance Committee, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lauren Schuster. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs at Urban Resource Institute. URI is the largest provider of domestic violence shelter services in the country. We provide shelter to more than 2,200 domestic violence survivors and families experiencing homelessness each night. As the city feels the strain of the growing homelessness crisis, so too do our staff, who are being asked to do more with much less. In addition to the fact that the budget does not include a 6.5% COLA for human services workers, it also passes down a 2.5% cut to providers disguised as an efficiency measure. This cut, if implemented, would result in fewer staff supporting our clients as they recover from trauma, rebuild their lives, and secure permanent housing. The burden on our staff has the potential to lead to significant service disruptions to our clients. The vast majority of our workforce are women and people of color, many of whom work 2 and 3 jobs to support their families and rely on at least one form of public assistance to make ends meet. They deserve just pay. a 6.5% COLA without cuts to our sector. We are grateful to the Council for including $3 million in the budget for microgrants for survivors of gender-based violence, and we urge the administration to include $6 million in the final budget to fully fund the program. Finally, we know that domestic violence continues to be one of the leading causes of homelessness in New York and across the country. URI works at the intersection of homelessness and DV, and we rely on DOVE funding to do so. We appreciate the Council's previous support of our economic empowerment program with DOVE funding, and we hope that the Council will continue to support URI's EEP program, along with our PALS, APIP, RAP, and legal assistance programs. URI has submitted detailed testimony. We really appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and we look forward to continuing our work with partners in the city to provide access to safe, stable, and supportive housing to every person who needs it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you all for your testimony. We've also been joined by council members Velasquez and Williams. I also just want to correct for the record, it was mentioned earlier before that we did not have a veterans executive hearing, budget hearing, but we absolutely did. I was here and I chaired it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to the next Zoom panel. Adrian Alfred, Salvatore Lapizzo, Leonard Williams, Brendan Gibbons, and Tori Lyon.
Time starts now.
We'll begin with Adrian Alfred. Okay, moving on, next is Salvatore Lapizzo.
Time starts now.
Moving on, Leonard Williams.
Time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I can't. Okay, I'll start the video. Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Leonard Williams. I am currently president of the Vietnam Veterans of America, chapter number 32. We would like to see Support Our Veterans initiative added to the budget for fiscal year 2024 with an increase in funding. This would allow every council member to designate funds to veterans organizations and veteran services. I know our city council members already do and should be able to designate funds to help with veteran services. This goes a long way for people to appreciate the service and sacrifice we veterans deserve for signing a blank check for the freedoms most people take for granted today. Most of us get out of the service and go about their lives being proud of their military service. We don't ask for anything in return. We get a job with benefits, get married, start a family, and believe we can resume a normal life. Soon after, we have the realization that's not happening. We shrug it off and say to ourselves, I'm okay. And then years pass and we realize we do need mental health care. We turn to the VA and usually get denied because time has passed. When I came home from Vietnam, I filed for PTSD and was denied. I turned to alcohol for the next 20 plus years, and I am blessed to have a wife who stood by me and I haven't had a drink or drug since 1986. I am one of the lucky ones. Many veterans aren't as lucky or as fortunate as me, and they end up homeless and or incarcerated. Councilman Bob Holden, chairman of Veteran Services and councilman for my Vietnam Veterans chapter in Maspeth, New York, knows firsthand and is doing all he can to help us. Veterans deserve this and a lot more. This isn't a handout. We earned it. We'd like to see an increase in the budget for veteran services. Our city council members understand and work with us to overcome the obstacles we encounter. listening and understanding veterans' everyday problems is huge for our mental health. It gives us the feeling of being recognized and appreciated, that we accomplished something and deserving of a thank you for serving our country. Funds are available already through city council members for different services for the seniors, transportation to and from doctor's visits, neighborhood cleanups, and cultural events, etc. Increase funding for veteran services and Support Our Veterans Initiative through city council members is necessary for veterans' mental health. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to address my personal experience and the needs for all veterans in New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Brendan Gibbons.
Time starts now.
How'd I do? Good.
Next, no Brendan Gibbons. Next, Tori Lyon.
Time starts now.
Come back around, Salvatore Lopizzo.
Time starts now.
Okay, last call for Adrian Alfred.
Time starts now.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next in-person panel. It's going to be call up Shirley Wang, Elizabeth Porzella, Anna Lilia Ariza, and Joshua Fan.
Hang on one sec.
Sure.
Just to repeat, yeah, Shirley Wang, Elizabeth Porcella, Anna Lilia Ariza, and Joshua Fan.
And he's on his way in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You want to go right to left, left to right, stage left?
Thank you for that. Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and council members. I'm Ana Lilia Ariza. I'm the Director of Youth Leadership at Community Food Advocates. And first of all, we just want to thank you for your support of school food. We know that this council has been champions of school food for many years, including our fight for universal free school meals in 2017. So thank you so much for that. We're here once again to just continue to encourage the council to support the enhancement of all middle school and high school cafeterias. We're very encouraged to see the $200 million mentioned in the priorities of this council. And I'm going to yield the rest of my time to our young people. You'll see my full testimony, but we just want you to hear from our young people as well. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Eliza Porcella, a current senior at the International Baccalaureate School for Global Education and a member of the Youth Food Advocates since 2020. I'd like to begin by expressing our gratitude for $50 million of our budget request being included in the mayor's executive budget. It doesn't go unnoticed, and now so many more students will be able to enjoy an enhanced cafeteria environment. However, we aren't done advocating until all students have equal access to those enhancements. I'm here to advocate for an additional $150 million in funding to be allocated for cafeteria enhancement for all New York City public middle and high schools. School food is imperative to a successful school day for the average student. The New York City public school system boasts 1.1 million students, the great majority of whom rely on school food. Aside from just eating school lunch, cafeterias are also supposed to be a safe and comfortable environment where students can take a break from thinking about classroom assignments. Students deserve an environment where they're able to focus on tasks other than schoolwork and get the nutrients they need to sustain a healthy lifestyle. As someone who often relied on school food when my mother didn't have time or had to go to work, I've always wanted to see improvements that allow the next generation of students who need school food to be happy and not hungry. We have effectively achieved considerable improvement as a result of cafeteria enhancement that does make me feel like future generations will get the nutritious and flavorful food that they need and deserve. The results speak for themselves. At Hillcrest, lunch participation increased by 20% after cafeteria enhancement, and roughly the same was seen at Far Rockaway High School. At Edward R. Murrow High School, the increase was 30% after enhancement. Just recently, I was listening to my classmate and friend tell me how jealous she was of her brother's enhanced cafeteria, telling me about the booth seats and the options that he can eat within his dietary restrictions. All students deserve to feel respected by their cafeterias, and they deserve equal access to those kinds of exciting new initiatives, like plentiful options and more dynamic seating arrangements. And through the added funds, that's achievable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Shirley Huang, and I am a junior at Midwood High School located in District 22. Today, we ask you and Speaker Adams to help support us in urging the mayor to fully fund cafeteria enhancements for all middle and high schools. Among student complaints, the school food has an unwelcoming cafeteria environment and needs to be renovated. From a teenager's perspective, I believe most kids my age and younger want appealing food and appealing space, and since school cafeterias in New York City are not modern enough, an enhanced cafeteria serving hot and cold meal items that are readily accessible is very necessary. This school year, many students indeed got meals from time to time. Cafeteria seats have been filled up rather than students cramming to get to library for a more aesthetic vibe. In an ongoing survey that me and my youth food advocate partner Sofana developed as a groundwork for enhanced cafeteria, approximately 65.7% felt that the revamped cafeteria would contribute to a welcoming environment, with 0% disagreement that it didn't. 85.8% agreed that the lying wait time to get food in the cafeteria is short. Hence, our research shows that enhanced cafeteria creates a welcoming environment focusing on inclusion. The importance of school food extends to sustaining students and reducing the hunger from a long day to understanding that a good number of students do not have the financial means to purchase food or bring lunch from home every day. It's extremely critical for students to get a nutritious meal that follows the USDA guidelines and to allow them to socialize in a comfortable setting. That is, again, only relevant when the enhanced cafeteria becomes universal for all schools. The $50 million in the mayor's executive budget is a major step for enhanced cafeteria across the city. We can expect at least a 35% increase in lunch participation. The changes in enhanced cafeteria experience have been apparent since 6 years ago, and now extending all New York City public schools for this design is a choice of equity. We are counting on you, Chair Brannon, council members, and Speaker Adrian Adams, and continuous support in urging Mayor Adams and Chancellor Banks to fully fund cafeteria enhancement for all middle and high schools. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and City Council members. My name is Joshua Fan, and I am a junior attending Flushing High School in Queens. I am a Youth Food Advocates member, and we hope that you will support us in urging Speaker Adams to fully fund cafeteria enhancements for all middle and high schools. We would like your continued support to increase implementation of enhanced cafeterias throughout schools in the city in order to improve the school food system for all students, encourage more students across the city to participate in school lunch, as well as to provide healthier and better food options to students. We all know that food insecurity is a common issue within the city, and an improved school food system will ensure that students who come from families that struggle with food insecurity receive nutritious meals to prevent hunger throughout the school day. I believe that the implementation of enhanced cafeterias will be an essential investment into the future of the city, as every young mind deserves a healthy and nutritious meal to help nourish their developing minds. Adding on, three months ago, my own school cafeteria finished undergoing the enhanced cafeteria updates, and I have noticed that my school lunch participation is much higher. Students have much more dietary options. I have heard a lot of positive feedback from students across the school about the enhanced cafeteria, and my own school student council has noticed these positive changes, and they have joined in support of our cause to enhance school cafeterias so that every New York City public school receives these much-needed benefits like our own cafeteria. Because of this, we would like your support to fully fund the renovation of all middle schools and high schools throughout the city into enhanced cafeterias in order to meet the nutritional needs of young and developing minds and to help bridge the wealth gap between all children within our city. Thank you so much for your time, and we hope that you will take these words to heart.
Next, we'll hear from Nafisa Patwari, Wesley Wu, Suryani Ayu, Lei Chan, and Faith Jones.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and members of the council. I'm Faith Jones, and I'm currently a sophomore at Brooklyn Technical High School and a member of Youth Food Advocates. I'm here today to ask for your support to bring cafeteria enhancements to all NYC middle and high schools. As you may know, currently NYC students face the issue of inaccessibility when it comes to school food. This might be surprising because free lunch has been available to students since 2017. However, outdated cafeterias, inefficient lunch lines, and lack of choice can make school food inaccessible. This is detrimental as school food is important for one's education and well-being. Youth Food Advocates have been advocating for this issue since 2020, and we still haven't been able to reach the goal of all middle and high schools to have enhanced cafeterias. In 3 years, we were able to achieve cafeteria enhancements for 92 schools and funded 100 more schools with the resources. Consequently, leading to an average of a 35% increase in participation in school lunch and a 3 times increase in the available fruits and vegetables for 136,000 students. However, about 400 more schools still need the funding for the renovated cafeterias. This means a majority of the 1.1 million students in the NYC public school system are depleted of a suitable eating environment and critical nutrition. As this is a critical issue in the present time, I urge you to assist in solving the problem now. Additionally, instead of passing the issue on to the next generation, this issue should be solved for current students in the public school system. Right now, students that are struggling to figure out where their next meal will come from or how many hours left in the day before they get to go home to eat. Personally, I want to still be in high school and be able to experience the fruition of adequate cafeterias in all middle and high schools. I would love to hear the stories of fellow students being impressed and appreciative of the new renovated cafeterias, in addition to hearing the improvement of the lunchroom experience, as this is an integral part of the school day. It's imperative that you support us in obtaining the $200 million in funding for cafeteria enhancements, as this is an issue of equity in NYC schools that should be attended to now, rather than allowing the opportunity gaps for students to grow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Nafisa Patwari, and I'm a 10th grader at Brooklyn Technical High School and a member of the ACT Club. I'm here today to support Youth Food Advocates and request for $200 million in funding to be added to support cafeteria enhancement to all high schools and middle schools in New York City. School lunch is a crucial topic to be discussed, as it is so essential to the school days of the hundreds of thousands of students in this city. Not only is it fuel to keep them going throughout their day, but lunchtime acts as a break for their students, a time that they can look forward to and relax. Despite school lunch being free for all New York City public school students, there's still inaccessibility regarding the cafeteria. Many schools don't have cafeterias that allow for a social atmosphere, and many cafeterias don't have multiple meal options for their students. It's critical to address this, as school lunches improving will benefit students in many more ways than just having nutritious food. By renovating cafeterias, students will be more excited about their school day, as they'll know that they have a designated time and place to talk to their peers. This time is also necessary to avoid burnout, especially in high school when students have rigorous academic demands. Additionally, including more choices will allow more students to be included and able to eat lunch at school. Variety is a very important part of a healthy diet, so by implementing that at the educational level, students not only get more meal options, but also a more accurate spread of healthy eating. I personally have IBD, a chronic digestive disease. This means that my dietary options can be limited, and I frankly don't have the time to pack my own lunch every morning. I'm lucky that my school has multiple meal choices, but not every kid can say that, and that's simply not fair. It's crucial to include these choices in all schools around the city to make lunch accessible to as many students as possible. Due to these factors, I'm requesting that $200 million are put into funding the enhancement of cafeterias in schools around the city. It is essential that schools get the support to feed and nourish their students while keeping them healthy, both physically and mentally. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lee, and I'm a junior and a member of Active Community Teamwork Club at Brooklyn Tech. Today, I'm here in support of Youth Food Advocates and to speak on behalf of all our students and children from middle school to high school in regard to improving our school cafeterias in both accessibility and presentation. Although some schools have been redesigned to fit modern standards, there's still tons of more schools that need this funding. I live in Queens, and I practically grew up in an elementary school there. Comparing the cafeteria in that school and my current school, I would much rather eat in a cafeteria that looks like tech. Presentation is important, especially for young children. The more appealing a cafeteria seems to you, the more they'd want to spend their time there. This would further stimulate the desire to dine and socialize with other people during your lunchtime. Furthermore, with more variety of food being served, the consumption of meals within schools would increase. If these 2 points are implemented in more schools, not only would engagement increase between students in cafeterias, but children's academic aspect would also be boosted. As an important part of our city, this council could help change this. More varied and appealing cafeteria food leads to more children's consumption. More children eating would mean that overall academic grades go up and that there's a direct correlation. Better academic grades lead to a much further advancement in our education system and the development of minds for our future generation. With your support, we can ensure these conditions improve for all our cafeterias. With funding being prioritized on a revamping of schools, we could ensure equity across all NYC schools so that this benefits all students, allowing them to receive the essential nutrients that they need in order to be able to succeed in school. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Wesley Wu, and I'm currently a sophomore who's a member of the ACT Club at Brooklyn Technical High School. I'm here today to support youth food advocates and share with you why I know it is urgent to provide cafeteria enhancements for all NYC middle schools and high schools. In middle school, I had a standard cafeteria. My friends and I had to wait 20 minutes in a long line of students to get lunch. When we finally did get food, the long lines made it so unappetizing that we threw it in the trash right away and spent the rest of the day as mindless zombies. The cafeteria was crowded, which meant we had to eat next to the bathroom or go hungry because every other place in the school was also crowded with people not wanting to stay in the cafeteria. If we were lucky enough to get a seat in the cafeteria, it would be next to other students, and it would create an incredibly awkward environment that made it impossible to have a conversation. My experience in high school has been a better experience. I no longer have to wait for lunch in long lines, and while the food still isn't perfect, it's not as unappetizing as it was back in middle school. And despite the high population of Brooklyn Tech, I can find a place in the cafeteria to talk with my friends without an awkward atmosphere. I no longer have to go to the bathroom to eat lunch. Compared to middle school, I find myself wanting to eat lunch in the cafeteria more often and feel more excited for lunch. However, students continue to face many similar experiences like those at my middle school. When students see long lines, they are discouraged from getting lunch. Without a healthy cafeteria environment, students aren't able to socialize as well and have to spend their lunch at unsuitable places like the bathroom. Without appetizing and nutritious food, students don't get the energy they need to learn efficiently. It is essential for students to have good lunch experiences in order to do well at school, and all of these factors prevent them from being so. Thank you for prioritizing the $200 million toward cafeteria enhancements in your budget response. I was glad to hear from youth food advocates that there is currently $50 million in the budget, and I hope you continue to support the full funding because I know from my own experience, it will greatly improve students' lives. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Suryani Dewa Ayu, and I'm an urban planner, designer, and researcher, and my work focuses on the link between public space, public health, and transformative justice. Thank you for this opportunity to testify alongside the brilliant Community Food Advocates, Youth Food Advocates Lunch for Learning Coalition. They're amazing. In support of enhanced student-centered cafeterias in all New York City middle and high schools. To date, NYC DOE has redesigned 92 cafeterias serving over 136,000 students in middle and high school. Approximately 100 more cafeterias are in the works because of these phenomenal folks. This is critical work, and it has just begun. So far, only 1/3 of cafeterias serving middle and high schools are completed or funded. Now is the pivotal time for NYC to commit $200 million in capital funds to reach every high school student and middle school student in the city. Cafeterias can and should be community spaces. Redesigning all middle and high school cafeterias in NYC public schools will have a major impact on the health and well-being of people across the city. In fact, it already has begun. High school students with redesigned cafeterias experienced a 35% increase in lunch participation, with 4 to 5 times more fruits and vegetables served each day while reducing food waste. If all high schools receive the enhancements, L for L projects that 30,000 more high school students would participate daily. Cafeteria redesign supports social, emotional health and counteracts stigmas by creating student-centered public space. The seating area is student-centered with more welcoming, comfortable social seating, such as booths and high tops. The redesign moves away from institutional long tables and benches. Students feel good, and there are clear visual signals that the food is changing for the better. How our middle and high school cafeterias in NYC public schools, shared spaces where our young people come together, break bread, nourish in community. How they're designed is fundamentally a health and education equity issue. Let's keep the momentum going. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Last members of this panel: Ashley Yang, Simran Begum, Armin Khan, Yusen Liu, Anthony Wang, and Yasmin Bania. You may begin when you're ready, whichever order you like.
Good afternoon, Chair Brandon and council members, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you all. My name is Yasmin Bonilla, and I'm a senior at Francis Lewis High School, the largest public school in District 26. I believe one of the most prominent issues with school food is outdated cafeterias, which contribute to the stigma surrounding school food. For many middle and high school students, the image of a school cafeteria extends little beyond a large room with rows of long rectangular tables and long lines. But as our learning tools and classrooms become updated over time, why should our cafeterias remain stuck in the past? At the start of the school year at Francis Lewis High School, an enhanced serving line was installed. As the year draws to a close, there's some things I've learned about enhanced cafeterias that I would like to share. The new serving lines feature modernized displays that mimic a deli-style experience. This makes the food seem more visually appealing and makes the cafeteria environment a more welcoming and inviting one. By displaying food in a manner that students are familiar with and love, the cafeteria feels less institutional and more attractive. You don't feel like you're going to the school cafeteria to eat school food. You simply feel like you're getting to eat food. Enhanced cafeterias improve the school food experience by prioritizing student choice, fast service, and socialization among students, which will help significantly in removing that stigma that we students often associate with school food. In fact, at my school, the updates have resulted in about a 33% increase in daily school lunch participation. The student council at my school has even signed the YFA sign-on letter to show their support for the enhanced cafeterias. Us youth food advocates at YFA are grateful for the $50 million of our budget request being included in the mayor's executive budget, and we hope that the rest of the $200 million can be included so that all New York City middle and high school students can enjoy the benefits of a modernized cafeteria. As a senior, I will be leaving the New York City public school system in the next few weeks, and as I cross that stage in my graduation cap and gown, I would love to see that the entirety of the next generation of middle and high school students enjoy an equitable, welcoming cafeteria environment that truly embodies a student-centered space. After all, success starts with our school community and the spaces they create for their students to thrive. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brandon and council members. Thank you for allowing us to speak in front of you today. My name is Armin Khan, and I currently am a sophomore in the Brooklyn Latin School. I live in District 28 and have been in public school my entire life. Today I come here to speak to you about supporting enhanced cafeterias in public school, and I have spoken to my student council leadership, who also support the initiative. So while you only may see me sitting here before you, I come with the support of my whole student body of 823 students. School is supposed to be a place where students feel affirmed and valued academically and socially, and school food accessibility is also a factor. We are thankful for this council support and that the mayor's executive budget also included $50 million as a major commitment. However, I urge the City Council, the Speaker, and the Chancellor, and the Mayor to allocate full funding for improved cafeterias in all middle and high schools. At my school, Brooklyn Latin, the recent upgrade to the cafeteria has resulted in faster lunch lines and a more positive lunchtime atmosphere. With reduced wait times, I've observed more students getting lunch and other food options. Investing in a better school food now will lead to a better experience for all students in the future. Accessing school food is difficult for many students due to the limited options and scheduling issues. At Brooklyn Latin, since the enhanced cafeteria update, there have been more students coming in and out of the cafeteria to get lunch. I remember walking into the cafeteria when it reopened for the first time, and my friends were so shocked with the changes. All around me, I could hear students exclaiming about how different and new the cafeteria felt to them. And when I asked them if they would start eating more in the cafeteria, they were all up to the idea. As of 3 months after the update, there has been a 20% increase in the participation for my school, and the cafeteria has been seeing a consistent increase in students taking and eating lunch. The atmosphere has become more enjoyable and positive, and it makes the students feel like they're having a place to relax and belong in. I'm asking you to continue supporting the funding for all middle and high schools cafeterias to receive enhanced cafeteria model updates with the entire amount of $200 million. With your support for these changes, students like me could feel affirmed and valued, and know that we are the focus of why we are all here today. We need your support to bring big change. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon and council members. My name is Yusun Liu. I live in Queens and attend the East-West School of International Studies. I am a junior and I appreciate you listening to all of us students today and appreciate your support. First, we appreciate the $200 million that were requested was included in council priorities. Hereby, on behalf of our Youth Food Advocate members and leaders, I extend our utmost gratitude to you and council members. We do acknowledge that the mayor has included $50 million in the executive budget, and in this regard, I would like to express our gratitude again. I would like to bring up the positive effects of the investments on school cafeteria. We have relevant data from 3 different high schools: Hillcrest High School, Far Rockaway Campus, and Edward R. Murrow High School. These data were from 2017 until this school year. These data were recorded at the same time every year. We do observe that there is a clear gradual increase in participation percentage in school lunches. This shows that the fund in school cafeteria is definitely worth the money being financed. Because we do see that people do appreciate the enhanced cafeteria even 5 years after the original enhancements. Regarding the data and achievements, I want to underscore the importance and value of fun in school cafeteria. This is definitely worth all of us to make this increase in cafeteria participation increase in every high school. We hope you and Speaker Adams continue to push for the full $200 million to include all high schools and middle schools to receive a better school lunch experience and increase participation and decrease student hunger. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and the members of the committee. My name is Anthony, and I'm currently a sophomore at Hunter Science in the MLK campus, and I live in District 1. With around 20% of my community in poverty, I understand the importance of school food for students in these households. While it is not a secret that school food has not been the best regarded food, it is what the students need. In a study conducted by Feeding America in 2021, nearly 1.5 million New Yorkers now experience food insecurity, including 1 in 4 children. This is not to mention the pandemic's effects on parents and guardians' life savings and jobs. Hunger is an urgent issue in our city that our schools can help address. But the lack of variety, presentation of food, or simply the taste of school food turn many students away from the system. The result is that our kids go hungry and perform worse at school. As a youth food advocate, I had the opportunity to present to other students about the solution and the impacts of enhanced cafeterias. Presenting the hunger issue and the issue with the current cafeteria system to Teens for Food Justice had led to a wide range of reactions. Many were shocked at the 35% increase in lunch participation, while others were in awe of the restaurant-like cafeterias that had given school cafeterias new life. Enhanced cafeterias not only improve the visual appeal to students, they also have the merit of making the lines shorter. In my campus, with a small school of only 300 students, some days the lunch line can be as long as 35 to 40 minutes, making time for students to eat around 5 to 10 minutes. I want to request more funding to renovate all cafeterias and place further emphasis on the students' experience in the cafeteria. I am grateful for the initiative led by the $50 million already dedicated to this cause. Thank you for your time.
You have questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Nurse.
Thank you very much. So my question, I know MLK campus very well, so I know that you hopefully will get your cafeteria renovated fairly soon if my calls are successful. And you obviously have the hydroponics, which is wonderful. But generally, I want to know from others what it is. There's obviously the construction, that's one aspect. And does the food improve dramatically? Is it a combo that makes it so successful? That's my question. And also, if your school was one that people went out for lunch, which is a lot of the schools, does it help bring people into lunch so that they stay in the school? Those are my questions.
In terms of the construction time for my school at Brooklyn Latin, we have a shared building, but they did the renovations over the weekend, so none of the students had to sit out for lunch. So it was all done in the span of 3 days, and it was all completely refurbished by the time we came back to school by the end of that. By the beginning of that week.
And was the food better as a result, or was it just a construction improvement?
I would say they're giving the same items, but there's a variety of the items being offered because there's more vegan and vegetarian options. And the packaging for the food seems more appealing, so I see more students grabbing it to eat at lunch.
Anybody else? No.
I'd say that the presentation of the food is what changes dramatically, and that's what students like to see. It kind of reminds them, as I said, of like a deli, so it's more engaging, it's more fun to get lunch. It's not as institutional as those long lines with the lunch lady serving your food. It's more like, it gives you more self-autonomy, I would say.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nurse?
I didn't have a question. I just wanted to thank you all for coming down and all the students who took time to write testimony and wait all day. This is how it works. It takes a really long time to get down here, and just thank you for being advocates, and I hope that you continue to raise your voice past high school. It's always really it's always a very different tone when we have young people come, and just, going through these hearings all the time. When you do come, it really makes a difference, and we remember it. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. It's a great program. Thank you. Okay, so I just have to say, for the record, we cannot take any new registrants for testimony today. We still have several hundred waiting to speak who signed up during the advance period 24 hours ago, so the cutoff was 4 o'clock. Thank you.
We're going to go to the next remote panel. Marge Curran, followed by William Quinones, Chan Henry, Leslie Seegars, Lorenzo Brooks, Nicole McVenwa, Teal Izunza, and Natalie Interiano. Begin with Marge Curran.
Time starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marg Curran, and I'm a case manager at CUCS, which is a nonprofit providing homeless outreach services to single adults in Harlem and Upper Manhattan, as well as housing and supportive services to homeless and formerly homeless New Yorkers. I'm also a proud member of District Council 37 and organized a union at CUCS with my coworkers. We are currently negotiating our first union contract with CUCS management. Thank you, Chair Brannon, Speaker Adams, Deputy Speaker Ayala, and members of the council for allowing me to testify today. I am here to urge the council and administration to not approve the proposed 2.5% provider flexible funding cut to DHS and HRA contracted programs, and instead include a COLA of 6.5% for homeless services staff in the city's fiscal year 24 budget. I have been working at CUCS Street Outreach since 2018. As a case manager, I engage with people sleeping outside to build a trusting relationship with them so that we can work together to end their homelessness. I have firsthand experience about the importance of our clients having a long-term relationship with the same worker. I have moved some of the most entrenched members of the homeless community into housing because I consistently showed up for them. Far too often, coworkers who are passionate about the job leave outreach because we're not paid enough. Low wages have led to high turnover at CUCS, which ultimately hurts our clients and prolongs their homelessness. Now is not the time to reduce homeless services. I urge the council to not adopt the provider flexible funding peg, which will harm services for our clients, and instead include a 6.5% COLA for homeless service workers. I believe in the work that I do at CUCS Street Outreach, and I am proud to serve the street homeless community. CUCS workers need a 6.5% COLA to make sure that we can continue to help our fellow New Yorkers in need. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Now hear from William Quinones.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, good afternoon, all present. Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the COLA and the increase necessary to serve the people of New York City. My name is William Quinones, and I'm a human service worker here in New York City. Presently work at CASES, which is Center for Alternative Sentencing and Employment Services. We provide an array of services, and you guys are all welcome to visit the site to see the tremendous work that we've done in the community and continue to do in the communities of people and the lives of people. As a human service worker, I, along with my colleagues, provide essential services in our community. And here's a brief description of my daily duties. Although we offer a wide array of services, this is just a part of some of the things I'm doing presently. As I speak, I'm actually outreaching a few homeless individuals to provide them and connect them with services that are essential for their health and wellness and other things that they need because they are connected to families in our community that are thriving. So we offer housing referrals, we offer psychiatric and hospitalization for individuals, we offer employment services, as well as education and multiple other resources. Even though human service providers help connect New York with life-saving resources, employees at human service agencies receive low wages that barely cover the cost of living like New York City. Our work is necessary to New York City's economy and safety. We deserve to be paid fairly under the city contracts for our labor. My nonprofit, like so many, is funded by the city contracts, and these contracts set the salaries for myself and my colleagues. A 6.5% COLA would raise the salaries of city contracted human service workers to align with inflation and allow us to better service ourselves as well as New Yorkers in our districts and communities. Because of the lack of COLA, human service workers generally make about $20,000 a year less than public service workers. So again, folks, please support government contracts, human service workers by ensuring that the human service COLA is included in the upcoming budget at an estimated cost of $200 million. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Chan Henry.
Time starts now.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Bannon and members of the committee. My name is Chan Henry, and I have worked in the human service sector for the past 5 years. I currently work as a housing specialist at Urban Pathways, a nonprofit homeless service and supportive housing provider. As a housing specialist, I work in a drop-in center, a critical service contracted by DHS that accepts walk-in clients experiencing street homelessness. I work on the front lines of moving people from the street into permanent housing. I love my job, and I know that the work that I do makes a difference. And I am fortunate to see that difference every day in my clients. To see people grow and obtain the life that they want is rewarding to witness, and it drives me to keep doing this work. I recently began pursuing my MSW at Hunter College, so I can continue growing my skills to further help my clients, and I care about this work deeply. However, the human service sector is in crisis. The rates of our wages set in government contracts is insufficient, and they have not matched the rising cost of living. The result is that staff cannot afford to work in the programs that serve New Yorkers in need. We are facing a high turnover and vacancy rate, which affects the services we can provide our clients. The impact is burnout among the staff that do stay, who take on extra work. The pandemic made the challenges our clients already face more difficult to address, adding to the burden on workers to ensure our clients obtain stable housing and other essential services. Yet, I do not make enough to sustain myself. As the main funder of services, and thereby the main driver of human service wages, we need the government to do more. My organization cannot fundraise itself to fair wages. We also cannot afford to make cuts on our contracts. A 2.5% cut to contract staff lines is an unrealistic ask for an already overburdened workforce. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued support of the human service sector.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Leslie Seegers.
Time starts now.
Good day, Chair Brennan and members of the committee. My name is Leslie Seegars, and I am a Director of Social Service at Urban Pathway, a nonprofit homeless service and supportive housing provider. I've been working in the human service sector for over 20 years. I've been a client care worker, a case manager, a supervisor. I am now the Director of Social Services at Safe Haven. Before I worked in the human service sector, I worked at a nursing home for 7 years. I have always been called to the helping field. I do this work because it's meaningful to see lives that we can change. My goal is to help people break cycles of poverty and struggle. I firmly believe that just because one right now someone is hopeless doesn't mean they have to stay in a hopelessness state. I am committed to continuing to build my skills so I can help people turn their lives around and leave this state of hopelessness. I completed a master's degree in social work in 2020. It was shortly after that I began my current position at Urban Pathway. But human service workers across the sector, including myself and my colleagues, are not sufficiently valued for the work we do every day. We are facing a high vacancy rate, frequent turnover of staff, and real challenge for staff trying to survive off our wages. I am currently facing the issue myself as I work to keep up with the rising cost of living while paying back student loan that I took out so I could be more effective in the work I do. City contracts set the salary for myself and my colleagues, and we need the city to step up and provide human service workers with a 6.5% COLA to match inflation and allow us to support ourselves as we support New York. While we are in a desperate need for a COLA to hire staff, and the PEG to DSS is being passed down to the providers. This will require DS-funded programs like the Safe Haven I work in to cut 2.5 from our budget by eliminating vacant positions entirely. We do not have staff vacancies because positions are not needed. We have them because contracts do not pay enough. Eliminating positions will permanently increase the workload for already overburdened staff. I'm a dedicated hard worker, and I am too poor to be rich and too rich to be poor, and I employ this committee to include $200 million for a 6.5 COLA in this final year 2024 budget as we step forward to help the human services. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for having me.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Lorenzo Brooks.
Time starts now.
Good morning, Chairman Brennan and members of the committee. My name is Lorenzo Brooks, and I work as a case manager at Urban Pathways. I work at a DHS-funded safe haven program, which serves as a first step for men who are experiencing chronic street homelessness to come inside. Many of our clients are living with a mental illness or substance use disorder, and many have experienced trauma. I am proud to work with people on their first steps towards housing. I have worked in the human services sector for over 6 years. Essential human service workers like me earn one of the lowest wages in New York's economy due to the chronic underfunding from New York City government contracts. As the predominant funder of human service contracts, government is the main driver of our wages. Mayor Adams has highlighted safe havens as an effective model for addressing street homelessness, and I can't agree more. But without funding for our workforce, these programs cannot be effectively staffed. The high turnover rate is the primary complaint of our clients, who are negatively impacted when they build a relationship with a staff member only to see them leave. This past fall, every case manager at my site, besides myself, left for different jobs with better pay. I was the only case manager there for several months. My caseload increased multifold, impacting the quality of services we can provide and the ability of our clients to take critical steps. Despite the challenges, I am passionate about this work. With a full-time job, I recently completed my master's degree in social work so that I can work more effectively with my clients. While I further my education, I am concerned that this field will not be able to sustain without a wage increase, as I accumulated over $50,000 in student loan debt. City contracts set the salaries for myself and my colleagues, and we need the city to step up and provide human service workers with the 6.5% COLA to match inflation and allow us to support ourselves as we support New Yorkers in need. While we are in desperate need of a COLA to hire staff, the PEG to DSS is being passed down to providers. This will require DHS-funded programs like the Safe Haven I work at to cut 2.5% from our budget by eliminating vacant positions entirely. Eliminating positions will permanently increase the workload for already overburdened staff as myself. This is not my first time testifying on this topic before the council. I continue to do so because, with all due respect, it does not seem that the council is hearing the message. I implore the committee to include $200 million for a 6.5% COLA in the final fiscal year 2024 budget as a step towards human service workers like me being justly paid for our work.
Time expired.
And I also would like to add that I am one of those who came through the Fortune Society, and I became an asset to the community instead of a liability. Please fund programs that allow places like the Fortune Society to operate and produce productive persons inside of our society. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Nicole McVinwa.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole McVinue, and I am the Director of Policy at Urban Pathways, a nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider serving single adults through a full continuum of services. We hold city contracts with DHS, DOHMH, and HRA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the need for increased wages for the human services workforce and the dangerous proposed cuts to DHS and HRA contracted programs. The human services sector is at risk of no longer being able to provide the essential services that city government and New Yorkers rely on due to underinvestment and staffing shortages. Our contracts pay poverty-level wages to our workforce, composed primarily of people of color and women. At our organization, we have a 28% staff vacancy rate, high rates of staff turnover, creating huge administrative costs, overburdened staff facing burnout, some of who you are hearing from today, staff relying on SNAP and working multiple jobs to make ends meet, and we have staff facing homelessness and residing in shelters themselves. This is simply unacceptable. The lack of a cost of living adjustment for human services workers in the mayor's executive budget means this budget does not fully represent a commitment to essential services and working New Yorkers. While the sector struggles, there is a proposed cut to funding to DHS and HRA contracted programs by 2.5% through provider flexible funding. We cannot absorb this cut. DSS recommends eliminating vacant positions, but positions are not vacant because they are not needed, but because our contracts do not pay enough to be competitive. Those who will suffer most are the New Yorkers who rely on our services. We implore you to fund a full 6.5% COLA on human services contracts at an estimated $200 million to support our essential workforce, and urge the council not to adjust 6.5% provider flexible funding peg to DHS and HRA contracts. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Teal Nzunza.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Teal Nzunza. I'm the Program Director of the Economic Empowerment Program at the Urban Resource Institute. URI is the largest provider of shelter services in our nation, and for almost 40 years, we have been committed to helping those most impacted by domestic violence and homelessness. As an economic justice advocate who has been advocating for economic equity for survivors of domestic violence in the city for over a decade, living wages are not only crucial for survivors, but also essential for human services workers. The wages of human services workers are and have been woefully and embarrassingly inadequate. Proposed budget cuts only worsen this problem, leaving us with the burden of supplying higher level of services while struggling to make ends meet. According to MIT's living wage calculator, the living wage for one person with one child in New York City is $93,426. Our human services salaries are significantly lower than that. We call on you in this committee to prioritize our human services workers and invest in critical social service agencies who support the most vulnerable members of our city. We must ensure fair compensation for human services workers by including a 6.5% COLA in the upcoming budget. The lack of a COLA in the mayor's executive budget means that this budget does not fully represent a commitment to essential services and working New Yorkers. Human services workers worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic and put their lives on the line to continue to provide critical services for our communities and to keep them safe and functioning. And in return, the city gives them poverty wages that do not account for inflation. As a result, many of our human services workers need the same programs they provide, including SNAP and housing shelters. New York City would not be the same without human services workers. Please support a 6.5% cost of living adjustment with an estimated $200 million increase in the final budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Natalie Interiano.
Time starts now.
Natalie Interiano.
Entrance like this again. See if the door is open tonight. What? Hello, thank you so much. Okay, perfect. My name is Natalie Interiano, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at Care for the Homeless, an organization that provides medical and behavioral health services exclusively to people experiencing homelessness in New York City. We operate 26 federally qualified community health centers in all 5 boroughs. We also operate 3 transitional housing residences, one shelter located in the Bronx, one in Midtown Manhattan, and a safe haven in the Bronx, with a few programs in the pipeline. Thank you to Chair and the committee for allowing us the opportunity to testify today. I'm here today to urge the council and administration to reject the proposed 2.5% cut to DHS and HRA contracted programs, and instead include the COLA of 6.5% for homeless service staff in the city's FY24 budget. At a time when homelessness is rising, we must invest in the services needed to provide integral support to those most in need. We need to ensure that the infrastructure tasked with the response is strong and able to provide not only basic services, but also specialized supportive services to help stabilize folks. The reality for Care for the Homeless is that the currently proposed cut will likely affect our case management and social services because the operational staff are necessary to keep our doors open. It is difficult to overstate the importance of our case management staff, who play an important role in providing direct services to support our residents and accessing important resources to achieve the stability of permanent housing, which is the ultimate goal. In our programs, we have encountered difficulty hiring housing specialists, and with the proposed cuts, that could be the positions that are eliminated. Without housing specialists or direct service staff, we relegate our residents to languish in shelter for much longer than necessary. We must treat budgets as blueprints for the future, and instead of embracing short-sighted approaches, we need to think of how to grow the capacity of homeless service organizations to achieve what they have been tasked to do, which is to provide a transitional, stable place to reside and help guide our consumers through the myriad of supportive services with the goal of permanent, stable housing. At the same time, there's a great need to bolster the workforce who provide these important services. Our resources are stretched thin with high vacancies and turnover, which further complicates the work of our remaining staff. Cut to the budget means higher caseloads, which pushes the capacity of our staff and leads to burnout, which is a significant issue in our sector.
Time expired.
So essentially, what we're asking for is now is not the time to reduce homelessness and eviction prevention services when our city needs it the most. So we urge the City Council to not only not adopt the PEG, but also to include a 6.5% COLA for homeless services staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We'll now call up the next in-person panel from University Student Senate: Aaron Grama, Boris Onkenyaba, Enrique Oropeza, Jonathan Hanan, Joseph Hernandez, Zaire Ali, and Miguel Arias. Thank you. You may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Salima Tudumbuya, and I am a student at the New York City College of Technology. I am also the chairperson of the CUNY University Student Senate, where I represent all the about 260,000 students, and I am the CUNY Student Trustee. Have you ever heard about the City University of New York? It's a place where the City University is a place where we find the backbone of New York City. It is a structure that was created to create and maintain a better New York City, to train people who were not expected to succeed due to housing problems, financial issues, food insecurity, and others. CUNY is where you go when you want to prove them wrong, because CUNY helps you jump the economic and social ladder. This is what I would like to respond to anyone who asks me about CUNY. CUNY operates under shared governance, which is simply explained as the combination of voices from students, faculty, and administration to participate in any decision that would affect the university. That's a choice from CUNY, but that's also a statement of the city's willingness to understand the value that we all bring as a collective to the table. Shared governance has allowed the students to have a very clear idea and understanding of the mechanism of our university and all the factors that affect how it runs. Furthermore, we have very obviously the understanding of what we need. My peers and myself value this engine and work very hard to make sure it functions, because we understand that it was built for us to grow and to give back to this wonderful city. I am telling you all of this to let you know that students know what they're talking about. Students have a voice, and every time we speak with power and with conviction, rooted in the knowledge of what CUNY is and what New York City is about. Budget cuts to CUNY may seem to some of you like a necessary wrong, but today we are here to tell you that it's an unnecessary burden which will not only harm the university but harm the whole city of New York.
Investing in CUNY's infrastructures for food security, student housing, and ensure that students see no tuition increases for in-state students and out-of-state students is what we are here for. That will be a promise that CUNY shouldn't only survive, but also leave. It is a promise to New York City and every single person who chose to live here that things will be okay. You will hear from my peers from different campuses who will tell you specifically how underestimating the impact of PEGs on CUNY would affect their student experience.
My name is Jonathan Hannon, and I'm a PhD student at the CUNY Graduate Center and an adjunct lecturer at John Jay, as well as co-chair for business of the CUNY Graduate Center's Doctoral and Graduate Students Council and a representative with the University Student Senate. I testified back in November 2021 at the hearing regarding adjunct wages at CUNY in the context of the New Deal for CUNY and the establishing of new full-time lecturer line positions. In the year and a half since then, it appears that not much has changed in terms of adjunct precarity. We're still employed on a semester-to-semester basis, and we have no protection of our next semester's appointment. Our graduate student workers are paid less than the prevailing wage in New York City and are barely paid enough to live, let alone to thrive. $27,000 a year is not enough, and it appears that the governor doesn't want to assist us in the slightest. To compare, New York University graduate student stipends are between $38,000 and $46,000 per year, with the cost of food and rent exponentially increasing, and the MTA once again proposing fare hikes. Our already low stipends are proportionately worth less every year. Meanwhile, our college presidents and chancellery receive salaries of upwards of $400,000 per year, and our chancellor makes almost $800,000 per year, almost twice the salary of the President of the United States. And yet, whenever high-ranking positions at CUNY are opened, it is typically not our own students who are hired. Full-time positions, whether they be lecturer lines or executive positions, are opened, but more often than not, these are given to outside hires. CUNY prefers to take candidates from what they deem more elite institutions and leave its own alumni, students, and adjuncts behind. As I said last time I testified, we need to support our own. We need to ensure that our community is taken care of, rather than giving our resources to people who do not know what CUNY stands for. We call upon you, our elected officials, to hold CUNY accountable for these egregious hiring practices and have them put their money where their mouth is. In conclusion, CUNY needs to benefit its own community. We discuss this problem year after year, and yet CUNY never does anything about it. We need jobs brought back to our own community. We need job security for our graduate students. We need opportunities available for our students who are currently pursuing degrees, and we need CUNY to do better.
Hang on a sec. Can we get quiet in here, please? Riffraff.
Should I go? Okay. Good afternoon, Council Chairperson Justin L. Brannon, council members that are here still right now, Gail Brewer, Nurse, and Crystal Hudson, as well as Natasha Williams. My name is Boris Onyekaba. I'm a current student of Medgar Evers College, Day Vice President at Medgar Student Government, as well as the United Student Senate Vice Chair for evening and part-time students. Right now, currently, New York City is the most expensive place in the world to live in. I have often been rebuffed that CUNY is a commuter school, stalling the use of CUNY housing options, despite knowing that our target audience since the end of the pandemic have been returning students, I myself being one of them. These evening and part-time students who have already faced or currently face strained lives set around family and work, amongst plenty of other circumstances, have also chosen to pursue and finish their degrees. Currently, our student body ranges from 16 years old up to 70 years old, one of whom is graduating this spring at Medgar Evers College. How do we expect these students to make a choice between school and keeping a roof over their heads, especially when there are sustainable housing opportunities to keep NYC's future workforce here? I believe one of the ways to target such profound issues is to look at it from a long-term development plan in which CUNY can replicate some of the current CUNY housing plans located in already existing locations around New York City and working to get a more centralized location in Brooklyn. Currently, the Transition Academy, a department established at Medgar Evers College, work to support students experiencing homelessness, issues of housing, food insecurity. However, housing opportunities are limited and often go to emergencies first. Which brings me to the idea of replicating the Roth IRA 5-year rule among programs such as Housing Connect to keep students in the city after they graduate. And for those who do not know about the Roth IRA 5-year rules, which says you cannot withdraw earnings tax-free until it's been at least 5 years since your first contribution to a Roth IRA account. These rule applies for people from 59 and a half years old to 105. While the Housing Connect is a public website that allows users to enter a lottery system that often takes several years between a person can receive a pick towards a rented apartment that gives 5% preference towards NYC employees. To combine these ideas, it would be possible for CUNY to receive housing funds garnered to current students and future workforce of NYC to live nearby without living away from the city. These could come in housing vouchers in which CUNY colleges can utilize by using similar time limits that Roth IRAs state to allow students to pay for subsidized rent prices till they graduate from college, and providing applications for students who aren't in an emergency for housing till after they graduate as well. And reaching out to Housing Connect and several apartment complexes that could give a percentage preference to current and recently graduated students. The objective is to give CUNY a practical goal that at least appeals to the place like Brooklyn housing market, which currently does not have a location for CUNY students that could offer incentives towards public and private housings and backing from council members whom constituents in various areas would be interested in this plan.
Just going to ask you to wrap it up.
Yes. Offering applications, basically, this is by no means a perfect solution to an ongoing crisis. I only wish to continue a process that can yield sustainable results to current and future generations of great New York City. And I would also like to add that many of our representatives have been here for pretty much the entire day, and I've also heard from them that this has been an ongoing situation when they're the last to speak, even if they registered early. I'm not entirely sure why that is, but as students coming back, we are sacrificing our whole day to come here. And it does not look good if I go back to my students to do the same thing.
Thank you.
That's on? Oh, it is. Hey, everybody. My name is Miguel Arias from the City College of New York. I'm doing a political science and legal studies over there. I'm a Latino student. But let me say that one more time. I am a Latino student in the CUNY, in the City College, pursuing a degree. Most of my family told me I shouldn't do it. Most of my family told me I won't do it, I won't make it. Not because they don't believe that I want to make it, but because the system doesn't believe that people that are like me and people who come from my backgrounds can make a difference in these systems. Let me give you an example of that. When I came to City College, I did so with a few of my peers. Two of them are my super best friends. These two did not know each other, but they knew me. But somehow they wanted to pursue a career in the same area, so computer science and computer engineering. I was left perplexed when both of them told me they had decided to drop college. Drop college? What? Since they told me this, I went through all the stages of grief. I was angry that they both dropped. I was depressed so much that I didn't want to ask them what they dropped. When I accepted the reality of things, I asked them, and they both described that the lack of funding and care for students in CUNY was the real criminal that stole their dreams of having an education. This criminal of higher education hides behind the lack of academic advisors that our students get, which in my camp would translate to having 4 to 6 advisors for 4,000 students in the social science department. 4 to 6 advisors for 4,000 students. How is that even fair? This criminal hides in higher education behind food insecurity, which in my campus translates to students doing the personal fundraisings to fill our pantries. This criminal of higher education hides behind overpriced books that our students need to buy, regardless if they are the 14th or the 27th edition of the same book. This criminal attack those that have no privilege. I was a little bit privileged. You know why? Because I come from a low-income family. And in City College, we have a department called the SIG department, which is similar to other programs like ASAP or ACE, which offers personal academic advisors, help to pay for books, tutoring network, professional preparation for the students, and even jobs at the same department by the students and for the students. It's programs like this, that SIG, ASAP, ACE, that we need to continue funding and increase funding for. They help students like me to continue, and they prevent students like my friends from dropping. Because my friends did not want to drop college because they just wanted to. No, they dropped college because the system forced them to. They didn't have the same sources as I did. Now, when you get out of this room and you see your fellow council members, let them know what happened to my friends. Let them know the benefits that I have to speak with you today. Let them know. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Jaquan Brown. I currently attend the University of City College of New York. I am a newly elected senator of the undergraduate student government. An issue I want to address at City College is that the science and math department issues student faces are always addressed and actions are made to fix these issues very often. Although this is a great benefit for the math and science students, I question, what about the students who love printing, painting, sculpting, photography, drawing? What about the students who want to be studio engineers, studio assistants, musicians, CEOs? Do the music and art issues in these two departments not matter? It's unfair for the students who seek a career in art or music because the current issues happening in the music and art departments are going unsolved, simply because no actions are being taken and administration continues to ignore these issues. Administration wants all students to be well-rounded, but how can that be accomplished if art and music students are struggling, stressed out about failing, and confused about the course material because of lack of support from professors? Science and math aren't the only departments taught at City College. Art and music are departments as well, and deserves more attention. Our musicians and artistic individuals shouldn't have to deal with explaining issues occurring in their department, but these issues are ignored. These issues deserve to be solved. Our music and art students shouldn't dislike taking music and art courses that will improve their current skills to transform them into even better creative individuals. They should be enjoying their education experience, not dislike it. During my freshman year as a music major, I've dealt with these tremendous issues in music courses, and I voiced my frustrations to the chairman, but there were no actions being taken. Other music majors voiced complaints as well as I did. They told me about it, but nothing was ever done to solve their issues. A student I mentor has reported to the art department he was mistreated by his art professor due to the fact the professor was unhelpful, wouldn't give him full credit for his assignment, and sent him to places to take photos that require consent. Ultimately, the student I mentored finished the course by failure, as well as the music majors since they dropped their music courses and changed their music majors. To me, that's infuriating and that's frustrating because it's unfair that at our university, there's so many courses from math, science, English, and there's tutoring for these majors and departments, but nothing for art and music. We deserve tutoring services provided for me, other majors, and other students that are taking these courses. Let's all together, City Council, provide for our music and art majors. Let's plant the seeds so they can prosper and blossom like flowers and be able to finish their semester successfully without being stressed out, wanting to flip over a desk or knock a teacher out. Let's take action, let's make it better for them in their journey, and let's make change. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions from Councilmember Joseph.
Good afternoon, all. A couple of questions. It's clear that the proposed cuts to CUNY, in simpler terms as a student, how would this impact you on campus throughout your educational journey?
So the cuts are going to affect my entire way of looking at the New York City structure because I'm not the only one that will suffer from this. there are CUNY people in every part of New York City. I know people, and I'm sure y'all do, and have known people as well that do this. We had earlier panels come in saying even the nurses are feeling the drawbacks because they're getting the trained individuals that are coming through the CUNY system and have no resources because they don't have classes or any other things like that. Personally, I see the turnover rates, and they're not only happening in government official offices, they're happening in student government offices as well. People are just doing so much and just don't have the time to do everything. And this will continue to be the case, and I'm not sure how far down it goes in terms of students below us in middle school and high school.
Will you also see overcrowding in the classes as well?
Yes. Earlier, there were, I believe, in the pandemic time, because it was such a, unprecedented thing, there was 1 to, I believe, 40 is one my professors mentioned. Now it's a little bit down to like 1 to 125, but even then, students are just not even signing up to still be in it. They do not see the worth anymore. They do not see the point. And the more people you lose in education is bad for the entire state, the city, everyone, because no one wants to learn anything. It's not worth it.
In the area of cuts, let me give you an example. Like here, City College and every other CUNY colleges, we have the tech fee, which I believe is also going to get a cut from the federal government. And most of the time, the tech fee money, although most of the students pay for it, there's always some left over for initiatives that the students themselves can propose for new technology advancement in their campuses. For example, in my campus, for the tech fee money, we can use it for stuff such as getting computers that the students can loan if they don't have a device or on that area. This year we saw a tremendous cut, and we will have less money for initiatives, meaning that students will have less impact on how the resources are distributed to them. So having this cut at the end of the day will, like I say, take away from the students who want to learn.
Thank you. Can you speak to some of the great programs in CUNY that you know are the students can participate and the programs you think that should be expanded more for students?
Sorry, like I was talking in my early introduction, SEEK I think is very important. My friends, they didn't have SEEK. But when I was in the pandemic, I was also in the same predicament as them. I was about to drop. Why? Because of the condition of being online, not having somebody to be in my shoulder. But then in my program, which is the SIG department, I had my personal advisor, and I scheduled a one-to-one meeting with her, and I told her, hey, look, this is what I am. I don't feel like I'm going to go far. And then she said, no. And then she advised me on how to follow up. Even though that I might be doing bad on classes, she told me, it's okay, continue. Let's reinforce this and this and that. And we work together on these areas. And I think not having a program like SIG that has advisors, that have tutors, that have help for books, it will inevitably leave students thinking that they have no help when they go to college. They have no support when they go to college. But if we found this program, we found SIG, we found ASAP, we found ACE, we at the end of the day are making an impact in the students themselves, because these resources go to the students themselves. Thank you. Anybody?
Thank you. Earlier you talked about mental health. As a student who attend CUNY, what are student ratios? Can you share some information about the mental health support you're provided on campus, and what's the student ratio?
I can say that the ratio is really low from mental student counselor to student. I can talk about my personal experience. Before I started pursuing my architecture degree at City Tech, I was a student at the Borough of Manhattan Community College, where I did a lot of extracurricular activities, including mentoring. So every semester I had a cohort of about 4 to 6 students who were under my responsibility. And I can tell you that was even before the pandemic. The ratios were terrible. These students came from all over the world. A lot of them also came from New York City, and they needed help. They needed someone to talk to, and it was almost impossible to find someone who had the cultural competency to assist them and just someone who was just available because making an appointment was impossible. Today, I go to City Tech and we have our role in USS, and there is a countless number of students that we lost because of mental health issues. Students who want to be civically engaged, students who want to serve others, but there's no way they can serve others when there's no one to serve them, and that's where mental health comes in. The support is really low. I know CUNY is trying hard, but there is still a lot of work to do to remedy that because it's hard for people to find the resources. There are, yes, an online platform, phone numbers. Sometimes you call the phone numbers and no one picks up. That's the thing. A lot of these things are not active, and sometimes we're told it's about staffing. How do we remedy all of that? We believe it's by getting more funding for all of these resources so that we can have more people and our students can be assisted when they need help.
At my college, the Graduate Center, before the pandemic, there were a lot of students who were looking for mental health counseling. I myself was one of them. So when I went to the counseling center and I asked them if they had any resources available or if they had any counselors available, all they told me was, we can give you a list of providers who accept your insurance. Go find a therapist outside because we don't have staffing for that right now. So
How long
even
was the
before
wait? How long is the wait when you do find someone? How long did you have to wait?
Inside the Graduate Center?
Inside and also with the
Inside, they
list?
didn't provide me any option to find someone. All they told me was, go find a therapist. And when looking, outside, it was the limit due to the student health insurance having a limited number of providers that we can work with. And the wait for that was somewhere around 3 months.
Wow. We hear you. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Williams.
Hello, I just had a quick question about being an adjunct. I know some of the things as a CUNY student myself. I know some of the graduate students talk a lot about not being able to live in New York City and go to school, and I know there isn't a lot of support for PhD students, so if you can talk through how the budget cuts might impact PhD students, graduate students, and a lot of the issues with being adjuncts.
So right now with all the budget cuts, because of all of the reduction in courses due to the lack of enrollment, in addition to the fact that our budget is being cut and so a lot of the full-time faculty need to still be assigned their coursework, there's simply not enough adjunct positions across the university to go around for our graduate students, and the reduction in funding across departments means that there are less fellowships to go to our graduate students overall, which means a lot of our graduate students are going unfunded, and it makes it very difficult for us to continue pursuing a degree because if we can't get our funding, we can't get a tuition waiver, we can't get health insurance, which means a lot of graduate students are going on leave and trying to find jobs outside of the university because otherwise we just can't continue in the university without the proper support.
Do you happen to know, it's okay if you don't, do you happen to know like how, what is the word? How long it's taken PhD students to finish because they're leaving, to find work, not able to complete their degrees?
I don't know a single student that's finished within 5 years. All I know is most students take 7, 8, 9 years because CUNY just doesn't have the proper funding, and so we all have to overwork because most universities, the graduate students don't even need to adjunct to teach, and so they can focus on their studies because that's what their fellowships are for. But here at CUNY, our primary fellowships are already for teaching, if that, and if we can't get fellowships through that, then we don't have funding to primarily be graduate students, and so we have to focus on other channels in order to be able to afford to go to graduate school. I myself needed to find a lecturer position in order to be able to teach 5 classes a semester in order that I could receive any funding whatsoever because the only option was either teach full-time or don't get any funding. So the options were slim, and for 2 years I was unable to focus on my graduate studies because I was teaching full-time.
Thank you for your testimony, and yeah, I'm now 5 years in, so agree.
Councilmember Hudson.
Hi there. First of all, thank you all for coming out and testifying with us or before us. I was just curious to know, because I know at Medgar specifically the CHAMPS program is on the chopping block. Are there specific cuts at each of your schools, or I should say, are there cuts at your specific institutions that you're aware of that aren't necessarily like the broader CUNY cuts?
So the cuts affect certain schools a little differently. For Medgar Evers, because the senior college, it has, it's supposed to have a little bit more resources, but because it has, I guess, had a consistent lower enrollment year by year, these cuts make it a lot harder because they do not have the staffing already. So, for example, I'd call it the procurement office in our college, I believe, has only 2 people working for the entire college. And if you had a comparison of 2% in a school with 4,000 students and 2% at a 10,000 student school, it's going to be very, very drastic, and that's what happens in Medgar Evers. So if you don't get your things in 2 months in advance, you know, you're not gonna get any of that until after your term is done. And for student clubs, events like that, we put in a order for shirts, sweaters, all that type of stuff to give away to students, and that was at the end of last semester in the fall. We just got it at the end of this spring semester. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Overall, I can say that for most schools, the biggest hurdle is felt inside of the classroom because a lot of students sometimes want classes during the summer, there's not enough faculty to make that happen. A lot of classes are being cut because we are getting rid of a lot of our faculty members, and we are opting, I think, for the most affordable option, which is not necessarily the option that gives students more quality. So today's students are wondering, is it worth it to have an education at CUNY with everything that we're seeing? The second thing is going to be the food part. Today, a lot of campuses still do not have a cafeteria. They have to get outside of campus to get some basic food. A lot of campuses only have a vending machine available for them to have food where they can have a snack, or a soda, or some apple juice and whatever to have food. Not talking even about the night class students, because I am a night class student and we had to go to class during Ramadan. I used to go downstairs and students broke their fast with chips and soda, knowing that during Ramadan, students fast for like 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. to 7 p.m., but that's just for a month, counting all the other CUNY students that go through that on a lot of campuses. So the food problem is a big one. The quality of our education is really being attacked, and we believe at USS that even if we go to CUNY, the City University of New York, we still deserve the best education, and that comes with valuing our faculty and make sure we get the best people and we keep them motivated to do their work. Because right now it seems like a lot of them are doing it for the goodness of their heart, but a good education does not come from the goodness of their heart. The city has to invest in that.
Thank you for bringing that up. We spoke earlier about food insecurity and the increased levels specifically among the student population at CUNY institutions. So I just want to reiterate for the record how important it is to ensure that CUNY has all of the funding it needs to provide these support systems, including food. So thank you. Did you want to add something?
I wanted to follow up on food services, that at the CUNY Grad Center right now, we don't have food services, and there's supposed to be a proposal for food services going over the summer, but that keeps getting delayed over and over again. That we were supposed to have a meeting earlier this week, but that got canceled, and so it's looking like we're not going to have the food services set up for the fall semester in time for anything to move forward, even though that was the plan. So we might go another semester without food services.
Thank you.
Real quick, I just have a crazy idea. You know, when I was hearing the high school students also giving a speech about food in the cafeterias, it reminded me, interesting. The message that we send into to the students is that, yes, in high school you will get food for free. Yeah, the free, yes, you can get it. But once you graduate, no. Good luck with getting food. Good luck at finding something to eat whenever you go to campus. As long as you have something in your pocket to buy something, you should be good to go. But how come we get them from our high schools and then we bring them to college and then we don't support having food security? Well, when I was introducing my speech, I mentioned one of the students in our campus. Do you know what she did? She did fundraising. She did fundraising. She got about $3,000, and we were able to fill our pantries a bit more, you know. But we don't have a staff now to get it open all the time. Now, think about it. It's crazy, no? We tell yes. Don't we high school? We don't need to take care of your food needs anymore. Last time I checked, to survive, I need food. Isn't that the case? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, we'll now call up the next remote panel. Aaliyah Malik, Nadia Narcisse, Sabrina Bennett, Angela Sims, and Edwina Archer, beginning with Aaliyah Malik. Say again? No, not got it yet. No, not got it yet.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannon. My name is Aaliyah Malik, and I'm a youth food advocate. I attend Queens Preparatory Academy, and I am in 11th grade. I also live in District 29. My school is one of the 4 schools at Springfield Garden campus. There are about 1,650 students in the building. The average lunch participation between September and February of this school year is 20%. One of the reasons why the average lunch participation is low is because of the cafeteria environment as a whole. Every day we have the opportunity to get breakfast and lunch at school, but not a lot of people get this food because of different reasons. For me, the environment doesn't look or feel welcoming. Even when I take breakfast or lunch, I always get to the classroom to eat. Most times I leave home without breakfast because I want to get to school early. Sometimes I just have a food cup before leaving home. Eating breakfast or lunch in my school cafeteria doesn't appeal to me for many reasons. At school, they don't have the options I want. During lunch, there are always long lines in the cafeteria because they aren't grab and go, and most times we only have one server, which makes the line go slower. And not a lot of people have the patience to wait in the line. Most times I go hungry since I only have one period left before I go home. We all know you want the best for us and you want school to feel like home, but in order for school to feel like home, we need to make the space where we eat look welcoming and will make students want to have breakfast or lunch. We would like for you to support all of our New York City middle and high school by making it possible for us to enhance our cafeterias, because it would be unfair for some cafeterias in our middle and high school to be enhanced, not all. By doing this, there would be more participation in school food as a whole throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Nadia Narcisse.
Your time will begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadia Narcisse. I attend Tauntonville High School, and I'm a senior. We are very thankful and excited for the $50 million currently included in the mayor's executive budget for schools across New York City. This amount of money will cover some schools, but we need $200 million to see equitable updates in full effect for all schools. I learned that enhancing the cafeteria mimics the style of a buffet, where students can pick out which foods they do want and lessens the amount of food waste that goes on when students are just handed a meal. Enhancing cafeterias will promote food that isn't just food, but food that's enjoyable, food that's fueling. This funding is necessary to help students thrive in the classroom, in sports, and on tests. With this enhancement, students will feel more motivated to go to school and learn. As a freshman, if I saw this implementation, I would have loved school lunch even more and been more excited for it. It would be something I would have looked forward to in a new school. As a senior, I hope to leave knowing that generations of incoming freshmen and students who will come back in September will have something to look forward to and be happy while eating in the lunchroom. As youth advocates, we are here again with new and old members to promote an issue we're also equally passionate about. We ask you to continue to support this initiative and continue to push for the $200 million for the enhancement of the cafeterias. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Sabrina Bennett.
Time will begin.
Good day, esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Sabrina Bennett. Today I am representing PMA, which stands for Pray March Act. PMA is an organization mobilizing the church for justice in our beloved New York City. We focus on the criminal legal system, housing, and education. My focus will be on education, specifically special education. I have been an active parent leader in my children's school for over 12 years, and I've witnessed special education issues daily within their various schools. I currently have an 8th grader in special education, and I see her frustrations and her peers' frustrations. Each year, we lose more and more teachers, specifically special ed teachers, and we are left with general education teachers stepping in to fill those voids. The students' academic and emotional needs are not being met because of this. It's not fair to the teachers, and most importantly, it's not fair to those students who deserve qualified teachers that are trained and specialized in the field of special education. Some students are led to believe that they are incapable of learning, that something is wrong with them, or that they don't belong with other students. Ignacio Estrada says, if a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should teach the way they learn. Although this is true for all students, it is even more true for our special education students. There needs to be clear information and support for families and students concerning individual educational plans, IEPs, and special education assessments. I tell my daughter every day that she is one of a kind, that she is more than capable of learning, and I apologize. She is more than capable of learning. She just learns at a different pace and ways than some of her peers. Most importantly, I tell her that her teachers are special people. They know that the job is long hours, less pay, and lots of headaches, yet they choose to do it every day. I implore the City Council to ensure robust funding for the Department of Education to meet the needs of our special education population. Invest in recruiting, training, and maintaining qualified special education teachers. Invest in all
Time has expired.
the most valuable, vulnerable learners. Thank you for listening to me talk about something near and dear to me. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Angela Sims.
Your time has begun.
Warmest greetings, City Council members. My name is Dr. Angela Sims. I'm a sociology and urban studies professor at Barnard College, Columbia University. My research focuses on racial inequities between metropolitan area jurisdictions. I live in Harlem and am a member of Pray March Act, a coalition of Christian churches and individuals doing justice to bring shalom in New York City. I come before you to advocate for more social services spending in New York City public schools. According to page 14 of the proposed budget, the social services allocation for fiscal year 2024 is a mere $3.7 million out of a school budget of over $30 billion. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this $3.7 million proposed allotment holds constant the allocation from last year, and the fiscal year 2022 budget was a decrease in spending from year 2021. This number is frighteningly low, given how not only inflation, but also the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted students and their families. How will students receive adequate social and emotional resources from their schools if there is not significant investment? According to Harvard University's Center on the Developing Child, there are 3 principles that improve outcomes for children and families. 1, reduce sources of stress. 2, supportive and responsive relationships. And 3, strengthening core skills. Each of these principles requires significant investment in social services. I request that the allotment for social services be robustly increased, at least tripled, that more money be apportioned for therapists, and that more money be apportioned for therapists, social workers, guidance counselors, and librarians. If the council devotes sufficient resources to social services in schools, this money will enable students to learn and retain more scholastic material, matriculate from New York City public schools at higher rates, and ultimately will increase the likelihood that children in New York City public schools mature into healthy adults equipped to thrive and contribute to their families, workplaces, and neighborhoods. And these resources are particularly important for Black and Latinx students because their parents or other caregivers are more likely than their white counterparts to face the
time has expired.
Of racial discrimination, which causes Black and Latinx homes to have less adequate material and social resources, excuse me. So I very much encourage you to increase the public school social services budget. Thank you.
I just want to give a shout out to MS 297 and PS3 from Councilmember Botcher's district. Thanks for joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Edwina Archer.
Your time will begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Edwina Archer. I am a born and raised resident in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and a member of Pre-March Act, an organization led by both the humane and religious duty to address inequalities in New York City. Today, I'm here to speak on the improvements necessary to honor the quality of life of those who live in NYCHA public housing. In 2019, it is known that NYCHA settled legal action concerning its inability to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing. There are 6 key areas that need to be addressed in a 5-year plan, which are lead-based paint, mold, pest and waste management, elevators, heat, and inspections. These areas are all problems structurally in public housing that greatly affect the health and circumstances of the population that lives there. A personal story that sticks with me is my sister's. She works as a DOE speech therapist for elementary students, which sometimes requires visiting children that are in need of therapy. One of her cases lives on the 14th floor of a NYCHA building where the elevator has not been functioning. And it is not recommended that my sister take the stairs since it is usually unsanitary and there are loiterers and homeless persons there. This structural deficiency of a broken elevator neglected that child's learning and could be risking his and others people's lives if there were ever an urgent emergency. NYCHA needs about $47 billion to bring all housing units up to a good state of repair over the next 5 years. The 5-year capital program totals about $8 billion, a fraction of what's needed. According to the report on the fiscal 2024 preliminary plan, the state would need to provide about $600 million more annually. We must work with local, state, and federal governments to ensure NYCHA is fully funded in order to honor the dignity of public housing residents and create homes and communities where hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers can thrive. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will now call up our next in-person panel: Alex Parks, Alexis Brody, Larry Wood, Ruben Argueta, Lisa Lester, Robin Delacruz, Kimberly Blair, Janae Billy, and Scott Daly. Thank you. You may begin, sir. Go left.
Test. I say just, you say pay. Just. Sorry, feeling a little punchy. It's been a long time since my oatmeal this morning. I want to thank Councilmember Chair Brennan, the council members here today for this opportunity. My name is Larry Wood. I work as Director of Advocacy at Goddard Riverside, a settlement house in Upper Manhattan. Goddard and our sister organization, the Stanley Isaac Center, employ over 700 human service staff who work to feed homebound seniors, create pathways for youth, engage chronically street homeless individuals for aid, and much more. As an agency, we strongly urge the council to include a 6.5% COLA for all human service staff. Further, we are particularly concerned that the mayor's proposed executive budget would make cuts to these essential services. Specifically, the executive budget proposes pegs to DFTA and DYCD and cuts to DHS contracts described as provider flexible funding. As you heard from other providers, it's really flexible cuts. The peg for DFTA and DYCD is justified by a purported decreased enrollment in services. This reason is outdated. There is no logic in determining future funding for programs based on enrollment numbers from the pandemic era. Goddard and Isaac operates programming in these areas, including 4 older adult centers. At the Stanley Isaac Center on the Upper East Side, we serve 6,084 older adults, nearly 4 times as many as the same period in fiscal year 22. Our center on the Upper West Side sees over 125 people a day for lunch. In our Lincoln Square Center, attendance has increased 14% since 2022. The numbers indicate a return to pre-pandemic levels in senior centers, and they do not justify cuts. For homeless services, which I'm particularly upset about, the administration claims that they are not instating pegs for DHS, but worse, they're actually passing the cut on to the nonprofits that provide the services. To meet the target peg, programs serving the homeless would have to cut 2.5% in exchange for salary flexibility. But our homeless service programs operate on such a thin margin, there is no excess funding to move around in these contracts. The administration has suggested we cut open staff lines to raise the pay for the remaining staff. Our outreach workers, who you're going to hear from in a minute, are looking at dangerously high caseloads of 39 clients per worker compared to the best practices caseload of at most 20 to 25 clients. They're already stretched very thin, and it makes it very hard to build a relationship and trust with the chronically unhoused New Yorkers we're trying to engage. There is no way to consolidate funding without adding to really high caseloads. Tomorrow, scores of nonprofits are organizing a day without human services. We're closing programs down. We're not going to be putting clients at risk. But tomorrow, outside on Broadway and Murray Street, thousands of human service workers will be down here demanding just pay. And we hope you can give us that 6.5% COLA we desperately need and oppose the cuts that the mayor is proposing. In those flexible cuts are just not going to work. Thank you for this opportunity.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. My name is Alexander Parks, and I'm a housing outreach specialist for Goddard Riverside's Homeless Outreach Program, which provides housing outreach services for those experiencing homelessness in Manhattan, New York City. Thank you for letting me testify today. I'm here today to urge the Council and Administration to not approve the proposed 2.5% provider flexible funding cut to DHS and HRA contracted programs, and instead include a COLA of 6.5% increase for homeless services staff in the city's FY24 budget. The provider flexible funding plan is anything but. It is a cut in the budget for the vital human services that is already strained to a great extent. Our current budget can just barely meet the needs of the most vulnerable and housing insecure New Yorkers, and a further cut to our budget would undoubtedly leave more of the same New Yorkers without the care and housing that they need. While DSS recommends eliminating vacant positions as a way to meet this cut, it would result in unsustainably high caseloads for remaining program staff, which would negatively impact our clients. Building trust with clients takes time and skill due to their past experiences with trauma, and with the high vacancies and turnover, it becomes impossible to make this connection with the client. Higher caseloads per worker translates to less time to build a relationship with the client, potential lapses in the client's treatment plan of care, and overall prolonging the amount of time to successfully house our houseless population. It also leads to higher worker burnout, which can create a revolving door of staff and in turn lead to distrust in our services amongst the population that we serve. I have not come across one person who has disagreed about the importance of homeless outreach services, yet here I am advocating for the COLA due to my concerns with the rising costs of living in the city. I am currently working a second job and was previously working a third job to help make my financial ends meet. This was proven to be unsustainable as I literally worked myself into sickness doing this. My wage is a government-mandated poverty wage, and the city needs to value my work. We urge the Council to reject the provider flexible funding peg, which will harm services for our clients, and instead include a 6.5% COLA for homeless services staff. I do this work because it is the first time in my occupational life that I have felt fulfilled with what I do. I put in my utmost effort